For those of you who have signed into the meeting, the council is still meeting in closed session and the regular session will start shortly. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor. I just wanted to let you know that I stopped the screen share of the meeting. Will start shortly so we can see the panelists.
All right, thank you. Once I see a couple more, we'll get underway. All right, Madam City Clerk, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll then reconvene the June 30th, 2020 Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Let's go in the circle. Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Present.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Olivares.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record state that all council members are present.
Okay, a couple housekeeping items we're getting used to. Remember, council members, keep your audio on mute unless you're speaking. Staff will remain muted until needing to speak. As members of the public join the meeting, you'll be participating as an attendee. Your microphone and camera will be muted. Only today's panelists will be viewed during the meeting. If you're calling in from a telephone and choose to speak during the public comments portion of today's agenda, for privacy concerns, the host will be renaming your viewable phone number to resident and the last 4 digits of your phone number. Madam City Clerk, could you explain how the public comments will be heard at today's meeting?
Yes, so attendees that are participating in the meeting, as the agenda item is presented, the mayor, after the agenda item is presented, the mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, the mayor will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on the specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. The host will then call on the public who have raised their hands. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes and a timer will appear on the screen for the council and the public to see. Once all live public comments have been heard, the meeting host will then play voicemail public comments. If you provide a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded voicemail message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters. That's items 13 and 17. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on the agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Item 13, non-agenda matters. Public comment period will begin no earlier than 5 p.m. and is limited to 10 speakers selected via the Zoom hand raising feature. Each comment period is limited to 3 minutes. Item 17 is the second and final public comment period on non-agenda matters. Each public comment is limited to 3 minutes. If you have spoken under item 13, non-agenda matters, you will not be permitted to speak at item 17. For this meeting, email and recorded public comments and e-comments received for non-agenda items will be played under item 17. Email and recorded public comments and e-comments are also limited to 3 minutes.
All right, thank you for that. Item 3.1, Mr. City Manager.
Item 3.1, review and prioritization of economic recovery task force efforts and direction on effective ongoing response to changing conditions. Rosa de la Rosa presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. As I understand it, this study session was requested as a means to allow the full council to review what the Economic Recovery Task Force is working on and to potentially prioritize or otherwise add to the current working list of items. Under this premise, because the task force list and agenda have been very dynamic so far, in considering the items, it will be helpful if you could also provide direction on ongoing effective response. That is, should COVID-related economic recovery items and options continue to work through the task force, or is it preferred to run those ideas through the council agenda process? Or are there criteria you could offer that would provide a path to a combination of these options? Especially as it relates to the changing conditions of the pandemic and the economic injury and opportunities that present themselves, knowing that we have quite a ways to go yet. Next slide, please. To provide some context, I think it's helpful to see Santa Rosa's broad COVID-19 recovery framework, which is based off of FEMA's National Disaster Recovery Framework. So this, like other recovery frameworks we've implemented before, for example, the Tubbs fire, well, that's the biggest one that we've done, or frankly, these kinds of frameworks are typically created in some iteration nationwide during and after a disaster. These are helpful in creating order and effective responsiveness to the uncertainty that follow any form of disaster. So related to the current pandemic, there are 4 task forces, the first 3 of which are under the purview of Assistant City Manager Guin, and all of which have council members assigned to them. So obviously these are the Economic Recovery Task Force with Vice Mayor Fleming and Council Member Sawyer and myself as the staff lead. Then there's the Housing Task Force with Mayor Schwedhelm and Council Member Dowd with Director Gwine as the staff lead. And lastly, the Community Input and Inclusion Task Force with Council Members Oliveris and Tibbetts and Jason Carter as the staff lead. The final task force, called Team Santa Rosa, reports to Assistant City Manager Nutt and is focused on operations with no council assigned to it, but it consists of 5 staff-led working groups that you see outlined here. And lastly, though not a task force, we have city representation on the county's health and emergency services, emergency management services working group, as well as the county's social services and the education working groups. Next slide, please. Okay, so focusing back on the Economic Recovery Task Force, the objective of this group is to address immediate issues while strengthening economic recovery and resiliency for the long run. We consider immediate actions and opportunities that we think will help us get through the current situation. And by current situation, I mean not just the overarching situation of the pandemic, but the changing nature of the health orders. We also consider mid and long range actions that ideally will make us more economically resilient for the future through whatever emergency we might face. Next slide, please. As of our last task force meeting, we have 33 items for consideration or that we're actively working on. The list, as I mentioned in the agenda itself, are very dynamic. Input is called from, but is absolutely not limited to direct conversations with businesses, community interest groups, requests and recommendations from council members, fellow staff members, regional discussions that we're having, regional efforts. We've pulled things from other communities and even other countries as ideas. Really, that's a long way of saying that we're equal opportunity and very open about accepting and considering new ideas. And we're very flexible depending on the circumstances on how we react to them. The items are bucketed into 5 categories: the current projects, which we might be working on at staff level with input from task force members, or that are policy decisions that we dig into during our meetings, but will ultimately be brought to council. And we also have parking lot items that we pull from once we have capacity, or if suddenly there's a change that makes an item pressing, then we'll elevate it to the current list. The third bucket are things that we considered within the task force but decided can be accomplished at the staff level. The fourth, we have items that have been suggested to us but that we found would be better addressed in another committee. And then the last bucket are items that we resolved or removed for various reasons. Next slide, please. Okay, so digging into the list, which are outlined in more detail on attachment 1 to the staff report. We have 8 items that we're currently working on, and I'm gonna go a bit out of order, but we'll hit on everything on this slide. For item 2, expanding the federal program for COVID-related sick leave, this is an ordinance that was proposed by labor. It was submitted to the county and to the city of Santa Rosa for consideration, and you'll be hearing that item in depth next week as an urgency ordinance. Items 4 and 8 are moving forward in that the InsideOutThere.com site has launched. The Open and Out program's outdoor curbside and sidewalk dining has been implemented. And then we expect to be temporarily closing 4th Street on July 10th. For the Latinx business communication and recovery item, Economic Development Specialist Rafael Rivero has been working diligently in this area. In addition to identifying and beginning to address the issues around accurate information sharing, as well as hurdles related to getting assistance funding or options for some form of business continuity. And the group, which meets weekly, is pursuing a micro-entrepreneurial incubator space where the old Dollar Tree store was until that building gets redeveloped. Jumping back up to item 1, the working capital for small businesses. This item was proposed as a $5,000 microloan program using $2 million of city funds. And while we know for a fact that it's definitely possible to develop a microloan program, we've seen other cities do it. The top line questions that were raised by the task force on this were, what should the council process be to identify and secure funds from the city budget, or potentially from any CARES Act allocation coming to the city or some other source. Also, something that was asked is, how helpful would a $5,000 loan be to a typical small business? Meaning it was pointed out that the amount would likely not cover the whole of 1 month's rent, for example. So is it worth it to the average business to pursue a $5,000 loan? And then to a lesser point of consideration, the question was also asked about the cost to the city to develop and manage such a program. If this item remains a priority, we would dig into the questions and issues and considerations that I outlined in the page 7 of the attachment to the staff report. It's at the very end of the long list of items in the attachment. A highlight of those considerations are the type of loan, eligibility and other loan criteria, collection, default, promissory note considerations, things such as that. I have not had a recent opportunity to speak with my Healdsburg contact to see how their program is running, what their assumptions for repayment are. But I can tell you that Fresno recently voted to convert their small loan program into grants, and they're using CARES Act money to fund their grant program. Just a side note about that, I just learned that they got a direct allocation of CARES Act money due to their size. We did not, but I understand we'll be getting some sort of funding from the state. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on to the parking lot items. We have the most in this part of the list because unless it's obvious that there's a quick way that staff can address the idea within existing operations or that it should be moved to another committee, honestly, we'll consider anything. So we generally reserve a short period of time at the end of each meeting to see if there's anything else we should or can move up to the current project list. Some of these, I will say, are catch-all ideas that you already see in the current projects. So for example, the Roseland Incubator Project we're exploring at the Dollar Tree, that's the utilization of a vacant space. It's also a potential partner program with the CDC that owns the site, the developer who's interested in activating the site before development, and the area street vendors and brick and mortar businesses. Also, item 14, the temporary closure of 4th Street speaks to that item as well. Next slide. Slide 7 is a continuation of the parking lot items, and I'm happy to dig into any of these further if you have any questions about them. I will call out item 17, enhancing enforcement options, because this came up as an issue when we had a certain business that refused to adhere to the health order. While we know it's something that we should still address, we did not move it up as an immediately urgent item because it was such a singular issue. All other businesses, when they were contacted, generally weren't aware that they were violating the order and immediately complied. Next slide. Slide 8 shows the items we were able to complete or otherwise resolve. While we were able to move quickly with some of these items, well, specifically using the staff level zoning interpretation process to address curbside and expanded sidewalk dining in conjunction to the health order that came quickly and slightly unexpectedly. We did hear from some of you that you would like to see these types of things come to council. So specific to that item, we will definitely be working to make these temporary and pilot programs permanent where appropriate. And when we do, that will go through the normal council process. Next slide. So to this point again, there are ideas that have been submitted or that we've come up with in discussions that are ongoing projects or programs that we deal with normally at the staff level. Some of these, like the city leases, will be brought to council for action. However, at the staff level, we're able to work on them without the explicit need for input from the task force. Next slide. These 3 items are the short list of things we considered briefly, but felt would be better addressed in other committees or task forces. Though, because there are economic development considerations linked to these 3 items, the division will still be involved in the discussions of those. I just want to point out, just because these are listed as having been moved to, in these cases, the long-term finance subcommittee and the community input and inclusion task force, it does not mean that the items will be considered immediately or at all in those areas. It just means that we've moved them out of the economic recovery task force. Next slide. And finally, for clarity, it's helpful to know who makes up the task force beyond who was previously mentioned. Those listed here are the core members who are on every call and are actively working on elements on the list that you just saw. And then depending on the agenda, we have subject matter experts really just pulling from within our staff across all departments to make sure that we consider whatever the item is broadly. We think of any implications to other departments and portfolios, et cetera. So frequently or I should say most frequently, we have representatives from planning, building, engineering, public works on the call. We've had human resources on the call. So we'll call on anybody within the staff or other departments to help inform the item. And that concludes my presentation. In addition to myself, we have Assistant City Manager Ewan on the line to help answer questions, and then obviously Vice Mayor Fleming and Councilmember Sawyer, who've participated, I have to say, enthusiastically and robustly in every single meeting. And thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation, Rosa. Yeah, let me just start with some thanks before we go for questions. First to the city manager for actually forming these task forces. I think it was very appropriate and it really helped us with our recovery efforts. And then Rosa, the last slide, you and all of your staff have been phenomenal. And lastly, to Vice Mayor Fleming and Councilmember Sawyer, hearing nothing but wonderful things about this task force and the progress that's being made. So thank you for all your efforts. So with that, Council, are there any questions? Mr. Rogers, you've got your hand up.
I don't know about questions per se based on the information that's been provided, but perhaps after public comment, I have a number of suggestions or ideas that I'd like to throw into the mix for the committee to discuss as well.
All right, anyone else on council with any questions? Mr. Tibbetts, going old school, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just found the lower hand thing. Sorry, Tom. Yeah, I wanted to say that, first of all, thank you, Rosa, for bringing forward this presentation. I know that you and David have a lot on your plates these days, so this probably was a bit of a distraction, but I do think that it's important, and I certainly, for one, appreciate the opportunity to understand everything that is going on. It's nice to have it all listed out. One thing that I wanted to share, though, is, while I appreciate that you listed specific amounts for the loans, I think it's less the concept of how much the loans can provide. I think that can be determined based on robust community input, but more specifically, what's relevant about it is just that we do it. When I brought it up a few weeks ago, I did extensive research on microloans, and you really can't tap into them for, a microloan is essentially defined as 50,000 or less. Typically, the interest rates are well in excess of 10%. So they become, incredibly expensive loans to take out, particularly in a time of emergency. And that's tantamount to price gouging, the way I see it, based on previous ordinances that this council has passed. Having, a vehicle with which business owners, and I know that on the community input task force was trying to discuss, we're also talking about tenants, their ability to tap into a source of funding that is essentially an interest rate that's so low, it's almost considered, for lack of a better term, free money, to help them, find stability in their lives, whether it's their business or their ability to make rent and pay a landlord. I mentioned on the task force that I think there's going to be a day of reckoning for this council sometime in the future, if not the near future, where we are going to be looking at widespread evictions throughout this community. And we're going to have to make tough political and policy decisions that could potentially be avoided or mitigated by folks' ability to access, short-term, low-interest capital. And that was really the genesis behind, asking us to look at that. So I do hope that the council, that you'll continue to keep that as a priority. But really, I think let the community determine what the amount should be, what works for them, and then the council can, approve or deny that request by the Economic Development Subcommittee. One thing, a couple of questions I had in there. Could you explain the Sonoma County tourism, I think the SCTBIA issue that was in there? And as well as there was something in there listed as the residential, was it tax program? I might have written that down wrong, or residential tenant program.
Well, so the Sonoma County Tourism Business Improvement Area, that's just been an item that comes up periodically in an emergency or not in an emergency. And the question is, what is the, are we receiving the value of what we pay into that through the assessment of our hotel and lodging establishments in a manner that helps us, or would it be more favorable to us to look at either our transient occupancy tax, which is 9% and is the lowest in the county, lowest in the area that I know of at all, or to look also at our Santa Rosa Tourism Business Improvement Area assessment, which is 3%. So the Sonoma County Tourism Business Improvement Area assessment is 2%. When you add 9, 2, and 3, we're at 14%. Do we want to hand that 2% assessment to the county for use of county tourism purposes? And that's the question that has come up.
Oh, got it. So I think you're delicately saying, do we want to withhold those funds, those 2% to use for our own city needs? Is that correct?
That's correct. I wouldn't say withhold it. I would say we would have to decide whether or not we want to pursue a means by which we can capture that either in addition to or instead of handing that 2% over. And by that, I mean, it's an assessment. So we would have to either increase our assessment by working with the assessed hotels and lodging businesses, mostly hotels, because it's a minimum of $350,000 revenue, or do we want to put to the public ballot measure to increase our TOT? So either way, it's not withholding, it's what do we exit out of it and do something else with it?
Well, I for one would be in favor of exiting out, whether it's temporary or permanent. Maybe to start it's temporary, because I don't see anybody occupying really our hotels right now. I could be wrong, but I don't think much traveling is happening, and I hope we're not pumping money into advertisements in China, which is, I know, a consistent practice of the Sonoma County Tourism Bureau to promote wine country. So to me, that would make sense. And then my last question was the residential program that you had listed there. Was that the same thing as essentially a tenant program?
That's right. That we actually pulled that from an email that you had sent when you were clarifying interest in the working capital for small businesses. And we did move that over to the Community Input and Inclusion Task Force. We thought it would work more, it would be a better place for it to be within that task force rather than the Economic Recovery Task Force, because it wasn't directly specific to businesses.
Okay, well, as a member of the Community Input Task Force, I will share with the council, we're seeing just us alone, the city of Santa Rosa, I believe it was 550 applicants for that Section 8 housing money that was made available through the creativity of staff. And just as a reminder, we're only able to fund about 50 of those. So we're seeing some pretty staggering need. And then when you add that to what some of the nonprofits we're seeing, and I hope that Jason Carter will jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm going off the cuff here. But between the Salvation Army and Community Action Partnership, I believe there were in excess of 500 applicants who were seeking rental support. So I think that this is something that the council needs to get way out ahead of. And I'll give up the floor. Thank you, Rosa.
All right, council, any additional questions? I have one or maybe two. If you're a member of the public listening to this and they have some thoughts, how would they get that information to this task force? And is this information on the city website somewhere?
Well, firstly, we're listening now, and always people can email. I mean, it's come in so many different ways. If they've emailed the Chamber of Commerce, Peter Rumble or Cadence Allenson will forward it. If it goes to the city manager's office, that gets forwarded. So somehow, if it's appropriate for this task force, if it's not emailed directly to myself or Assistant City Manager Ewan, generally we'll find a way to get it. The other thing is, no, it is not, we don't typically, because it's an internal task force, we haven't been posting these on, I guess I defer to Assistant City Manager Ewan and the appropriateness of that, or the possibility of doing so, or perhaps to legal, City Attorney Gallagher. I'm not sure what the legalities of that or the appropriateness of that is.
Yeah, I think what we would like to do is hear from the council in terms of how you'd like us to share this information to make sure that the public knows what we are working on. We do try to get this information out through emails and other ways, through conversations with interest groups. But if you have input on that, we'd be happy to take that.
Thank you. And that's the reason for my question. This task force is doing some great work, a lot of it. And I know their meetings went from an hour to longer than an hour. So there's a lot of great work there. Just sharing all that work and the progress, I think would be very helpful. This is, I think, a step in that right direction, having a study session on it. But I know the progress is going to continue. So with that, Vice Mayor Fleming, you had your hand up.
Yeah, Raisa, I was wondering if you would restate again prior to us getting input from the public what the scope of this task force is, and again, once more, what we're looking for so that we can be somewhat provide sort of a container for people to conceptualize why we're doing this and where we are here now, in case people have tuned in since your presentation started.
Yeah, well, so first, I think on the scope, what the group is tasked to do is address immediate issues related to the pandemic and the health orders. So we're looking at immediate issues while also looking to strengthen the economic recovery and resiliency for the long run. It's long-range actions, again, it's to help us be better set up for either the second wave or future issues that we may come up against. And then I think if I understood it correctly, what I was asking for from this is, I understand you guys want to, the council would like to have input on either prioritizing or adding additional elements, but what we also really need to understand is how can we be most effective moving forward? Is this something that council wants to see frequently? Do we have sort of the ability, as is typical with task forces, to continue to figure this out in that task force setting? Or is there some combination of criteria that would help us understand when to do what with what? Is that what you're asking, Vice Chair?
I just wanted a reframing of the purpose and the question, and I do think that's helpful. I was also wondering if you could clarify what, for the public, what the guiding principles have heretofore been.
I'm trying to think how I can quickly rephrase it. It's things that we have been, things that we can do quickly and immediately that will have quick effect. I have to say, Councilmember Sawyer says it so frequently that that I wish I could recall his words, but how can we have the most effect most quickly to the current situation?
Economic situation.
Economic situation, that's right.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now we have an opportunity to hear from Mr. Sawyer himself. Mr. Sawyer, you have a question, and if you could fill in the statement that you frequently share.
Well, Raisa did a really good job, as she usually does. And what we are looking at, in fact, if you look at the model, we are dealing with current issues that have popped up and things that we can respond to. But it is true that we need to be. The effort is to be nimble and to be as spontaneous as possible with our decision making, based on realities and fact and all the information that we can gather, which staff does an amazing job of putting a great deal of information in front of us so that we can make decisions on the practicality, the reasonability, the doability of some of these suggestions that have not only been generated from the community that we have heard from, but other cities, council members, and staff. So we are trying to be trying to get certain things done rather quickly, and we have been successful in that. But that's really the people out there are struggling, and on a number of levels, in a number of ways. for different reasons, and we are trying to relieve some of that struggle in our endeavor. And that's kind of in a nutshell. And it is hard work, and I can't give enough kudos not only to the leadership of Vice Mayor, but also the staff has just been really phenomenal when it's come to some pretty tough questions that we put before them. They have been able to answer our questions and come up with reasons why we should and perhaps should not move forward on some of these endeavors. And I do have a question for Councilmember Tibbetts, but I'm not sure if you want to wait until after public comment or whether I should ask my question now. Mayor, do you have a preference on how to move forward with this?
Since I don't know what you're going to ask, I would say
like, I'll just ask it, and then so Councilmember Tibbetts, regarding the loan program. And I can kind of see why Fresno went for granting opportunities. In your review of the staff report and the rather voluminous questions that this kind of program brings up, and you even mentioned yourself that our committee could conceivably be a loan committee if we are the ones making the decisions on who would get the money and in what amount. So in your review of the supplemental information on the working capital for small businesses, do you see in that long list of responsibilities and concerns and processes, do you see any way to reduce the amount of work that would be necessary to put to start a program like this?
Yeah, I mean, to directly answer your question, what I think would be great is reaching out to local lenders and credit unions to see if this could be done in partnership. And I don't know if they would then keep some sort of an administrative fee for processing these sorts of things. But I think that would be step number one, because I would say that I would agree with you where I think you're going with this, which is we probably don't have staff capacity to do that. We probably should also not be competing with some of our local banks right now, though I would argue that we wouldn't be competing. This is a loan category that's separate and apart from any packages that are currently offered. And I certainly wouldn't want elected officials such as you and Vice Mayor Fleming making these decisions yourselves. So I guess my short answer would be is step one would be seeing if there were any local partners that would help do this that we could essentially contract out for. If that weren't the case, I would then turn to Dave Gwine and his team, maybe the folks who are currently handling Section 8 have some capacity to do this. And I think, a lot of what ends up happening, if something ends up happening, the answer to your question will become immediately apparent. For example, if the City of Santa Rosa receives CARES Act funding through the County of Sonoma, I think last I had heard money was going to pass through the county. And if we end up becoming recipients of some of that, it may make sense to do, a forgivable loan or a partially forgivable loan, which turns it more into a grant. The reason why I proposed it as a loan was because, we were, prior to the last meeting, we were really facing a bad budget, and I understood Sean's position and probably that of all of you, which is we shouldn't be we shouldn't be taking money from other much needed and deserving areas of our budget and just be giving it away. There should be some collection of those funds back for future need, especially looking at our budget and the deficit projections that we have. So that was why I had proposed that. I do think a loan is the way to go, regardless of whether it's done in-house or through a third-party operator. Just because the city's always in need of funds, and who's to say that in the future those funds couldn't be used for something else, such as helping first-time entrepreneurs start up pop-up businesses that is also being looked at by your committee, and helping populate the downtown with emergent entrepreneurship. So those are just a lot of ideas and where I think it could go.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, because when I reviewed the item A, the supplemental information, and the challenges of running a program like this, quite frankly, it did make me want to run in the other direction. So there are some very, very important bullet points that come out of that, out of the staff report. And it helped me to understand the difficulty in ourselves running a program like this. Now, whether or not there's another lending institution out there that would be interested in us somehow transferring a certain amount of money to them and then letting them manage it, and with all the details necessary and all the responsibilities in being a loaning agency, that would be, I think, probably the easiest if they were even willing to consider it, especially if they were willing to take the interest on the loans and give it back to the city, which probably wouldn't happen. So it really concerned me when I read the supplemental information. It's in my opinion, it just sounds better than it looks on paper. And that's my concern. After reading that supplemental, I was really, it really pushed me back as far as wanting to move forward with this particular program at this particular time.
I think, also through the mayor, John, I think the first thing we need to do is do our due diligence in reaching out to Healdsburg too and understanding how they do it. I appreciate that staff has really looked at this through a banker's lens, but we probably do not need to look at it through a banker's lens. When you look at the supplemental, the first thing I see here is how will someone know it is in default? Well, short of in giving a mailing or we're going back to the original contract that they signed with the lender, be it the city or a partner lender. It's probably going to come down to them just wanting to, be in good standing on their loans. And I'll draw comparisons to what then Director Ewan of the Water Department did. And correct me, David, if I'm wrong on this, but we I think allowed people to defer paying their impact fees until their projects had, been occupied and the units had been paid for. And at the time, it was a really risky position for the board to take because, there was huge fear that, well, how are we going to know that people are going to pay this off? How are they going to know? All the same questions that are in the supplemental information packet. And I think the repayment rate was 100% or darn close to that. So I'd let David speak to his experience there, but it may not be as onerous as we think. And we probably would have to go into it eyes wide open, understanding that there could be a high rate of default. And that's just a risk that we would have to take, for the sake of trying to help people through what is probably one of the most difficult times of their lives.
And I appreciate that. And to keep in mind that the Santa Rosa Water has a full-on accounts receivable environment set up just for that kind of tracking. That's not something we have, as far as I know, at City Hall, except maybe the parking department with their monthly leases, if you will, permits. So we are lacking a tracking mechanism for this kind of environment, as far as I know, at City Hall, and that was part of my concern.
All right. Any additional questions from council? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment on item 3.1?
Hi, Mayor. This is Gina, your Zoom host. And we do have one hand or several hands being raised for public comment on item 3.1. So we are going to do our screen share with a timer. First public comment will be from Kat Wag, followed by Eric Frazier. Kat, your permissions have been enabled. Do you see the timer on your screen?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please, you have 3 minutes For your public comment, please identify yourself for public record and your time starts now.
All right. My name is Katrina, and I am a personal trainer with a mobile fitness business. I am no longer able to conduct business in my clients' homes due to COVID-19. Since this is the case, I applied for a permit to do personal training on my property outdoors, where I have plenty of space for social distancing and off-street parking. After spending money for planning maps and turning in my application, I got an email saying I needed to use a different application, hire an engineer, an ADA lawyer, be ADA compliant, and pay $2,600 for inspections so I could use my patio and grass area to teach Pilates. I've found a way to get ADA compliant clients onto my patio and grass area. However, I was told that I have to have an ADA compliant bathroom as well. My house was built in 1947, so I'm thinking I may have to remodel my bathroom. But in this era of COVID-19, I wouldn't have anybody accessing my home to use the restroom because of the stay-at-home or the shelter-in-place order or current social distancing. I have kids. I just found all of these sort of hurdles very unreasonable, considering I'm not a walk-in business. Nobody can just walk in on the street. And so I felt like requiring an ADA compliant bathroom was a little unreasonable. And lastly, I can't really afford to hire all of those people. So I'm proposing that in this economic climate that the planning department and hopefully city council will support this, that they exempt those type of requirements so that we can conduct business in a new way without it costing so much money. Thank you. Oh, and Mr. Sawyer, yes, I am struggling, and thank you for acknowledging that. My business is struggling.
Thank you, Kat. The next public comment will be from Eric Frazier. Eric, we have enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Oops, there I am. Can you hear me okay?
Terrific, Eric. Do you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now. This is for item 3.1.
Yes, thank you. This is Eric Frazier. I hope everybody on the council is staying healthy during these times. So thanks for the opportunity to comment on this. This really should focus on those things that are regressive or counterproductive to the business community, of which there are a few, and sort of ignored in your analysis for some reason. The first and most obvious is the parking policy. The regressive nature of having per hour parking by meters is absolutely ridiculous and needs to be reconsidered. The discussion about the SRTBIA and the SETBIA and TOT is really interesting and really shows why is this on the agenda anyways if there isn't income that's being driven by these items. I say it's a continuation of the dysfunction and the strategy that's been used to engineer that whole sort of tourism economy. Here in the city, for instance, the home-based businesses that participate as lodgers are totally locked out of participating except as a member of the public and SRTBIA deliberations. And furthermore, our reports indicate that there's a lot to be concerned about in oversight of how money is spent. The SCTBIA is the only way that we get respect for the listings of our properties and inclusion under the Certified Tourism Ambassador Program. So why is it on the agenda? Why is this talked about right now? It's because there really is this undercurrent of changing the rules of the game when it comes to home-based businesses in the tourism economy. So it leads you to the question of why do you have a structure that has the city or the Chamber of Commerce leading up city contracts when they themselves are a political action organization and pay excessive compensation to their CEO. For a business, they're too expensive. They represent few Santa Rosa businesses. And this bloated budget and mismanagement of the contracts that they administer is way out of hand. Furthermore, on number 17, you talked about enforcement actions and how they applied only to one business. I think the discussion really is how effectively enforcement provisions were taken on. And there's more than one business that's incriminated in how sort of sloppy and how sort of subjective those restrictions were applied. If you really want to look to an area where you can help leverage needed money for people, you should look at that tenant-landlord relationship. Did you know that there may be some $50 to $60 million of security deposits, and tenants can expect an attrition of $1 million or $2 million a year of not getting those security deposits back from landlords and managers? Why don't you attack that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Mayor, I see no additional hands raised for live public comment. I will move on to the next slide, which is for the voice message public comments, which we did not receive any.
And Mayor, we did receive one email comment, but it was from Ms. Wagner, who already spoke on this item.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to council. Rosa, could you do me a favor and restate some of the feedback that you wanted from council? I had heard two things, frequency of updates to council, and then a question about priorities of this task force. Could you restate them, and then I'll solicit feedback from council.
Sure, we do have at the city manager's I guess, the ability to give briefings during the economic recovery portion of the council agenda. And so we have been doing that. But specific to this is really just to understand for the list and the agendas, I think my question is really, are we okay to continue to work these items through the task force, or is it preferred that we work these items through the council agenda process? Or is there some criteria that you can offer us that would provide us a pathway that you say, you know, these items would go to council and we'll deliberate at council through the staff report and sort of either study session or agendized process, and these items can stay within the task force. It's just a question of how do we continue to be effective and responsive during this time of quick changes in health orders and unknowns by respecting the fact that council wants to actually hear and weigh in on these things as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just go around to all council members. Mr. Rogers, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate that, Rosa. My interest in supporting this was also to provide the public an opportunity to weigh in, because I know that the ad hoc meetings have not been publicly accessible for folks. I did want to put a couple of things potentially out there for the subcommittee to look at. And if they find them reasonable, to bring them to the full council. I don't need us to have these discussions starting at the council, but I did want to be able to give some input. And for me, one of the things that has been sort of a hallmark of COVID was understanding that it is a different type of emergency than what we've become accustomed to here in Santa Rosa, where everybody is dealing with it. There isn't a lot of mutual aid to be had. And even the assistance that we've received from the federal and the state government has not really been tailored to our needs as much as it could be. What I've heard the most from small businesses is that they need access to capital, which was why I was supportive of the grants program or the revolving loan fund program that Councilmember Tibbetts has discussed at length. I still think that that's a good idea if we can find a way to make it work. We've also talked about some deferrals of payments, which are essentially the same thing in providing dollars for folks by not taking it away from them. If there's a way for us to defer, to continue to work with them to defer things such as business taxes and TOT payments, which we've obviously discussed quite a bit already as well. But for me, one of the big elephants in the room too, and it's something that you've heard me advocate for since I've been on council, and I think both in COVID as well as going forward, I think is a good idea for us, is to revisit our local preference policy. That we, by keeping these dollars that are coming in, whether it ends up being CARES Act funding or whether it ends up being PG&E settlement dollars, the more that we can keep in our community and provide to folks who have established their businesses here will go a long way for making sure that those folks continue to keep their doors open and continue to operate. That's already gone through the Long-Term Finance Committee. That one, if the committee, the Economic Development Committee wants to look at it again, that's fine. Or if we bring it to council, that would be my preference as well, because it keeps those dollars local. It puts those dollars back to work, keeping our businesses open here. On a related note, one of the ideas that was floated to me, or I should say I was reminded of, was a partnership program between folks who have vacant business sites, commercial properties, with entrepreneurs who want to start up. And I was reminded of this by my mom, actually, that 20 years ago, she had an idea for a nonprofit that she wanted to establish with very, very slim margins for her to be able to make it work. And the city of Roanoke Park actually helped her partner with vacant properties, helped pay some of the rents that they were paying, half of the rent for those that they could afford it. And the city helped them out. And now 20 years later, they're a multi-million-dollar nonprofit that has never left the city of Roanoke Park because they felt that debt of gratitude for having gotten established there. We have a lot of commercial properties that are vacant. We have a lot of storefronts that are vacant. And we have a lot of folks in our community who have good ideas for small businesses and don't quite know how to make that partnership work. If there was a way for the city to develop a program that paired them up and supported them in some way, I think that we would not only see our commercial property owners happy to have tenants, but also we would see a number of businesses that some would fail, but many, I think, would succeed and would continue on past COVID and as we face our economic recovery. So I'd like the committee to look at that as well.
Mayor, if I may, one of the questions that I asked just specific to the working capital item is if council also has an idea of how we should pursue, it's contingent on finding funds for that program. So we will, yes, look at partnering with the private sector, but I think one of my questions was if the city is putting in funds to a loan or grant program, understanding how we should be looking at where those funds are, identifying that fund source and what that process is for identifying the fund source.
Yeah, and I look at it, and thanks for that, Rosa. I look at it as an outfront investment, similar to some of the other things that we have done in fire recovery, where we know that long-term, economically, it makes a lot of sense for us. So there may be some discussion about where can we find some money within the budget. I think it's more likely that it comes from some of that CARES Act money that we now have been approved for, and for the public's edification, the budget that was approved by the city of, or by the state of California does have some funding in it for cities that are under 300,000 in population, with a guaranteed 50,000 minimum for the smallest of cities. So I don't know what that total number is going to be, but we will have something, and our committee can discuss sort of how to prioritize that and what other needs there are amongst the city for operations. And then obviously we'll be doing a big, robust discussion around the PG&E settlement dollars as well. And so all of those funding options are on the table for me for some of these programs, especially if we know that economically it'll have long returns for the city.
Mr. Dowd, do you have any comments you'd like to share?
I appreciate the comments that have been made. I am struggling with how to work our way through this pandemic, first the medical part of it and then the economic part of it. And I feel strongly that the task force probably is the best vehicle for us to receive at the city council concepts that may work, and which will also include input from people in the community that may have more expertise about certain issues than any of us do. But we're still fighting the medical end of this pandemic, and it's hard to see how that's going to come out and what rules will be in place for the economic recovery. So while this needs to happen fast, I don't see how it can happen fast. And I'm sorry to say that. Thank you.
Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought that the current projects listed as priorities were good. One question I had was, I didn't see broadband on there, but I saw it elsewhere in the staff report. What happened to that one?
Oh, yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So that one is actually something, let me look at the list. It should have been on there as a prioritized project only because we have a couple of new elements to that. And if it's not on there, then I apologize.
We've got 29 at the staff level.
Yeah, I think that's where it is. So we have a new opportunity with that related to the grant that I think we were supposed to know from Public Works if we got it, that would start the process of putting new cables in the downtown area. And then with that, I've talked sort of preliminarily with the Economic Development Board, who's been working on this item and have an interest in pursuing grants in coordination with them for some kind of infrastructure. But we are looking at this point at that staff level, but it will probably move to another area once we get a little bit further along.
Okay, great. Because I was just going to say, yeah, I'd hope to see broadband on there. I remember seeing numbers about revenue returns for cities that did have fiber laid in key areas of their city. So if we're coming into money and I'm thinking PG&E settlement money, you know, I'll be thinking about how can we use that in a way that has an ROI for the city, and that would be one of them. You know, to answer your question directly about how should council contribute, you know, I want to be really mindful of your time and not ask you to do a presentation at every council meeting, but I was hoping maybe 1 out of every 4 or 5 council meetings, you can bring this exact same PowerPoint back, just maybe with small changes to it when you move something to the removed category because it's been completed or the subcommittee is no longer continuing it. I think it would be helpful for us and for the public to see visually what changes are being made. Also, you know, I'd sure like it to come back to council once in a while, just for the same reason, listening to Councilmember Rogers just now, all those ideas that he had, and having the opportunity to air those out in a public space, I just think is beneficial, because I remember asking Sue the question a few weeks or months ago now, maybe, you know, how do I get in touch with John or Victoria? And the answer was very clear, you can't. So this is really the way that we communicate with them legally. And so we've got to be able to communicate. On the, also one question, another favor or request would be is if you do end up bringing it back, if my colleagues support that idea, just putting any kind of a very rough, we're not going to hold you to it, ETA or estimated time of completion for some of those items, because I know a lot of us are getting our ears pulled by people in the community who are curious about when something, you know, may be done. And it would be good to be able to say, oh, well, we think it's going to be this time, and this is what we're currently working with. So that's a friendly suggestion. You know, to answer your question about the microloan program, I think you heard, you know, 3 strong possibilities today, and that is, first, we reach out to a private partner. If that doesn't work, can we work with the water department or parking? then if neither of those work, then it would revert back to, let's look at what Healdsburg is doing. Did they do some kind of a build out within their city hall that we could replicate? I'm going to be looking for funding from PG&E settlement monies and CARES. And I want to say something with the utmost respect for staff and my colleagues on the council. But, you know, when it comes to that PG&E funds that we heard last week, sounds like settlement was reached. I don't want the city of Santa Rosa to be the only entity this year with their personal budget being a surplus when we have people facing eviction and businesses closing or on the verge of closing. So I think being able to use some of that money to float them through this difficult time is going to be philosophically important to me. And that's it. Thank you so much, Raisa.
Mr. Oliveras, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. It looks to me like staff has laid out a lot of work in themselves, and I applaud their efforts so far. For me, I would be satisfied with the report outs that we get as we reach milestones at council through the normal report out process. If needed, we can have some formal agenda item if we need it to take some formal action. But other than that, I'm happy with just the updates that we have been receiving. And also with any major changes in plan, I would like to know about those as they occur as well.
Thank you for that. Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of notes I've made. I think I would like to find out, get some information about Healdsburg and see if they have what they have done to make a program feasible. We'll probably be coming back with some more information regarding, but I'm going to ask actually Councilmember Rogers if he feels that I'm sensing that the best thing we should do as a committee or as a task force is to review your recommendations. And I see some promising results to some of these recommendations, that we categorize them potentially and then come back with an update. And as far as the feasibility and what department, there are a couple that like the local preference, which I've already dealt with at least for a while, and I think probably a lot of that work is done. We'd have to review that, but it might end up back into the long-term financial planning department. So we may want to place some of these in a couple of the buckets that we're already working with, and then come back with a report to the council. I hope you're not expecting it next week. Or like tomorrow. But we could definitely do that, because I do see some real possibilities. I'm especially interested in deferral of some of the common fees that we make people, those hoops that we make people jump through. So if we were to come up with kind of a response to these recommendations, the ETAs are going to be, it's going to be a real challenge. That could probably take, well, staff's already, heavily involved in the work that they're already doing. Coming up with the ETAs, even on just the priorities, could be a real piece of work to get completed. But perhaps we do it for for those things that we're working on the hardest, and when we expect to finish those items. Coming up with dates. Some of the things that are further out, I think probably would be an exercise in futility to try to come up with dates that we can really depend on. And I think that's what's important, is dates that are reasonable and dependable. One thing that I'm curious about that I feel like we need to leave this meeting with today is a clear understanding of the expectations of council when it comes to more things that people may think of that they want to put in front of us to consider. I'm not sure how we want to organize that and how we want to schedule that. It might happen during our updates, but there's a bandwidth that staff is dealing with, and that our committee is dealing with. And quite frankly, if we keep adding to the list, unless someone comes up with something that's just a real barn burner, I'd like to let us sit with this list right now. You could always communicate through staff if there's something that's just really sounds like a fabulous idea for the Economic Recovery Task Force. But let us sit with these, come back with a kind of where we're going to categorize them, and then see if some of these, and I think that perhaps some of these might, the recommendations from you, Mr. Rogers, might actually go into the priority list. I'm still very concerned about the loans, but until I think we owe it to Councilmember Tibbetts to talk to Hillsburg and see exactly what they have done. Let's do that due diligence and then bring it back potentially. If we were to have to vote on it right now, I would say no. That's not something I would be in favor of because of all those bullet points and managing that program looks really ominous to me. But we could certainly come back with a report on what Hillsburg has done. That's a real specific ask, and I think that we could probably come up with a pretty good response to that.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what I am trying to glean from this is what the overarching philosophy and desire from the council is. And I think that what I'm hearing is that there are great ideas that come from the wisdom of the council. And with the nature of an ad hoc committee, getting those ideas to us and getting report outs on what we're working on and what the timeline is on those things, both for your information and for the information of the public, seems to really be at the root of this. And I think that to that end, we can and should continue report outs and have periodic opportunities for people, because I have heard some excellent ideas here today that are things that I've heard here and there, but it really does help to hear a second person say it. But I do think that a timeline, given the moving nature of things, is probably unrealistic. I think what might be more realistic would be a timeline on some of the things that are maybe higher priority or more sensitive or have a greater impact. And I'd be willing to encourage staff to give a timeline on things that are deemed more sensitive. I think the fact that we have so many things on the list really necessitates us kind of being flexible about not applying an umbrella to the whole of everything here, and to really trying to get at the spirit of this, which is openness and transparency and communicating with the council and the public. And so following on with that, do I think this should come from the council or the task force? I think in general that it should come from the task force, but that there should be an opportunity, a channel in of sorts. And I don't know if that can come from council members emailing, and this is a question for the city attorney, can council members, if they do have an idea, can they email staff or Jeff Burke, our legal liaison, so that they do get to us in a way that doesn't violate the Brown Act?
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was going to raise that in response to Councilmember Tibbetts' comment. While there cannot be direct communication with the ad hoc council members, but certainly other council members may communicate with staff and raise suggestions and concerns through that avenue. So you're exactly right. Thank you.
So my hope then would be going forward that that we kind of get rid of the sense of there being an embargo on communication and commit to using Mr. Burke as the channel in, and then Ms. De La Rosa during the report outs, so that you'd have a loop that you could rely on in terms of getting information to us and then getting information back out. And then if that's not, I see Sue turning off her mute. Did I get it wrong?
No, you're right. I was just going to suggest that let us talk to the staff to determine who's the best point person for those communications. And then I'll send out an email to the full council letting you know what the avenue is.
Okay, great. So at any rate, we will then walk away within the next week or so with a clear channel of input and output, so that council members can feel confident that this is not happening in a vacuum. And I think that would go some way to both helping us on the task force know that we're operating within the scope of what the council wants us to do and what the community wants us to do, and reduce the sense of like the black hole nature of this. Some of the ideas that I heard today, I'd like to comment on them. The BIA, which is something we've been talking about for a while, I've been consistently reading their emails and consistently finding the Sonoma County BIA, consistently not finding mentions of Santa Rosa in these emails, and I'm very interested in hearing what some alternatives are. I do maintain, I think that the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber does great work. I do have concerns about the nature of them having a PAC that endorses political candidates and that we fund them. I think that that's problematic, which is not a criticism of their PAC or of the good work that they do, but just about money and politics and then us funding that as an organization. I do have some reservations there, but I think that we ought to look at some alternatives to the Sonoma County BIA. And then what Councilmember Rogers said around the local preference and the vacant properties, I think is excellent. And I would just add that when paired with the idea of an incubator, and especially one that focuses on economic growth, both incubators for innovation, but also for childcare so that we can get people back to work and get businesses up and running. We did really take a close look, and we'll take a closer look again at the loan program and with some of the ideas that you brought forth, Mr. Tibbetts. One of the things that troubles me with the statements around, that we have all this money and we shouldn't let anybody go under is that not all businesses were solvent prior to this. And that's politically it's a dicey thing to say, but we need to make sure that when we're investing our money, that we're investing it in ways that are going to get us reasonable returns. And we owe that to our taxpayers, to whom these payments, these PG&E payments are coming in for. They're not coming in to rescue every business that's in trouble. They're coming in to help our community. And I think we need to be very intentional about getting, as you put it, the best ROI as possible. And then, and so in my mind, incubators are more promising in that we're more likely to get new businesses filling a space rather than propping up it. And it doesn't mean that we shouldn't do the loan program, but the loan program as presented to me, just it didn't make any sense to proceed with that. It seemed like, window dressing on or moving chairs on the Titanic, and something that would maybe look good or signal our concern for our business community, of which we have great concern, but not actually offer much meaningful assistance. And so to that end, I'm not at present in support of it, but I'm still listening. And then the other concern about all this stuff is the funding sources. Again, I'm not of the mind that we ought to be just throwing around PG&E dollars like it's free money, because it is the furthest thing from free money. And I'm telling you all that 5 of you were on the council when we had the toughest fire. There's nothing free about what's coming to us. So let's be thoughtful and mindful and about how we get that, because I don't think we'll ever see, I hope we never see money like that again for such a terrible tragedy. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just start off with, I'm appreciative of the process that we're using now, because there's several opportunities. We've had this discussion before on council. You need information there. Yeah, we'll identify the specific staff person, but I think everyone knows who has been supportive, what staff have been supportive, and send those ideas there. I'm also very confident in Councilmember Sawyer and Vice Mayor Fleming's understanding of the importance. They listen to these discussions, and if they think this is something we need the whole council, I trust that they're going to make that decision. Also, I've been very appreciative of their process of prioritization, going from some different organization development models where you say, hey, why don't we start with the biggest impact, easiest to implement versus low impact, hard to implement. I think that task force has actually focused on that. So I'm really appreciative of that. And I like the way the process has been going. So the task force can do that deep dive, come back to council for a recommendation. And we also have, item 10 today. I would expect everyone who is on a task force or other related committee report out to council. So we need to have that shared responsibility of keeping our colleagues updated on all of our efforts. And I think both Councilmember Sawyer and Vice Mayor Fleming have been updating us as we're going along. It also affords an opportunity for our colleagues, or all of us, can ask them questions about it. And then again, collectively, when does it need to come to under item 7? Working with staff, the city manager, and the 2 council reps, I think you'll know when it's the appropriate time to come to there. Additionally, we've talked about some of these other different funding things. As everyone knows now, I've established another goal setting date of August 4th. That's where I think it's an opportunity. If we need to change these priorities, whether it be funding or whatever else you think, that's going to be a public opportunity for all of us to discuss our goals and prioritize what we as a council want to do for the final 5 months of 2020. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to continue these discussions, and I think there's mechanisms in place to have those public discussions so everyone can be involved. So with that, we've got a number of hands still up. Mr. Tibbetts, did you still have some comments you wanted to make?
I did. I had a question that I forgot to ask Raisa. So will the process still be much like the minimum wage, that it comes to the council with a recommendation and the council gets to weigh in on the policy itself and then up or down it as a body?
Well, yes, I suppose it depends on what the item is. So, for example, with the COVID-related sick leave, it's coming as an urgency ordinance because it's there's a strict timeline to that. It ends December 31st. So will we do it as a study session as we did with minimum wage? No, we will bring to you an urgency ordinance and hope to have the full council discussion at that time next week. To expedite that issue. But yes, otherwise, if that's the appropriate way to do it, absolutely, for policy, yes.
I mean, yeah, I'd love to see it the same way the minimum wage happened, just so that something that certain council members are interested in, it doesn't just kind of languish or die in a committee, but there's a way for us to be able to chime in on that in that moment.
Sure, and if I could make one clarification, because I was thinking back to the original minimum wage question and then the follow-up minimum wage question. I will say in this situation, it depends. There is if something is moving ahead very quickly for whatever reason, such as the emergency paid, the COVID paid sick leave, we do not have the capacity right now as staff to dig in as deeply as we did to understand all of the data points and implications and such what of businesses or residents. So I hope that you understand in advance the limitations we have on having that much outreach, engagement, and data.
Sure. Well, I'm glad to hear that will come back to the council, because I think hopefully we can contribute and help you out there, given your time constraints. The last thing I wanted to say is I wanted to respond to Vice Mayor Fleming directly. I brought this idea forward as a micro loan for businesses, but really this council, I think, needs to get beyond thinking about it as just for one group or cohort, meaning we need to separate ourselves from the concept of microloans for businesses and start thinking more broadly, like microloans for businesses, microloans for tenant assistants who we know are going to need that en masse pretty soon. Thinking about microloans to support the very incubators that you support, Ms. Fleming, because are we going to just give entrepreneurs the money to start up their businesses in these spaces, or are we going to give them loans? I would think we should be giving entrepreneurs loans, not grants. I just really want to hammer in, it's not who we're giving the money to, it's how we're providing support.
Before I let's see, next up is Mr. Rogers. Mr. Goen, did you want to provide some clarity as to how to contact staff, since 3 of these task forces are members of your staff?
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to clarify that, since the 3 task force that Bryce mentioned earlier in the presentation, there's a slide, the Economic Recovery Task Force, which Bryce is the lead. I'd ask if council members would like to provide input or have questions on any of those task force to contact the task force lead. So in an instance of economic recovery task force, that would be Rosa. For housing and homeless, that would be Dave Blind. And for the inclusion and equity task force, that would be Jason Carter. And at any time, you can also contact them, but we'll make sure that input gets brought back to the task force and discussed on the task force and addressed with appropriately.
And if I may, I just want to appreciate Assistant City Manager Ewan stepping in and speaking. I did not want to speak for his team without speaking with him first, but yes, very much support that those communications should go through the leads of the staff leads for each of the task force. So thank you, David.
Thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Rogers, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to clarify, I'm not trying to poo-poo in any way the work that's being done by the ad hoc committee. I think that this is mostly my preference of disliking ad hoc committees because we have a value in this city of community engagement. And it's less about me being able to get my ideas to committee members. I know how to do that. But we had Katrina talk in public comment about the very real impact that she's feeling to her business and brought us an idea about what might help her out. And then we had this entire discussion that hasn't even been addressed. So what I'm looking for is a way for folks who are in the public to also be engaged in the conversation, that if they are taking the steps to try to stay here and try to establish their businesses, the least that we can do is provide them an opportunity to engage with us as well. I get the report outs during the item 7 on the agenda. They rarely say what the report outs are going to be ahead of the council meeting. So how would somebody like Katrina know how to engage with us and feel heard at the end of it is part of why I want to have this ongoing discussion, or at least some airing of how she can get information to staff and to council members. So I just wanted to make it very clear. I'm not trying to dismiss the work that has been done by the ad hoc. It's been good work, but I also think that it's lacking some of the engagement from the community that they have come to expect in Santa Rosa.
I think 2 ways in which I can address that, at least initially, is one, we need to have a discussion within staff. I guess in speaking with City Attorney Gallagher and Assistant City Manager Ewan to understand how we can share this information out. We also have, with that, I would hope to be able to put on there our economic development contact information. We have an email, economicdevelopment@srcity.org, and we have a phone number, which of course right now I can't remember. But the likelihood of us being able to put something, updates onto our recovery website is probably good. We just need to understand how that is. Secondly, as I do when I listen to public comments at council meetings, when I'm out in the public, when I'm in other meetings, I do hear other ideas. I know that Vice Mayor Fleming and Councilmember Sawyer have brought ideas that they've heard in the community, and I definitely heard Katrina today, and is something that I will be adding to the list of how do we accommodate and work mostly through planning and building to see if there's a way to streamline temporary home-based businesses that were not normally based out of the home. We did that with parklets, or the curbside dining. We've done that now with outdoor sidewalk dining. We can probably take a look at what's possible there as well.
Right, thank you.
The other thing I'll just add too is that I think there was a request to make sure that we have this information out there. So we could look at setting up on the recovery website a list of the task force and an email address that people can send comments to, just so we do have another forum for the public to engage. But it is going to take all of us, as Rosa mentioned, we're all ambassadors in this. And so if you do hear something out there, if people do mention something, please share it with us and we will address that.
I think that Mr. Sawyer, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention once again the great work that's being done. I know that everyone that's on a task force they're all very appreciative of their staffs and what they do and what they bring to the table. I want to just, mention Jeff Burke has been very, very busy in helping us with the COVID paid sick leave, and you can imagine the kind of detail that entails. So I just wanted to give a shout out again to David Ewan. His leadership is always, you know, right on. He helps move us in the right directions and answers the questions that we're looking for. And Raisa, her reputation precedes her. She is very, very dedicated to what she's doing in this task force, and it shows in her work product. So you know, I mentioned Jeff and Raphael. You know, he's working really hard with the Roseland community and trying to come up with ways to be able to really highly focus some attention and economic development in Roseland. It's been very important to have him around the table. And Alan Alden, you know, with his finance knowledge, you know, this is all about money in many ways. They're great ideas coming from the community, and all of us, we council members are also members of the community, and many of our staff as well. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved in bringing us to where we are today. Thank you, council, for your great ideas, and we will keep working and bringing things to you as they become available. So thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer, for that summary. Well said. Raisa or David, did you have any other questions or did you get what you needed from council during the study session?
I know that I got what I needed and more. I want to thank you all. This was really incredibly helpful. And I hear you, Councilmember Rogers, when you say this is not to insult you, but it's only to help us, and it really has. So thank you for that. And please feel free to reach out at any time. Happy to add more things to it and to get your assistance in clarifying how we can move forward or new ideas in that way. So thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And that concludes item 3.1. We are going to take now a break. We will take a 15-minute break. We'll reconvene or a 15-minute recess at 4:25. 4:25, reconvene City Council meeting. Thank you. We ready to go, Stephanie?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll reconvene the June 30th Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd,
Present.
Councilmember Tibbetts, Councilmember Tibbetts,
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Here.
Councilmember Rogers,
Here.
Councilmember Oliveris,
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming,
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
City Manager McGlynn, item 3.2.
Item 3.2, community forum and input on Santa Rosa Community Empowerment Plan. Rosa de la Rosa presenting.
Hello again, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. And before I start, I'd like to welcome the community members present and participating today and to thank them for the input and guidance we've received so far. It's been incredibly helpful and I'm grateful to have you guys present. I'd also like to acknowledge Chief Navarro, Assistant City Manager Ewan, and the city's community engagement coordinator, Danielle Garduno, who are also on the line too, and will be available to help answer questions at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. So I thought it would be helpful to give a quick nod to the Mayor's Open Government Task Force from 2014, because that helped set the principles of civic engagement for the city and the value the city placed on developing a culture of public engagement. The goal of that task force was to improve openness and transparency in Santa Rosa municipal government with a component on how community members can best participate in the decision-making processes that shape the city. It's a foundational document to embedding an expectation of engagement throughout the departments and programs within the city. Next slide, please. The principles of civic engagement from that effort are summarized here and really should help shape engagement related to the community empowerment plan, as well as any other opportunities for change related to services or policies under the city's purview. There's a lot here, and clearly we're striving to achieve all of this. You know, I've heard it repeatedly when talking to protest organizers and community leaders, that this will take sustained collaboration. This is a sustained effort, and we need to have meaningful engagement. And even if it's just by us showing up whenever and wherever we can, maybe that's what easy participation is, but we must make it transparent and easy for our community. Next slide, please. I also want to acknowledge the Spectrum of Community Engagement tool. This is an internationally recognized model. It was developed to help clarify the role of the public in planning and decision-making and how much influence the community has or can have over planning or decision-making processes. To be clear, these are levels of engagement that have varying degrees of appropriateness depending on the context. These are not steps, these are not mandates, these are simply levels of engagement. Just by the nature of the organizational structure and I think the hierarchy of rules and laws of government, you know, from the federal level through the state, county, to the city, government in general tends to rely on lower levels of engagement. And Santa Rosa, though I truly believe that we're better than many, we're not exactly an exception to this. We know, however, that through the development of other policies that have been recognized as innovative, we know that this city can do things in a new and different manner. And I point to our recent housing policies as an example, or, after the Tubbs fire, what we did there. We know that we can push the construct of what some think is possible or wise, and that we've done so using all levels as defined in the Spectrum tool. Next slide, please. When we developed the community empowerment plan, we did so, really quickly in response to the protests and demands we were hearing from local Black leaders, community organizers during the public comment period at council meetings. But as alluded to earlier, just by the nature of how public meetings are set up, by nature of the Brown Act, there are many reasons that it can seem like government is not adequately accommodating a forum for the public to be heard by elected officials. It is true that though the protest started here on May 30th, it took a full month to get a community listening session and the community empowerment plan on the council agenda. But that does not mean that we were deaf to the national outcry that started, I have to say started this time with the killing of George Floyd, nor the localized demonstrations of exasperation that flowed into the streets here. The demands that were expressed in those demonstrations and in meetings, letters, public comments, forums from our nonprofit partners, all of these were the start to organic, constructive, and inclusive dialogues. So the next two slides are just sampling of what we heard as the demands of our community. And these are things that the Community Empowerment Plan provides just the first step in engaging the community to address in terms of policies and practices. And I feel like I need to be specific here in regards to the plan. When I say the community, I mean we're really focusing that plan on the Black and Brown community input. Not to minimize or oversimplify any of the elements of the demands, but so that we can get to public comment portions so that we can actually hear people present say more directly and specifically themselves what they want. I just want to summarize these slides into what I've heard are sort of three main buckets. The first being demands pertaining to law enforcement policies, practices, and budgets. The second are demands specific to the protests. And then the third addresses the broader city organizational practices, policies, and budgets. So for example, 8 Can't Wait and 8 to Abolition were brought up, and these provide a framework. It's a national framework for change that include the call for defunding or demilitarizing the police, for reallocating funds to violence prevention and other social safety net programs. But also, I would say in that first bucket of, specific to Santa Rosa Police Department, there's been a call to restructure the police department, a call to hold officers accountable, including termination of law enforcement officers based on auditor findings or other demonstrations of gross misconduct. There's a demand to make law enforcement officers' records available to the public, creating a civilian-controlled, transparent Santa Rosa Police Department Oversight Committee. And then other policies such as banning use of facial recognition technology, banning warrantless drone surveillance over private property, and policies such as that. But the second bucket that I mentioned was specific to the protests, and I do want to share some of those, which were the call to investigate use of force and detainments during the protests and dropping charges against protesters. There's also the request to halt SWAT response to protests, and then to not use tear gas to disperse crowds. Next slide, please. Related to the broader city organizational practices, policies, and budgets, the general idea here is to address injustice holistically and is seen as a byproduct of poverty and systemic failures to serve people equitably. So actions requested include creating and incorporating a cultural equity and cultural competency program into city systems and programs, or even creating an equity office within the city. Focus funding on underdeveloped and undersupported areas of the city and marginalized groups within the community. Create revenue generation opportunities and partnerships with community organizations to help pay for social programs. Create a platform for submittal of community generated resolutions or perhaps even ordinances, and to provide a platform to create local governing policies. Next slide, please. So while staff or council can link the broad summary of these demands to the various elements of the community empowerment plan, I want to pause here just to reiterate one of the outcomes we hope to get out of this meeting is input from the public as to whether we're on the right track with this plan and to involve the community in thinking beyond this plan to the next steps. The idea is to be iterative, to create a feedback loop of doing something, measuring and analyzing it, correcting and or doing something new and then repeating. So this is a feedback loop. I am only the acting division director for community engagement. So I want to say that I checked in today with Magali Tellis, who's the just absolutely amazing woman the city just hired as the new division director of community engagement. She starts at the end of this month. She is on the call and I know she's listening. But I asked her if there's anything specific she also wants me to impart tonight. And she said that she wanted to reiterate that this is a living, breathing document, as I just said. The community, to put it in her words, needs to check us, needs to help us understand what is important to measure as well, and then what collective success looks like. Next slide, please. So the empowerment plan consists of 3 goals. The first of which is to increase constructive and inclusive dialogue between leaders from Black and Latinx communities. And while this goal has quantitative and time-specific outcomes, we do not mean for this to be restrictive in the objectives, except to reiterate that the target audience for involvement are, again, the Black and Latinx communities within Santa Rosa and in the county of Sonoma. But that said, in speaking with some of the protest organizers and community leaders, we understand that the city needs to gain and build or rebuild trust with minority communities. We hope that the dialogue is not solely focused, especially in this goal 1, on the Santa Rosa Police Department, but we have an opportunity to include broader safety net solutions here, such as economic opportunity, hiring practices, program budgeting, and other elements of that 3rd bucket that I mentioned earlier from what we've heard from the community. Next slide, please. Goal 2, on the other hand, is very specific to the Santa Rosa Police Department, in that the community is provided with opportunities to review and provide input on the police department's use of force and community policing policies. To this end, the mayor's already created a public safety council subcommittee, but beyond that, the interest is to understand and establish a community-based guidance in input for the department. And here too is where the scope of work for the independent police auditor would be shaped. Next slide, please. Lastly, goal 3 is not actually a reiteration of goal 2. I just failed to update that slide, but goal 3 is actually to establish a feedback loop, as I mentioned earlier, to gauge effectiveness of efforts with and in the community and among city staff. So originally, the idea behind this goal was to address staffing resource strategies related to effective engagement and responding to the breadth of community requests that come into the police department. But we realized early that's just far too narrow a need, and that what we really want is to not rely on the police department for all of the engagement requests or for the police department to be seen as the source for community engagement, but to broaden the opportunities and access to information citywide as appropriate. Also, 10, where I started in the goals, and as it says in the title of this goal, here's where we integrate that feedback loop. So there are next steps and additional possibilities. Next slide, please. Again, we have Danielle Garduno on the line, Chief Navarro, and Assistant City Manager Gulen to help answer questions or to clarify points. I did want to keep this brief. I am most interested in hearing from the community, as I'm sure you are, and so that concludes the presentation.
Thank you for that presentation, Raisa. Council, any questions? Mr. Rogers, you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Raisa, just thank you so much. I know how much work has gone into this so far. And this is actually less of a question and more of answering a question that I keep receiving from folks in the public. And that's sort of how this dovetails with the Open Government Task Force and the Open Government Sunshine Ordinance that we've been drafting. And I did just want to mention, I've spoken to both the mayor and the city manager, and now with Magali coming on board, we do anticipate that in the next couple of weeks, we'll be calling an Open Government Task Force meeting to formally approve and send to council for discussion the Sunshine Ordinance. And so I did just want to mention that before we went to public comment, because I have received quite a few questions about that from folks who have been tracking that progress as well.
Great, thank you for that. Any other questions from council? Mr. Dowd.
I have a question about the forums, and I know you have a committee to do this. Is members of the council to listen, not participate in discussion, but I would like to hear what people have to say if it's a way we can kind of slip by the Brown Act, if there's any room to do that.
I didn't quite hear the first part of your question, but I believe I have the gist of it. So if you could repeat if I miss anything of it. So there is a report that will come out of this for the organized portion of the of goal 1. So the ones that are a little bit more specific. But I would encourage you to that there are so many listening sessions, and while we will present I think probably do periodic presentations or regular, I should say, presentations back to the council so we can keep this in the public eye and have multiple ways in which to have input. I just want to reiterate that this process and this plan is not the only way in which we should be listening to our community and acting.
And Mr. Dowd, did that get your portion? Because I also couldn't hear the first part of your comment. Did that response address your comments?
Yeah, somewhat, but I really do believe that you've got a subcommittee of 3, and that's appropriate. And it's just a matter of liking to hear, and as I said, not participate, but hear what members of the community are saying about what we should do and where we should go. But I stand to be informed about what rules of engagement would be acceptable.
Great, thank you. Madam City Attorney, do you want to make a comment?
Yes, I also didn't hear the first part of your question. So if your question is about your ability to hear the subcommittee is a Brown Act committee, and I believe that it will be broadcast as well. So you will have that opportunity to hear that discussion.
Okay, thank you. That's all I really wanted to do is listen.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we're then going to open it up to public comment, either Madam Host or City Clerk. Do you want to take it from here?
Thank you, Mayor. Now's the time for public comment on item 3.2, the Community Empowerment Plan. And I'm going to pop open the screen share in just a moment. the first public comment will be from Evan, followed by Shelley. Evan, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic?
I believe I'm unmuted.
Terrific, Evan. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose. And do you see your timer on your screen?
I do not see a timer on my screen. Oh, I do now. I see, is it the 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Terrific. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon. My name is Evan Phillips. I know and have worked with some of you and unfortunately haven't gotten a chance to meet all of you. I'd like to thank Rosa De La Rosa for her presentation. It's obvious she's been listening, and Danielle Garduno and other unelecteds have been listening to the community and are hearing what we've said and how we feel. With that said, with all due respect for decorum, pleasantries, and protocol, I feel I'm not alone in the community to express that the tone of this meeting so far, as well as last week, feels highly alarming and concerning. The business as usual sort of feel from council members, it feels very tone deaf. The passing of the proposed budget seems very irresponsible, unethical, and it does not reflect values in alignment with this community. Historically, people do not pay this close of attention to the function of local municipalities, but this is a new time. And the models of old will not best serve the needs and values of the future. And I fear collectively, you're not fully appreciating the gravity or the urgency of what we're facing when we find ourselves amidst two overlapping humanitarian crises. We're in the middle of a pandemic with unknown health and economic impacts, running our reserve funds down to what seem to be projected under $2 million, if I'm correct, while simultaneously increasing spending with the police department is reckless policy. Overall, the increases to the Santa Rosa Police Department budget under current social conditions is completely unacceptable. I understand and appreciate that some of those thresholds are voter mandated and fixed numbers, but to continue as business as usual does not reflect the situation we are in. Also, it's a known sociological and anthropological fact that upfront investment in preventative models is more effective than investing in responsive models to address events that have already occurred. Obviously, you need both, but if you don't have to have a response because you prevented something, that is clearly a better path. And these are not just nice philosophical ideas. There are lots of proven models. There are lots of local entities and nonprofits and agencies that have demonstrated so. And overall, I just like to say that this is so much bigger than police reform. We need a full-scale plan to address injustice at large, which stems from poverty and other things. And I'd like to remind all of you, and again, with all due respect, that 4 of the 7 seats are up in November, which is a majority vote. And this business as usual sort of attitude, it's not going to suffice. This incremental appeasement will not suffice. The speed of normal bureaucracy will not suffice. There are bigger picture concerns from the community, like the lobbying relationship the police and fire unions have with city council, or what appear to be racist organizations like the Sonoma County Alliance having such influence on local policy, and how we procure outside services without consulting BIPOC people and beyond and other marginalized groups is unacceptable. I just like to end with, we're gonna get a lot louder, a lot larger, and more organized. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Shelley, followed by Mitsumasa.
Thank you very much. My name is Shelley Smith. I'm a relatively recent resident in Santa Rosa, and I appreciate the plan that has been created. And my main concern is that I don't see mention of Indigenous leaders along with Black and Latinx leaders. And that is a really serious oversight. So my recommendation is that you do the work to locate the Indigenous leaders and make sure that their voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. The next public comment will be from Mitsumasa, followed by Sarah Bird. Hi, Mitsumasa. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I see a 3-minute timer.
Terrific. Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Yeah, my name is Mitz Waltz, and I am very appreciative of the first speaker's points. We are essentially in a transition right now, which has no more time for people who are going to use bureaucracy to continue to fail our collective needs. This is not the time. What we do need to do moving forward immediately as possible. In fact, I urge you, City Council, to purchase public restrooms for people who are living outside right now, because I spoke to a number of people who are living outside right now over the last couple weeks who talk about getting mass testing done for COVID. This is racial violence. This is eugenics in action. And if you want to do anything along with people, you need to take care of the most vulnerable first. And what happened recently is a barefaced attack on Indigenous people, on Black people, on queer and transgender people living outside, on people who need caregiving. And we can have an economy that's based on caregiving. We don't need an economy anymore that's extractive, as if wealth is only able to be generated through violence. A lot more wealth can be generated through caregiving. Let me say that earlier in the meeting, you know, I'm at work right now, but earlier in the meeting, I did tune in and observe council members talk about the area near the Dollar Tree in Roseland as being a vacant place which is ripe for development of some kind. And I want to interrupt that hallucination. That location specifically has been one of the few places that people created collective shelter and managed to maintain some semblance of community and support for each other, experiencing houselessness, which is not an accident, by the way, and it's no fault of the people experiencing that. It is by design, and it is colonization, and it is profit-driven.
Thank you, Mitsu. The next public comment will be from Sarah, followed by Keith. Sarah, your speaking permissions have been enabled. Please unmute your microphone.
Thank you.
Do you see the timer on your screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Sarah Bird, and I would really like to see Santa Rosa be at the forefront of the police violence issue. I'm seeing cities making a lot of changes across the nation, and I think that Santa Rosa should really be first and foremost in this. We are a community, and I think we should be taking care of everyone in our community. Our current policing system is not working right now. I didn't realize until recently how many deaths there were due to police violence and for innocent people. So let's work on exploring community problem solving and move the huge percentage of funding that goes to the militarized police into other proven social methods. What should be happening now is dividing what is now police work into different groups trained to respond with nonviolent problem solving, so we don't have a record of police violence that's honestly pretty horrific. Let's work on supporting our community and solving problems and not suppressing our community. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Sarah. The next public comment will be from Keith, followed by Karen. Keith, we've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic?
I did it.
Terrific. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I won't need the whole 3 minutes, but no, I don't.
Okay. You should have, if you're looking at participating via Zoom, there should be a timer on your the screen share.
I probably
If
have
you
to
don't,
go.
if you don't see it, we'll have an audio indicator for you.
I see it.
Terrific. Thank you, Keith. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose. Your time begins now.
My name is Keith Reinhardt, and I'm a concerned citizen. I was at a listening session earlier today hosted by Second Chance Club at the Santa Rosa Junior College. And there was a representative from the district attorney there. And the idea of a citizen review board rather than an auditor position came up. They definitely want this for the county. The auditor position at the county level have proved to be pretty much useless in getting the sheriff's office to change their bad behaviors. So I've heard both terms in this presentation. I want to advocate for a citizen review board rather than replacing the auditor for the city of Santa Rosa. This review board should have a couple of council members and a representative from each of the 7 council districts. The board should have the power to subpoena officers, witnesses, and other parties appropriate to the incident being discussed. The board should have the power to apply discipline and forward discipline recommendations to that public service board that's in charge of reviewing employee performance in general, because I understand that that's a necessary step. I want to thank the City Council of Santa Rosa, Mayor, Vice Mayor, all the members, and everybody who's present to listen to people today about this. And I strongly urge that rather than replacing the auditor, that you put together a good, solid review board that has some power to affect employee performance in the Santa Rosa Police Department when and if that becomes necessary. I thank you.
Thank you, Keith. The next public comment will be from Karen, followed by Merlin. Karen, we've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
I did.
Thank you, Karen. Do you see the timer on your screen?
Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
My name is Karen Weeks, and I would like to read this letter into the record. Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the City Council, I am speaking to you today on behalf of myself and other members of the Mayor's 2014 Open Government Task Force in support of the proposed principles of community engagement. The proposed Santa Rosa Community Empowerment Strategy works hand in hand with the recommendations of the OGTF. The plan was developed through months of public meetings and numerous listening sessions. And while the report does not explicitly address our community's anger and frustration with policing, it absolutely does address our community's anger and frustration with local government. One of the main things we heard during our meetings was that local government is not listening to the community. People feel cut off and cut out of local decision-making and feel powerless to have an impact on critical policies impacting their lives. Much has been accomplished in very difficult times in the 5 years since the report was published, but as we are currently experiencing, there's much more work that needs to be done. With the multiple events of the past month and the turmoil it has caused in our community, we are seeing the fragility of our local system of engagement and governance. It is more important now than ever before to really engage and implement the act of sincere and intentional listening. As discussed in the OGTF report, there needs to be a cultural change within the city, a shift in mindset toward inclusion, curiosity, and the embrace of active community participation. This is what brings people together in times of crisis. This is what enables a community to be adaptable and functional when significant change is needed. As an important next step, we urge the council to finally adopt the Sunshine Ordinance and to once again look at the recommendations in the OGTF final report related to community engagement and transparency. Signed by Dee Dee Bridges, Terry Griffin, Peter Stanley, Robin Swinth, Karen Weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. The next public comment will be from Merlin, followed by Eric. Merlin, we have enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I do.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, this is Merlin. I keep hearing that you've heard us, but you've had a whole month of global protests to hear. And the most you've come up with is a slide deck saying that you're going to try to hear us going forward. Your plan makes an assumption of some kind of reform, of auditing policies, community policing, training. These are all things that increase, that protect the police, that increase their funding, that protect them. You've given them a full seat at the table. Hi, Officer Navarro. Who else from the community? We like to hear from our community. Who else from the community has a full seat at the table like Officer Navarro there? The police need to not have a seat at this table. They are the abusers, and you have not heard that. You have not acted. You've put up on the screen the demands that you know are there, but you have not heard them. Where is your plan to dismantle the Santa Rosa Police Department? Where is your plan to defund it even a little bit? Can you take off 10%? Can you go back to the funding that they had a couple of years ago? Can you figure out how to fund your reelection without their union? Can you figure out how to get the endorsement of the community instead of the police unions? Instead, in the last month, you have kettled protesters. You've brutalized them and now are facing lawsuits. You have arrested hundreds and exposed them to threats of COVID-19 within the jail while denying them their rights and denying them social distancing. You have yet again continued your persecution of the homeless. Just last week, oh, you've heard us? You've heard us? You're going to be less brutal? Just last week, you raided people's homes under the 101 underpasses. You scattered over 90 people, probably much more than that. That's a very conservative estimate by Press Democrat and all. You've arrested at least 20 in one raid. Where's your plan? Let's hear it tonight. Dismantle or defund by 75% and do it again the next year. Where's your plan? Fuck you.
The next public comment will be from Eric, followed by Joel. Eric, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Eric, do you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Yes, thank you. This is Eric Frazier in Santa Rosa. Like previous callers, I am sort of concerned to observe the alarming level of backslapping and well dones, really over the top. Speaks to something other than professional accountability and standards that should exist between staff and city council, essentially their employers. It's not that I have any malintent against anybody that's acting professionally in staff or is an elected official or is involved with the police department or anything like that. Everybody's acting with good intent. But what we need to get at is the structural problems that are creating incredible inefficiencies and especially injustice. It should be the main goal of any elected official to be addressing injustice. That should be their number one thing. And boy, I tell you, there's a lot that exists here in the city, as you know, as you've been paying attention, hopefully, to our commentary. One of the blaring things left off of the list, and before I get to that, though, I do want to thank Karen Weeks for giving a great overview of the Open Government Task Force, something I participated in. But that's an example of how the public is abused, not taken seriously. We're being handled by your staff. We're being ignored by our elected officials. So in the final minute, I would like to strongly suggest, and I'm surprised it was left off the list, that the city consider having an elected mayor and possibly an elected police, chief of police by the people overall in the city. It would change the logjam or the problems created by the Brown Act, probably be other problems introduced. It would hold somebody accountable to the people when we need it. And again, no dig against our city manager. Certainly staff has been called upon for meeting the challenge of incredible times. But it's a flawed system when the city manager is essentially a backroom deal that's not accountable to the people. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Eric. The next public comment will be Joel, followed by Nick. Joel, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. If you so choose, please identify yourself for public record and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Joel Strauss. Thank you for holding this public forum. I really appreciate it. I just have a quick question. In San Francisco, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Eugene, Oregon, they have taken steps to create a team of unarmed specialists to respond to non-criminal 911 calls, such as homelessness, behavioral health emergencies, and neighborly disputes. I was wondering if the city of Santa Rosa has considered looking into and implementing similar policies. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Joel. The next public comment will be from Nick, followed by Narelle. Nick, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I do, yes.
Okay, please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Nick Matos, and the fact of the matter is that as much as this is an interesting plan that tries to get ahead of some of the demands of the community has been clear and unequivocal. We don't want or need more dialogue or forums. We want the defunding, demilitarization, and dismantling of the SRPD. Here's the thing, is that in the last few weeks alone, we know that protesters have been violently kettled, mass arrested, fired upon, sued, and then the police were sued for brutality as a result of this. As Merlin brilliantly and passionately noted earlier, they also, the SRPD also decimated the unhoused population by evicting 90 plus people from the 101 underpasses, arresting 20 plus people, taking most of their possessions, et cetera, all in the name of reopening downtown business. And here's the thing. As Alex Vitale brilliantly puts in his work, The End of Policing, which I encourage all members present to be reading in advance of any further meetings of this type, these aren't bugs in the system. These are features of policing. And as Sarah Bird noted brilliantly earlier as well, this is not really the point in which we should be talking about plans to have further listening sessions. This is the point where we need to start talking about how to reallocate and redistribute the money that currently is being put into the police into programs that actually help our community. Because here's the fact of the matter. 4 of the 7 seats that are, as Evan Phillips noted earlier, are coming up for re-election in November. This is really a moment when our city council members can get ahead of the ball to move towards the sort of goals that are articulated in 8 to abolition. This is the moment when we can overcome the challenges that are instituted by things like Measure O that will prevent us from doing that by having a forum that really forwards the goals of abolishing the police and creating a government and a local budget that really works for the community. We need you to do this now. We've been totally clear, and Black and brown activists have been completely unequivocal about the goal of demilitarizing, dismantling, and defunding the police for decades now. You know what to do. You've heard us, and as you said in slide 1 that you presented earlier, slide 2, that you actually have seen how much of a public outcry from your constituency are asking specifically for the defunding, demilitarization, and dismantling of the police. Now is the time to act as though you've heard us. Now is the time to act in order to start to write the horrible rewrite the horrible history that we've had and move towards a future that actually works for the citizens of Santa Rosa. It is time to defund, demilitarize, and dismantle the SRPD.
Thank you, Nick. The next public comment will be from Narelle, followed by Colin. Narelle, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Yep.
Terrific. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I do.
Please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
I have a main concern with just the fundamentals of the community empowerment plan, and that is one of your goals. It just seems like a giant oxymoron, a paradox, that you are providing this plan in order to communicate and establish dialogue with Santa Rosa City Council and your communities of color, but are not providing these sessions in Spanish. And police brutality and racial profiling disproportionately does affect Black communities, but also Latin communities. And your biggest community of color here is Hispanics. You know, I remind you, who was the last person that recently died at the hands of police brutality? A Hispanic teenager. And just like his family and the thousands of Hispanic families in this city that are your constituents, you have to communicate to them. And I am a Latina woman who does have the privilege of speaking Spanish and English, but I can tell you that my mom and my dad don't have the confidence to talk to city council in their broken English. So if you want to cater to your community, you have to do so in a form that they will be heard. You have to also put Indigenous people at this table, give them a seat at the table, as well as Black folks. So I suggest that you revisit the setup of this plan and offers listening sessions in Spanish that can later be translated to English for City Council to understand. And I also have another concern with what Vice Mayor Fleming mentioned in the last week's City Council meetings. She said she believed that defunding the police meant actually rearranging funds within the police department. And I just wanted to say that that is far from what we've been asking. That could be proven through the 200 plus public comments and the hundreds of emails and thousands of requests that you've been receiving. Defund means defund. Defund means budget cuts like Minneapolis, LA, and SF. Defund is the first step to dismantling, and we do need to dismantle this police department in Santa Rosa in order to reimagine a new public safety system, a system in which the police department will play a minor role and you can reallocate funds to prevent crime in a system where people don't have to be scared of local leaders, a system where racial profiling is minimized. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Colin, followed by Rachel. Colin, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen?
I do.
Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Colin Metcalf. I am a lifetime resident of Santa Rosa. I was born here, I grew up here, and I still live here. And I want to say first, I'm glad that in the first two slides of your presentation, or of Raisa's presentation, I think that's her name, that someone heard us, at least, that someone was listening. And I want to say that I want to reiterate what Merlin and Nick said, that we have had enough of listening. The comparison that I find most apt is an abusive relationship where somebody hurts you, they abuse you, and you go to them and you say, you've hurt me, you've abused me. And they say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm listening to you, I hear you, everything's gonna be better, I swear it won't happen again. And then they do it again. And then you tell them again. And they say, I hear you, I listen, I'm gonna change. And then they do it again. And that's the relationship that we have with Santa Rosa Police right now. And I expect this to change. I do not expect to have an abusive relationship with my city, the city where I grew up, the place where I feel like I should be proud. I should be proud of Santa Rosa. And right now, I'm disgusted by it. And we need to see action. I'm tired of you saying, we're listening to you, we're learning, prove it, okay? Prove it with action, prove it with change. Dismantle, defund, change the police department. Because right now, shooting people in the streets with tear gas, with rubber bullets, not okay. I'm glad to see that you're having these listening sessions, but honestly, until things change, I don't believe you. I don't trust you. You're abusing us. You're hurting people in the streets. You're killing people. Other speakers have mentioned that 4 members are up for re-election this semester, or not semester, this year. And for those of you who are listening, other members of the public, I'd like to tell you who those people are, so that if they do not act, you can vote them out. Members up for re-election this year are Chris Rogers, Ernesto Oliveras, Richard Dowd, and Jack Tibbetts. I expect to see action from all 4 of you, all 7 of you, actually, but especially from you 4, because if you do not act, we will do what we do with abusive relationships, and we'll cut you out. I have no patience for this. Act or leave. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Rachel, followed by Yesenia. Rachel, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
My microphone is unmuted.
Thank you. Do you see the time on your screen?
I do.
Please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Rachel Berry. I was born and raised in Santa Rosa, and I even moved back. And in the last several years, the amount of work done by Santa Rosa has been clogged with bureaucracy. I can testify to this very explicitly as somebody who ran the Elsie Allen shelter and also tried to start a nonprofit within this community to uplift our members of our community. We saw that funding disappear to longstanding organizations with little to no accountability. I also want to reiterate several things that the members have said from the community in this comment section. You must look at the Sunshine Ordinance and you must approve it. I'm shaking because I have had a love for the city and I only grow it when I hear from community. And I'm disheartened from it every time I interact with bureaucracy because it doesn't address our people's needs. And that is what you're here for, is to take care of Santa Rosa's and its residents. To that end, I think that we really should defund and dismantle the police, not because I have anything against people who are police officers. I know many and have many within my family. I say it because when you look at what has happened with tear gas, do you know that tear gas is not allowed to be used internationally? Do you know that Marcus, who was at the police on his knees, got hit in the face with a sting ball grenade by Santa Rosa police? If that is what you do to local tribal leaders, do you not think that maybe in a room full of mostly white people and a Hispanic man are maybe not the people who should be the ones organizing? You have to listen. And I don't mean just listen to what we have to say in this forum. You all should go and find out why people are so angry. Have you spent time learning the history? Because without learning the history, without hearing their collective voices and learning 400 years of history, there is no way you can ever imagine what you need to do. I just spent 9 of my own hours listening to a podcast about how schools in Brooklyn were affected over the last 100 years. Have any of you done that kind of work? Because if you are sitting there and you are nodding your head and hoping we all come and do the work for you, that means you aren't doing your jobs, which is to do this work too. You should be with us. You should be not just saying you're going to do something, but putting your neck out there and saying, this is what I want done. And that's how you're going to stay our leaders, not by ignoring the calls to action. And I would like to see you guys all publish what you guys watch and read so we can have an understanding of what you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. The next public comment will be from Yesenia, followed by Veronica. Yesenia, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen?
I do, I'm ready.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, so this is actually my first public meeting that I've spoken at. And I just want to start off saying that I work in the events department in Sonoma County. And because of COVID, I have been essentially laid off. So I haven't been working for the last 3 months. With my time, I've been able to become a public servant, which I thought all of you guys were as well. I have been dedicating myself to the protest and to the unsheltered in our community. I have been out at least weekly, if not more than that, just handing out water, making meals. My kids have been involved. We're making over 200 meals, you guys, to feed these people because we don't have enough services for them. I've witnessed last week the dismantling of their communities, their lives being ripped from underneath them by cops. So a bunch of us were legal observers for their lawyers, and it was unhumane the way that they're grabbing women and shoving them in police cars. It's not okay. I, as a woman, should not have to see that happening. And those people themselves should not have to be enduring such horrible treatment from people that are supposed to be helping them. And since cops aren't actually helping our community, I am outraged and I do want them to be defunded. I need everybody to feel safe. The police were saying that these people were stealing, and I really doubt that they care whether or not they were stealing. And as far as all the restrictions that I have been reading, the police department was also supposed to provide storage for the unsheltered possessions, and they didn't. So they lost everything and just had to be scattered throughout the community where nowhere to go because there's not enough spaces for them anywhere. Finley or Sam's, there's nothing for them. You guys started off doing so good in March when we were all desperately afraid of COVID. There was bathrooms for the unsheltered. There were hand washing stations. There were dumpsters. And little by little, you pulled everything. We have the funds to do it, but we are not doing it. So why aren't you doing it? It's been 3 months. I've been out there. I've met the people. I see their needs. I don't know how the fuck long you've been doing this, but you need to be doing more. Defund the police, provide for the homeless, and do better.
Hi, thank you. The next public comment will be from Veronica, followed by Carla.
Hi,
Veronica, please.
Sure. My name is Veronica, and I'm speaking as a citizen in the city of Santa Rosa. I've lived in the city and county for 42 years, and I raised my kids here, and I'm representing a Latina family and a Black family. My family is interracial, and we have had our share of discrimination and racism directed towards us. And I also worked in the courts for 32 years, actually the district attorney's office in the courts. And I got to see the other side of law enforcement, or the other side of the coin, so to speak. And so I kind of know some of the thinking that goes on with some of the police and their mindsets. I met a lot of good police officers. A lot of them I still consider my friends, but I also met some real jerks as well. And so I would just like to say that I'm in favor of a citizen review board. I would like to address hiring practices to weed out candidates that have racist mindsets or power trips or whatever it is that they come in with that for some reason is not being discovered in the hiring process. I also would like to say, if we don't bring to the table to these conversations, it's not just Santa Rosa PD, there's CHP and there's Sheriff's Office. It's like these agencies work together. And when the protests were happening, you saw Sebastopol, you saw Cotati, you saw all their little police cars come up here, and I live downtown. And I'm like, wow, what's going on? And then I find out that I'm just disgusted that people were shot with rubber bullets and tear gassed when they were violating a curfew. I mean, really, let them speak, let them say what they have to say. I just can't believe that actually happened in my city. It was helicopter was flying over. It was like war. And I know about military. I have a lot of family in the military. The police department is not a military agency or department. It's there to serve and protect the citizens of the city. And that was my job when I worked for the court. I served the citizens. I was a civil servant. And the military is wartime. We're not in a war zone. This is our city. We're supposed to be able to be peaceful. I want the harm to stop. I want accountability. I want to know where the police department is on 8 Can't Wait. What's the position that each of you have on 8 Can't Wait? I'm glad you're listening, but now what? What happens after that? I just want more to be done. I'm not going to sit here and complain. I will help. I'll sign up for whatever. I will help. But I want some accountability, and I want the harm to stop. And I can't even want to go into the stories that happened to my family my police officers in the city of Santa Rosa. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Veronica. The next public comment will be from Carla, followed by Brenda. Carla, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Yes, it's unmuted.
Thank you. Do you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Right. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Carla Weiking. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Rosa. I'm currently raising 3 small children in this town. I grew up here. I've lived many other places and come back to raise my children. But I'm very upset to see that it's feeling less and less safe for me to do that. I'd like to echo the sentiments of pretty much all the callers. I'd like to highlight Evan Phillips because I think he gave a nice overview. Here's the thing. This is the 3rd time I've called the city council asking for the bare minimum, things like stopping tear gas and rubber bullets being used by Santa Rosa Police Department. That has still not happened. 8 Can't Wait is like a stopgap, something that was supposed to happen immediately to address just the bare minimum so that we could move forward with larger reforms and defunding. That hasn't happened. Since we have Chief Navarro on the line, I would love to know why we haven't been testing rape kits. You have an inflated budget, my mind is blown. Thank you, Vice Mayor Fleming, for bringing that to the public's attention. The fact that rape kits aren't being tested is not okay. The fact that all 8 have not already been instituted and the 8 can't wait is not okay. Tear gas and rubber bullets, not okay. And this is bare minimum. This is before the community forums. I really love the idea of a citizen review board with real power. All of the listening is great, but do the bare minimum yesterday. This is ridiculous. I understand that there's tons of bureaucracy and channels that need to go through, and Measure O is a hurdle. I'm hearing that. I'm understanding that, and I can be patient for the larger reforms, but do the bare minimum. Show us that you're actually listening by acting. Act, please. I am so frustrated because I feel like all these beautiful people are pouring their hearts out to you, and while you've put it on a PowerPoint, you haven't actually done anything. Please, the time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. The next public comment will be from Brenda, followed by Evan. Brenda, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic?
Hi, this is Brenda.
Hi, Brenda. Do you see your timer on the screen?
I do.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose.
Hi, this is Brenda Gilchrist, and I'm a concerned citizen like Carla. I also agree with you, Carla. We do not feel safe in Santa Rosa. Throughout the county, we've seen thousands of street addicts that we've had concerns about that have been moving from encampment to encampment. Recently, the JRT was blocked off from residents and taxpayers to use the JRT again because of the street addicts. We are concerned about the lack of intervention that requires high barrier treatment facilities for these chronic, addicted, and mentally ill people on the street that need care and compassion. They don't need low barrier shelters. We need to have compassion with intervention. That's our solution to getting people off the street. We feel as Citizens for Action Now, I'm a member of that group, that it's not compassionate to have people on the streets living without any treatment and continuing to be just shotgun all over the place. The tiny villages, the encampments, the tent cities that are low barrier without required court-ordered treatment is not a solution. In regards to our defunding, Citizens for Action Now has taken a position that we support our police, we support our sheriff, we support all of our law enforcement. We are shocked and disgusted to see the screaming at our officers, the disrespect at our officers, the throwing glass, the tagging of our downtown, destroying of our buildings and our businesses, throwing things at police officers and disrespecting them in a way that I've never seen in my life. All of us are concerned about our safety, our public health, and the risk to ourselves and our families if the city council and or board of supervisors, whoever that may be, defunds our police or reforms it in any way that is going to further erode our public health and safety. We need to get serious. We need to get tough on crime in Santa Rosa. This is a beautiful area. The concerns that citizens have right now is that if it continues to erode, you're going to continue to see an exodus of amazing, great people that care about this community, that invest in this community, that have businesses in this community, that are workers. We support our police. We do not want to see them defunded. We do want to recommend anybody that has concerns about if they felt that they were racially profiled, any abuse, we need to have an internal investigation, investigate their complaints individually. We want to hear the facts, hear witnesses, and see evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brenda. The next public comment will be from Evan, followed by Charlotte. Evan, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Evan. Do you see a timer on your screen?
I do.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Evan. After Brenda's comment, I truly hope that there's an exodus of her and people who think like her in our community. I'm glad that Chief Navarro is on the line, because it is absolutely grotesque to invite Police Chief Navarro to have a seat at the table with our community after allowing the firing of tear gas and rubber bullets on peaceful teenage protesters. After Navarro's brutality, his admission of untested rape kits, and his disgusting justification for the use of tear gas in a meeting with CAPS on Monday. Navarro's salary was $200,671.63 in 2018. This is unethical that a man who makes just shy of $250,000 is allowed to terrorize the houseless members of our community. Listening sessions rather than action are insulting to our community. It is time to fire Chief Navarro and fine him at minimum $3 million to be directly reinvested into the houseless community and those directly impacted by his officers' brutality. Action over lip service. The Santa Rosa Police Department are racist terrorists, and we must all work. Yes, we, as in you, ex-police officer Mayor Schwedhelm, whose pension in 2019 was $167,000 and $192.40, and ex-police officer Councilmember Oliveras, whose 2019 pension was $148,820. Bureaucracy is no excuse for inaction, while Black and Indigenous people of color have been terrorized for centuries in America. Apology without change in behavior or quote-unquote listening sessions is just manipulation. The time is now to defund and dismantle the Santa Rosa Police Department and reinvest them into our community, which is dying from the disease of the police. I yield my time.
Thank you, Evan. The next public comment will be from Charlotte, followed by Demetra. Charlotte, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen?
I do.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Borg. I'm a member of the community and have been since I attended high school here. I'd like to start by saying that you should not have passed the proposed budget last week. City Council, you need to vote to override Measure O's influence on police funding and reduce their bloated budget ASAP. It's very clearly laid out in Measure O that you have the ability to do so with a 6 of 7 majority vote. That we have 35% of the general fund going to the police is unconscionable and doesn't reflect the desires of the community that you serve. Again, for those listening, City Council had the ability to override Measure O and reduce the police budget further and instead chose not to. Additionally, I want to emphasize that police policy reform is not enough. The 8 Can't Wait campaign and the mayor's pledge letter have both been brought up for publicity, and both of these only discuss policy changes and additional training for police. Policies are ultimately little more than words, and the officers getting violent with underserved people in our community have demonstrated that they only care about policy when it benefits them. Your responses are centered around how we can tweak things, but overall maintain the status quo. This is inappropriate, and to echo the first speaker tonight, a tone-deaf response to our demands. I'd also like to call attention to your timeline. It looks like you won't reach the end of the presented plan until December at the earliest, and the plan's goal doesn't seem to have much to do with the major items being brought up by the community already. What about a timeline for defunding of police and redistributing that funding? What is an independent police auditor supposed to accomplish aside from a report? And I don't know. None of what's being presented today directly addresses the demands that have been put forward by the community. I want to see a plan that focuses on what we're actually asking for, not one that defers action. I yield my time.
Thank you, Charlotte. The next public comment will be from Demetra, followed by Rahman. Demetra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
My microphone is unmuted. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen?
I do.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Demetra Smith. I am the chair of the Commission on Human Rights for Sonoma County. In the interest of public transparency, I wanted to report to the Santa Rosa City Council and to the public that the Commission on Human Rights will be submitting a human rights report to the Santa Rosa City Council for the July 7th meeting, and I am formally asking for that to be placed on the agenda. The report will include references to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Geneva Convention, as well as the standard treatment of prisoners and detention for context. I was asked to engage with the Community Empowerment Plan, and I was not able to because the commission was too busy logging human rights abuses committed by Santa Rosa Police Department and other law enforcement agencies during protests and during detention. It will detail background leading up to June 2nd and provide an account of use of force, detention, and surveillance and human rights violations disproportionately targeting Black, Latinx, and Indigenous residents. This report will also call for several demands, including but not limited to an independent investigation of the Santa Rosa Police Department, disciplinary action for the officers that have committed these human rights violations, and a thorough review, not including or not withholding possible criminal investigation. The human rights violations that have occurred in this county are egregious, absolutely egregious. And for full transparency, I want to let folks know that we did have a meeting with Chief Navarro and Mayor Schwedhelm, along with Supervisor Hopkins, where these accounts were presented to them directly by protesters. What we are looking for now is action and policy changes and accountability, not resolutions, not statements, but actual accountability. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Roman, followed by Mel. Roman, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello.
Hi, do you see a timer on your screen?
I do.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Yeah, that last public comment. I was about to call you guys out for staring at your phone during these public comments like you did at the last public hearing, but I'm pretty sure you're listening now. I want to talk about the July 2nd march Mayor Tom, Chief Navarro are attending. I would say that's pretty bold, if not patronizing, it's at least bold. You're about to march in solidarity when close to 200 of your community members were arrested for the same thing, for some arbitrary curfew. Unless you plan on getting tear gassed and arrested, it's really not the same. These little symbolic victories to appease us, like this march, it's just exhausting. All the lip service is exhausting. The police department is an institution founded upon racist principles. That's what it is. And until it's completely eradicated and reimagined, these conversations are just going to happen over and over and over again. Like one riot per decade sparked by a Black man killed by a white cop, and the cop gets off over and over again. This ebb and flow of policy reform and murder and policy reform and murder, it's done. The Santa Rosa Police Department has shown their priorities when it comes to budgeting. During the second day of the budget hearing, when person after person called for the police to stop addressing the homelessness crisis, there's a raid underneath the 101 overpass. Pretty slick, fellas. I mean, I think it's just straight evil, like it's spitting in our faces. It's pretty bold to march with us. I can't believe that march on July 2nd. Everything, all of it just comes back to Measure O. Like these litigations coming out against the city and the Santa Rosa Police Department for its actions against protesters. Now Navarro's going to march. The police department, they're untouched because of Measure O. When these litigations are brought to a settlement, if and when they're brought to a settlement, it literally will only affect every other service besides the police department and the fire department. So yeah, pretty bold to march. The president of the Sonoma County Alliance recently made a statement we all know. That's the type of person you chose to initially defend. You chose his property over us citizens. So I say take the time that you would spend marching and read a fucking book. You guys know how to reach me. I've got a great list for you. And if Navarro's listening in, how about you forgo your Christmas bonus this year and test the fucking rape kits? I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Mel, followed by Janae. Mel, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please mute your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen?
Yes.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, I'm Mel, and I'm a longtime resident of Sonoma County and Santa Rosa. And I just echo so much of what has been said, especially by the two Evans. I really appreciate how people are voicing how they feel. And I feel the same. And so I'll just kind of narrow in on some things that I want to highlight. Just hearing the pensions that the two former police officers that we have on the council, just hearing the amount of money you're getting each year and knowing that you were part of the negotiations, probably. I don't know who's involved with the negotiations with the police department, but I think that happened like a week before the budget was approved. And so it just screams conflict of interest to me. And it just makes me feel really unsettled. And it seems like there's a lot that we as community members don't know, we're not privy to. And that just is alarming. And Vice Mayor Fleming, I've listened to the last few city council meetings, and 2 city council meetings ago, you made strong statements that I really appreciated about really wanting to look at this head on and really take action. But then last city council meeting, when you guys were about to approve the budget, you made the comment that it sounds like people are wanting to reform the police and not defund it. And it was just gut wrenching and heart stopping, because I've been listening to people, and I've been listening to people in the community, not just on these city council meetings. And that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing a strong call for reallocation, and you can call it all you want, but essentially the vast majority of people in this community that I'm hearing are saying, take money from the police and put it into other services. That's what we're hearing. We know that Santa Rosa City Schools is pausing their relationship with Santa Rosa Police Department and is not going to be having the SRO officers right now. And you had talked about moving those funds and using them for something else within the police department, or taking money for unfilled positions and using and restructuring the police department so that we can have, some meeting some more community needs. And there's nothing wrong with police reform, but that's not the end goal. I just want to make sure that you're not grabbing at the comments that are few and far between that seem easier to do, and acknowledge that we want real change. You heard people talking about cahoots programs. You've heard some really great ideas. Please listen to people and don't just take the lowest hanging fruit and say, okay, we'll do that. We're looking for leaders who will actually help us make change. So I just call on you to be proactive and take action. And if Measure O is what needs to go, then help us, guide us. We want someone to be not complacent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. The next public comment will be from Janae, followed by Sean. Janae, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
I think I'm here.
Terrific. Do you see a timer on your screen?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, just know that's okay. Just know that you will have an audio indicator. A bell will go off at 3 minutes, and that will conclude your comment period.
Okay, thank you.
Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Janae, and this is the first time I've actually called into any of these types of things. I've lived here my entire life. My parents lived here their entire life, so I am a very proud supporter of law enforcement and the police department and the sheriff's department. We have a Hispanic chief of police department, so all these people claiming racial injustice and things like that is a little disheartening to hear. Yes, things can be reformed, but I think defunding is a bad idea. It's a horrible idea. I think if people think that it's unsafe with police on the streets, I can't imagine this community without them here to help us when we're in need. Yes, there does need to be accountability. Us law-abiding citizens and the police need to have accountability, but we also need accountability for the criminal aspect, for the criminal homeless aspect, for the drugs, for the gangs, for the illegal weapons on the streets. It's horrible. Yes, there can be change, but we need the police for that. We need them to be empathetic. We need to give them the funding so that they can have the programs, the community-related programs that we all need so that they can build better relationships with the community, not just the minority communities, the entire communities. I think taking the SROs out of the schools is horrible. I think kids need to know that they have somebody safe that they can go to, somebody that they can confide in, somebody that they can know is going to be there for them, someone that cares about these kids, someone who might be the one confidant one bad kid might have that might prevent something, that might prevent a school shooting. What are we going to do if there's a school shooting in Sonoma County and there could have been a school resource officer there? Are we going to blame the police department then too? Because at this point, their hands are tied. What are they supposed to do? They're doing the best they can. I believe they want our community to be safe. I have not met one law enforcement officer who's been out to harm anyone on purpose. I worked in law enforcement for several years, and I never met anyone like that. I also need to make a note about our community. I've taken several phone calls from people through the community reporting suspicious behavior. And when you ask what the suspicious behavior is, the only thing they can identify is a race. Someone's walking down the street and they're Hispanic, or someone's walking down the street because they're African American.
Thank you. Your time is concluded. The next public comment will be from Sean, followed by Kendra. Sean, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen?
I do.
Okay, please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Sean Jezewski. I just want to say, first of all, I'm not used to speaking to war criminals. You know, it's really strange to me that you can sit there and feel okay with the decisions that you've made till now. We have a history of racial violence in our community from the police. We have seen in the protests the cops act violently. There are lawsuits coming out. Inaction is fascism. This is terrible. You are on the wrong side of history, and the Nuremberg trials, so they come asking the bureaucrats like, oh, what was the form? What was the thing that you had to do to prevent this? No, this is a moral failure. I'm disappointed to hear us talking about reforming the police. I want to defund the police. I want to hear City Council talk about defunding at least 50%. I want to hear the City Council talk about the Black New Deal and meeting the demands of our community by addressing those demands in the Black New Deal. I see our community not arresting people for not having face masks in public. I see them arresting people for protesting peacefully after a curfew. That's fascism. It seems like the cops only care about if property is destroyed. It is very clear. The cops care about property. The cops do not care about the people in our community. I like what Rachel had to say earlier about reading books. The Brown Act doesn't prevent you from picking up a book. What have you read since this started? It has been a month. You have a moral obligation to educate yourself on these topics. What have you done? Maybe you think, oh, this is about incentives. Well, you know, the cop that killed the teenager a couple of years ago, he's still hired. He was promoted. He's still got his pension. You've made it very clear you only care about incentives. So we want to defund. I want the pensions gone. Let's start with the pensions. Maybe you think that there are good cops and, you know, this can be done with reform. The point here, the point that people are screaming at you to understand is maybe people have good intentions. The result is racial violence. There is no excuse for that. Defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Kendra, followed by Kirsten. Kendra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi.
Hi, do you see a timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, I'm Kendra. I'm going to repeat what many people have mentioned. You keep talking about listening, but the time for listening is done. People have made clear what we want. We want the police force to be dismantled. We want this nonsensical violence to stop. Police and prison abolition are well-established theoretical frameworks, and you can literally just learn them and implement them here. So you should do it. If you don't, then you're making clear that you're listening to us only to give a sense that you care about what we have to say while working to reform the inherently violent police system that exists here. Reform isn't the goal. This is a meeting about empowerment. You had a slide in your presentation that showed that empowerment is the highest form of community engagement that government can have. This plan isn't empowerment. This meeting isn't empowerment. Give us what we want, and then we will be empowered. I have no respect for what's being done in response to our protests. I honestly don't believe you'll do any of what we're asking. Remember, we're paying attention, and we aren't afraid to act. I'm done.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Samra, followed by Harmony. Samra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your mic.
Hello. So,
hi, please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and there's a timer on the screen.
Okay. Hello, City Council. My name is Samra Kekley. So, particularly to Tom Schwedhelm, despite the numerous injuries that have happened from the police, and despite the incident with the white Porsche and how grossly reported it was by the police in the Nixle report, you haven't stated that the police have done wrong. You haven't called them out. You haven't stated that this is a bad thing. All you have said is, hey, we need a community review session, but you haven't admitted to the fact that these people are in the wrong for what they did. And why? Why can't you call yourself to admit this? How can you support the shooting of people, the criminalization of people protesting for Black lives? How can you support that and then say, hey, let's put a solution on it, but let's never acknowledge the problem, which is the way that the police have been acting and the police system as a whole. So I watched the entire last Zoom session, and the police budget passed without any review. You passed it. Maybe you denied the $2 million increase, but you didn't actually review the police budget despite you stating that we want to know where your calls come from. I recall Vice Mayor Fleming asking about the rape kits and Chief Navarro stating that they lack the funds to properly test all the rape kits. It's clear that the police are acting in their own self-interest. Think about it. Police are meant to ensure public safety and to help our community. Why would we pay them so much to not do their jobs? It seems so hypocritical that not all the rape kits are getting tested, that the money is being funded to salaries and to pensions, but not to the actual job themselves, itself. It's clearly ineffective. If they have the say over how they want to operate this, then it is obvious that they are not acting in the interests of the community. And continuing, abolition of the police is necessary because it's clear that the system of policing isn't working. In order to reduce the amount of injury to Black people and other people of color, they have to reduce the amount of interactions with the police as a whole. The power structure it gives far too much power to the police, the individual police, to get out of crimes and to commit them. So that's why we asked for the restructuring and the defunding of the police, to hold them accountable, because the system has proven to be ineffective. Along with the independent auditor, Where is he? Oh, wait, you fired him 2 years ago because he criticized your homelessness response. Gee, I could only wonder why. It's almost like we have an insanely high homeless population. We don't have an auditor, and they said that their job wasn't effective either. It barely did much to help. You need to look at this critically.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Harmony, followed by Janice. I did want to take a moment to remind attendees that if you've previously spoken on item 3.2, and you've raised your hand again, you will not be called on to speak a second time. Harmony, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Harmony. Do you see a timer on your screen?
I see the live public comment timer.
Okay, terrific. So you have 3 minutes for your public comment. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name's Harmony. I'm just calling to echo the call made by many people on this call, by Merlin, Nick, Colin, Evan, Rachel, and also others, to bring Indigenous voices into your conversations. On May 31st, before there was a curfew enacted, my friend Red Bear, aka Marcus Martinez, was shot in the face with a string ball grenade for protesting and shattered his face. As city officials, the least you could do is protect our First Amendment rights and protect our Constitution. People were protesting the use of violence, and they were met with violence, and SRPD showed no remorse or accountability for their actions. Instead, we are vilified as protesters, and that's us exercising our First Amendment right. So I call to defund the police. I call to divest from the militarization of our law enforcement and to reallocate those funds into the community, starting with housing. And I mean people facing housing, houselessness and the homeless. I don't mean annexing my community and my neighborhood of Roseland by desecrating our creeks and nature, which was a reflection of colonization. I ask that you listen to the poor and stop criminalizing the poor. It's very cringy to hear people on here calling the homeless criminals. There are more poor people than you know it, and there's more of us than there is of you. So I want to make a note that oftentimes bureaucrats make power decisions for the powerless without understanding what it's like to live on the margins. Cops are not friends or community members to those of us on the margins, and you don't need to identify with a race to know that. But I say that standing with everybody who have lost their lives to police violence. The police are racist, they're sexist, and they're classist. You can see this with the removal of our homeless population. You could see it with the rape kids, and you could see it with the murder of Black, Brown, and Indigenous lives. So I'm calling to defund the police department, and I'm calling on you to listen to the poor people and those on the margins of society. It's enough is enough, and we're tired of this, and I hope you really hear us out. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Janice, followed by Connor. Janice, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you see a timer up on your screen?
Yeah, I do.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
All right, I need y'all to pay attention because obviously you guys can't educate yourselves outside of these council meetings. So we do not want reform. We want abolition, period. You cannot reform a system that was founded as slave patrol to protect white people and their property. You cannot reform that. I don't know how you can't get that through your cranium. I can see right through your performative ass activism, Chief Navarro. You are a racist, fascist pig. All cops contribute to white supremacy. All these protesters that you have arrested are political prisoners. And even though you're a Hispanic, you're a white man. You're a white passing Latinx. That doesn't take away of your white supremacy that is adding to your terrorist institution. You are not out there with the protesters to have a dialogue. You are out there to see if we pose a further threat to your terrorist institution. We will not be silenced. Until change is made, we will not stop hitting the streets. You will have no peace. The fact that you chose to fund the police even more when their homeless residents are in the street, they are being criminalized for their poverty. They are not the problem. Poverty is not the problem. You are the problem. The fact that you chose to fund the police even more when there are people out in the streets who need that money, who need to be housed, who need these resources. Your agenda is choosing to terrorize homeless communities when you have the funds to help these people. That is beyond me. You guys are fucking sick, and all you guys are fascist pigs. So do your job. You work for us. Don't you forget it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Connor. Connor, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Yeah, I can. It's unmuted.
Thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
I just want to point out that you have, during the protests and in place of the curfew, you arrested over 150 people. They were not doing anything wrong. Majority of them were protesting peacefully and were asking for simply one thing. And it was a nationwide thing. They're asking simply to defund or abolish the police department. They're asking for change. You've done absolutely nothing. You've presented all these options, yet you haven't even picked a single one yet. You just talked about them. That is not action. That is not change. That is absolutely nothing. I also want to point out that your curfew that you implemented was just a way to arrest people, to keep us quiet. Well, that isn't going to be a thing anymore. You can't just expect people not to get angry about all these arrests, all these curfews, and all about these deaths that you've been doing upon our people of color. For example, Andy Lopez, he was one of our people, was a teenager, a young teenager who was just killed by a sheriff police officer. And yet you have done absolutely very little in order to confront that murder. So I want you guys to not just listen, but to do something. Listen and do something based off of all our voices, not just the few that pay you and give you money to do, to run this very, very, very high position of power within our society. That's it.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Danielle. Danielle, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Can you see the timer on your screen?
I can, thank you.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Danielle Delario, and I'm a mom to 2 teenage boys and a local teacher at a school here in Santa Rosa. And I've lived in Sonoma County on and off for the last 30 years. And I just want to say I'm really proud of the young people who have been organizing protests and speaking out against the injustices that they see and that they've grown up with here in Santa Rosa. And I just wanted to echo what many others have already stated. This is an extraordinary time. People are home. People are sheltering in place and paying attention in a way that hasn't happened before historically. And again, to reiterate what others have said, preventative models are always more effective than responsive models. And this is something I know as a mom and as a teacher, really investing in community and divesting from the police department is the way that we should be heading. Right now, divesting from police and investing in specifically low-income housing, more services for all residents, including mental health services, more funding for public schools to help ensure that students won't be left behind during this difficult time. Rent suspension and even cancellation during COVID are things we should be talking about now, and helping marginalized communities and specifically communities of color here in Santa Rosa. And these are things that should have been of the utmost importance in the budget that passed last week rather than the police department, and especially a police department that sadly uses tear gas against our own community here and against many young people who were out in the streets. And again, to reiterate, you can't use tear gas against your own community and then march in solidarity with said community. It really just doesn't work that way. Last week, police yet again raided homeless encampments under the freeway. And my question is, where are these people supposed to go? And why is this the burden of the police department when they do not have the skills or the resources to help those who are currently homeless in Santa Rosa? And is it legal to keep forcing people to pack up and leave, but not providing alternative accommodations? And if it's not legal, why does it keep happening? A public safety system that is working and is one that's been mentioned previously here and last week as well is called Cahoots. And just from their website, this is something you can Google. 31 years ago, the city of Eugene, Oregon developed an innovative community-based public safety system to provide mental health, first response for crises involving mental illness, homelessness, and addiction. And you can go to that website, you can read about it. I think it's something that we need to be doing here in Santa Rosa. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from a resident with a phone number ending 5768. Hi, resident 5768. I have enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. So we have a 3-minute timer set. And if you are participating via phone, you can't see our screen. So we will have an audio timer at the end go off after the 3 minutes. Please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Melissa. I'm a lifetime resident of Sonoma County. I work in the schools. I work with youth. I just wanted to echo what a lot of people have been saying about the gravity of our situation. We're in a crisis. We're in a pandemic. We're in a houselessness crisis. There's police brutality. And I just want to impress on the council, like, how important and urgent this matter is. And, you know, I see that the committee is being set up and you are listening, but I plead that you start acting urgently and immediately, because this is a problem. This is a systemic problem that's reaching a breaking point. I'm also concerned about the lack of access folks will have with communicating with this committee. You know, our Spanish-speaking population, as well as other populations that do not speak English, I really hope that there is a way for them to connect and have their voices heard, because it's not fair for them not to, that only folks who have access to these meetings, who speak English, have their voice heard. I also want to talk about how we just need more services, because volunteers in our community are overburdened picking up the slack with our houselessness communities, with folks who are losing their jobs because of COVID. We need more social services, and the council really needs to start thinking about how to act immediately to help this. And we need to stop with the raids on the homeless encampments, because they have nowhere else to go. So if we don't have a solution, then we need to leave them where they are until we have a humanitarian solution for them, instead of traumatizing them with the police. So we really need action soon, immediately. So thank you for listening to me. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Marcus. Marcus, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
All right, I think it's unmuted.
Yep, do you see a timer on your screen?
I do.
Great, please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
This is Marcus. I feel like at this point, people have already said a lot of the things that I was already planning to say. 35% of the budget for the cops is way too much fucking money. We need to defund. We need to get that money out and use it for better services for the rest of our community. To the concerned Karen callers calling in, if you have a problem with the homeless population, The solution to that is not a dude with a gun showing up and kicking them out of a place. The solution is finding somewhere to put them. The solution is spending more than $2 million trying to find homes for the homeless people. Yeah, defund the police. Fix shit. It's been long enough. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Mayor, at this time, I don't see any hands raised, but usually that will, there we go, enable one more hand being raised. Okay, the next public comment will be from Anandi, followed by Liz. Anandi, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone. Hi, Anandi, are you there? Hi, Anandi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Terrific. Do you see a timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. Please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Yes, my name's Anandi, and I would just like to echo some of the things that fellow Santa Rosa City residents have suggested. I believe the police force appears as a legal gang, and how can we expect to take them seriously when they are actually above the law? Because if Santa Rosa residents were protesting with riot gear and rubber pellets, there would be consequences. And for the police, there hasn't been, and people take their words as truth and they face no consequential action. This is a very toxic kind of relationship between police and the residents that they are supposed to serve. I also want to go back to the comment regarding the council's business as usual attitude. It comes off as dismissive and offensive to the issues that have currently risen to the starlight as of the last month or so. I would like to request a referendum on Measure O, and that be placed on the next ballot on coming November 3rd. Also to Brenda and Janae, the earlier speakers, your whiteness is showing. It's clear that you had a different experience with the police and you benefit from the status quo. Having a Hispanic Latinx chief of police does not mean that racism is not existing in that institution, just like having a Black president didn't make racism go away. So maybe go educate yourself and spend less time speaking without substance. I also would like to suggest this be another agenda item for the city of Santa Rosa, that they mandate accurate history and Black history in Santa Rosa City schools immediately. We need to educate our youth, and there's a long list following that, but you guys also need to take action. We haven't seen anything. It's very clear that you are being performative, as well as the chief of police, exposing propaganda in public settings to promote whatever it is you want to promote. Youth are continuing to educate themselves, and I'm proud of all of you youth out there. Continue to do so, and we're not going anywhere, so I suggest you start acting now. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Liz, followed by G8. Liz, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Liz. Can you see a timer on your screen?
Yes.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Liz Rensel, and I'm a longtime Sonoma County resident. I think, just like everybody, a lot of other people here, I think a lot of people in the county who aren't making it to these meetings, we want to see action now. It can't wait till December. It can't wait till after the elections. It can't wait is called that because it can't wait. it's the first action that we need to see. It's clearly lined out. It's easy to implement. I know that you guys have enough power to do it. Otherwise, I think defunding is defunding. It's moving money. It's not just words. So I think that's what people are looking at, and that will become clearer and clearer as time goes on. So some easy ways to defund. This is from Critical Resistance. All this is listed on their website, but suspend the use of paid administrative leave for cops under investigation, withhold pensions and don't rehire cops involved in excessive force, require cops to be liable for misconduct settlements, cap overtime accrual and overtime pay for military exercises, withdraw participation in police militarization programs, prioritize spending on community health, education, and affordable housing, reduce the size of the police force. So, we're all watching what's going on nationally. We're all tuning in. We're all educating ourselves about the history of the police in our country. And we're trying to participate locally to make change. So please act now, please act quickly, please listen, please, but more importantly, please act, please do it quickly. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from G8. G8, I've enabled your microphone. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen?
I do.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, I'm Tavi, founder and president of Love and Light. I have been born out of the womb of Santa Rosa, born and raised here, grew up on Santa Rosa Avenue under the oppression that this community was built upon. I want to just piggyback off of whatever everybody is saying and say that, the first protest here in Sonoma County in Santa Rosa, I led, and it was peaceful, and the community has spoken, and we want a seat at the table. We want you all to open your homes to us so that we can speak together. This is the purpose of the police department is to serve the people, and we are the people, and we want to eat with you all. We want a meal at the table, and I want to know, I want to know what side the council is on. Did the council vote for Trump? I want that to be known. I've been in this community most of my entire life, and this is disgraceful. Everything that this community has been built on the segregation of the colored folks and the white folks, from the mall being right in the middle of town to segregate both sides. I am sick of that white hand cradling our community. It won't stand any longer, and we will not be quiet. I yield my time.
Thank you. Just a reminder, if you've previously spoken on item 3.2 and have your hand raised, please lower your hand. The next public comment will be from Michael. Michael, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay.
Do you see a timer on your screen?
Yep.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hey, I'm Michael. I'm a white cis male. I think I should make that clear because this meeting was supposed to be about listening to people of color, even though it wasn't translated, not into Spanish, not into indigenous languages, not into any of the languages that except English, which, and not only that, you guys invited Police Chief Navarro to the talk. I didn't see that listed anywhere, but it'd be really nice to know if you have police listening on the talk. And it would be nice to set up some meetings where they're not, frankly. And I also, I feel like, you know, the protests have been going on for months. The city council's reaction has been not in line with what the community's been asking for. They haven't been out in the streets with us. They haven't been responsive to any of the requests. They've been allowing police brutality to be occurring on protesters and allowing people to attack protesters with their vehicles. So I don't really believe that this meeting was set up as a real listening session. I think it's a fake listening session. I think that this is just to generate the idea that you're still on our side. I don't think you have proven that, and I don't think you need to hear from us that it's important. I think you should be able to figure it out on your own. And if you can't, you shouldn't be in office. And I would echo that, you know, when when Bob Anderson was fired, that was almost everybody who's currently on the council was on the council then. That includes Jack Tibbetts, that includes Rogers, that includes Guevara, that includes Sawyer, that includes our mayor, Tom Schwedhelm. And they should all be held accountable. You should all be held accountable for that. I don't trust you with police oversight when you haven't proven that you can deal with it in the past. Bob Anderson was critiquing the homeless policy that you guys have been continuing of sweeping homeless encampments. And homeless issues are issues that deal with all of the things that we're addressing right now. Deal with the situation of underprivileged people in our community and deal with police violence. I encourage you all to work toward abolishing SRPD and doing whatever you can to just make things different.
Thank you, Michael. The next public comment will be from resident with a telephone number ending in 1489. Resident 1489, I have unmuted or enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So we do have an audio timer of 3 minutes that you'll hear at the end of the 3-minute period if you speak for that length. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Okay, I haven't lived in Santa Rosa that long, but it doesn't really take that long to understand that the police force here is absolutely corrupt, and it's a fucking disgrace that Chief Navarro is here on the council as well as Mayor Schwedhelm. There are people dying in the streets, and that is not being addressed. You have brutalized innocent protesters and put them in cages, essentially, under strict COVID guidelines. Not even under strict COVID guidelines. You don't even keep them 6 feet apart. That's not a way to handle people. The police department is not here to help us. Let me make that absolutely clear. The police department is not here to help the people. I yield my time.
Thank you. All right, Mayor, I do not see any additional hands being raised.
Okay, do we have other e-comments?
Yes, we do. We'll move on to the next slide. Our next several slides have voice message public comments received.
My name is Dig Hideout. I live in Santa Rosa. I wish to provide public comment to the City Council meeting of June 30th, 2020 on agenda item 3.2, Community Forum and Input on Santa Rosa Community Empowerment Plan. I'm responding to the plan strategy to involve and collaborate with the public so all community members are empowered to seek and implement change. I wish to address goal 2 of the plan, community input on Santa Rosa Police Department use of force and community policing policies. I'm specifically referring to objective 2.1 to provide input on community policing practices, community issues, and ideas for improvement. I encourage the Santa Rosa Police Department to develop positive reinforcement acknowledgments, public praise, and meaningful rewards for police officers who successfully utilize de-escalation techniques when dealing with tense situations and conflicts with the public and criminal suspects. When good cops do good work in a professional manner, whether there is an arrest or not, and situations get resolved such that nobody gets hurt, these officers should be recognized by the public, by the city council, by the police chief, beat captains, and by all their fellow officers, so that they know that their good work is appreciated. Unfortunately, most of the time, when a good cop does a good job resolving a situation so that nobody gets hurt, that cop never even gets a thank you, a pat on the back, or anything. No wonder many officers become jaded. It's fundamental. Positive behavior is formed by positive reinforcement. But good cops don't get that positive reinforcement from anybody. I recommend that the police department look at procedures to record and acknowledge whenever an officer successfully utilizes de-escalation techniques, and that the officer be praised in front of the other officers, receive commendations in personnel records, get a blue ribbon to wear on the uniform that says Good Cop of the Month or something like that, and a cash bonus on their paycheck. The city council and news media should also participate in this positive recognition. After a while, positive interactions by police officers with the public will be much more prevalent than incidents where officers abuse the use of force. They probably are more prevalent now, but nobody knows that. I also recommend that the city have a publicity campaign to encourage the public to express their appreciation to officers whom they come in contact with, whether there is an arrest or not, whenever nobody gets hurt. Let's make being a good cop more rewarding than being a tough cop.
Hi, my name is Ellen Alonso Street. I'm from Santa Rosa, and I have comments on item 3.2 and other topics related to this item. First, I want to demand that all charges against Sonoma County protesters be dropped, particularly those who were put in financial or physical danger from unnecessary arrests during the peaceful protests that happened in Santa Rosa and that have been happening. I also demand that Santa Rosa defund the police and stop using tear gas and rubber bullets on peaceful protesters. Along these same lines, I wanted to bring up Measure Zero, which is a sales tax that guarantees a minimum funding requirement for SRPD. I and the community do not support Measure Zero, and I don't want my tax money going to police, period. Do not support Measure Zero. I also wanted to call out Mayor Tom and Council Member Ernesto, both ex-cops, very familiar with the excessive force that they once exercised. I want them to take into consideration how they're going to proceed supporting those in our community who are exercising their constitutional rights and who are being targeted and brutalized by the Santa Rosa Police Department. Thank you. Bye.
My name is KP Pomplino. I'm calling about agenda item number 3.2. I think that it's absolutely disgusting that those rape kits have not been tested. Each one of those represents one of the most traumatic experiences for a person, and the fact that there's been no follow through on any of them is a shame and a disgrace on Santa Rosa City Council and the police department. They need to be tested immediately, and the people who have not been testing them need to be held accountable.
My name is Madison. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. I'm calling regarding agenda item 3.2.
I was disgusted by Chief Navarro's inability to answer questions about rape kit backlog. I'm in disbelief that they tried to get more money when in the last couple of weeks, all they've done is try to violently silence protesters. They work for us, we pay their salaries, and they need to start acting like it. Last week, they detained and arrested a friend of mine for a traffic violation and then tried to play off as blatant racism as if they are allowed to just pull over random cars if they want to, then questioned him asking if he started the protest. They're completely out of control and refuse to follow the laws they claim to uphold. SRPD should be disbanded immediately. They are a danger to our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Talia Mulder, and I was born and raised in Santa Rosa. I'm calling to comment on item 3.2. Basically, all I want to say is if you look at that pie chart showing how much funding the police have in Santa Rosa, why can't you do things like test the rape kits? What y'all mean you don't have enough funding? Fucking Navarro? That's some weak-ass excuse, bruh. Y'all got so much money, but y'all just don't know. You guys are like, when you give a kid $20 and he spends it on junk, you guys have no priority of where money should go, and y'all reckless. I don't know why we're giving you so much money. It's like if I gave all my paychecks to some 5-year-old and expected them to manage my money. Y'all need to wake up. Listen to your community. Listen to the voices of the community. People don't like what you're doing at all. Change that shit, bruh. Every time I have to see you now, I'm always like, damn, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to see you. Change it. Have a positive image on this community, because I don't want to hate you every time I see you. Do some changes. Do some real work instead of being lazy. If you want to do some real work, you can come get an essential employee job. You can work at a grocery store. You can work at fast food. We'll give you a real job where you got to do real shit. Being a fucking police officer, show me some real shit you do. All I see is y'all be lazy and take fucking money and be assholes, okay? Come on, do some real shit. Weakos. Police, do something. Anything. We're waiting. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, my name is Cameron Trinkino, making a comment for item 3.2, and I have to say, defund the police.
Hello, my name is Ari Thomas, and I'm calling to comment on agenda item 3.2. I am by far not the first person to say this, which probably means something, but it's time to defund Santa Rosa Police. I don't doubt that some of you have been working longer than I've been alive, and I wonder how often, if ever, you've seen this kind of response in your career. How much more is it going to take? A huge portion of the police budget is going to salaries and benefits. I don't know exactly what salary a police officer makes yearly, but it looks like a lot. Are we really paying taxes so the officers that profile and harass people of color in our community can buy a boat or whatever it is you guys are into, and paying for their pension when they retire from a long career of profiling and harassing? Obviously, you can say not all cops, but that doesn't change the fact that these officers exist in your force and they're making a lot of money, often set up for life. Maybe if officers really feel the call to protect and serve their community, they'd be honored to make minimum wage like so many other hard workers do. I understand that cutting salaries is an unpopular suggestion, but what you can do is stop hiring new cops and immediately fire anyone with a pattern of excessive force or racial profiling without benefits or pension, and create a well-publicized, fair, safe, and easy way for residents to report misconduct where they'll actually be listened to. And the investigations into these reports can't be within the force. Discriminatory and power-hungry cops must be fired. I hear that Safeway is usually hiring. Also, the rape kits. I'm calling it ahead of time, but I know you're going to get slammed for this, and you deserve to be. Are you kidding me? Chief Navarro, how can you sleep at night? You can't find the funding to test rape kits, which can make immense progress towards justice out of your disproportionately large chunk of money that eats into vital services. How many rapists have got away with their dehumanizing crimes because of your incompetence and frankly obvious lack of care?
We need to see tangible evidence that you're going to care more about the community and those within it who have been victimized. And that doesn't mean community policing and PR outreach campaigns and stunts like kneeling for 5 minutes with the protesters. The presence of cops makes many people, especially people of color, feel more unsafe. Sorry if that hurts your feelings, but no amount of sympathetic interviews or photo ops will change that, because policing is a violent and racist institution since its conception. So stop wasting your energy. Stop doing optics. If you want a safer and happier community, defund and reinvest. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Rachel Dovey, and I am commenting on agenda item 3.2. I want to ask you to defund the Santa Rosa City Police Department and reinvest in community, particularly housing and community services, which are vastly underfunded in the current fiscal year 2021 budget. I want to point your attention to the recent sweep under the freeway of the camp there, and just say how saddened and disappointed I was by that sweep, especially because the CDC had put out guidelines around keeping folks in place. And I feel like that's just a perfect example of why our priorities are wrong, because, you know, I don't know exactly what the limits to getting people, you know, trash cans and porta potties and hand washing stations down there would have been. My guess is that it's somewhat financial, and yet, you know, I don't know how much then the city ended up spending in salary time for the police officers who had to go down there and move everyone out and throw away all of their stuff. That's just a huge blow, and it feels and looks so inhumane. And I know I so appreciate that you were able to get 30 folks into services. That's great. And I so appreciate all of the ongoing tireless work that Catholic Charities and Jenny Lynn Holmes put in down there. I know that this is not a simple issue and that it is something that you all have had to grapple with, but we need to switch our lens. We need to try and put housing and community services first and not force our police officers into those positions of being social workers and then having to go and throw away everyone's stuff. I mean, that just looked brutal, you guys. And I also want to address the treatment of officers to the protesters. I mean, the fact that someone had their teeth blown out, it's all too much. The police department needs to be reined in, and it needs less funding, and we need to deal with Measure O, and we need to stop raising the amount of funding that the police department gets every year, and again, reinvest into housing, reinvest.
Hi, my name is Gina Conley, and I would like justice for those who have been wronged by the Santa Rosa police. Sean White, you're a little bitch. Thanks, bye.
Hello, my name is Lily. I'm speaking on item 3.2, and I would like to say that it is abhorrent that the rape kits have not been tested, and I think that that should be a priority for an organization that is meant to serve and protect the people. I think not testing those rape kits serves and protects no one except for criminals. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lorena, and I'm calling about agenda item 3.2. The only society we should be building is one that shows care for its most vulnerable, a society that acts in a manner that shows that all lives are sacred. This is not where we are right now, and the police is part of the reason. Overt systemic racial violence is what we see in videos depicting police brutality. Covert systemic racial violence happens when majority white and male city councils fund the police instead of funding social services to meet the basic needs of the residents of their city. You, city council, people of Santa Rosa, are the perpetrators of violence, and you need to do better. I'm going to read some steps written by Critical Resistance that will help you understand how to make prisons and police obsolete. 1, reduce funding to the police and prisons. 2, challenge the notion that police and prisons increase safety. 3, reduce tools, tactics, and technology that police have at their disposal. 4, reduce the scale of policing and prisons. Lastly, I just want to say we need to defund the police, abolish ICE, house the unhoused, and invest in community care. And remember that we are doing this because Black Lives Matter.
Hello, my name is Miranda. I am calling to address agenda number 3.2. I was outraged to learn that Chief Navarro said that not all rape kits received in a year are tested. He said that there apparently isn't money in the police budget to do that, but I'm pretty sure we all know that the police budget is already completely bloated and overfunded. So I have no doubt that you can find the money. I'm probably not going to be the only person calling about this because I've been seeing a lot of people posting about it. So please test the rape kits. And yeah, let's put that money elsewhere because it's clearly not being used well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cecilia. I'm calling to voice my strong and continued support for defunding the police on agenda item 3.2. Some of the first policing institutions in our nation's history were charged with recapturing enslaved people who had managed to escape their plantations. So we cannot reform a system that has its entire foundation rooted in racism, white supremacy, and power abuse. I know there are many who are hesitant to do something that sounds as radical as defunding the police, and to those I highly recommend that you visit the website 8toabolition.com for more information on why abolishing the police would have a positive effect on the community. The money used for the Santa Rosa Police Department is pouring money directly into harming our people when we have massive and urgent needs for that money elsewhere, like community-based programs to support mental health, substance abuse, and domestic violence and rape, and housing. I've lived in Sonoma County for 25 years, and I'm currently having a hard time finding a home I can afford. And as a member of the LGBT community, it's even more difficult because I have to find a place where I feel safe. And if it's difficult for me as a privileged white person, I can't imagine how difficult it is for other communities. Please hear your constituents and reallocate the massive amount of money and the SRPD receives to actually help support the community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris, and I'm calling regarding agenda number 3.2. I'm calling in support of defunding the police. I've seen firsthand the escalation they've caused at our local protests. We know now that we can't trust them to keep the people safe, so do something about it and reallocate those funds to the things that our community actually needs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lee Vandeveer, and I'm calling on item 3.2. I want to say I support defunding the police and reallocating those funds to services that better serve the community for safety for all, and I yield the rest of my time.
Hi, my name is Daniel Glendenning. I'm in Council District 1 in Santa Rosa, calling on agenda item 3.2, the Community Empowerment Plan. Community Empowerment Plan is all well and good, though it does nothing to address funding issues with the Santa Rosa Police Department. Demand that the City Council work to defund the Santa Rosa Police Department and reallocate those funds towards services in housing, education, health services, fire services, public transit. Know that Measure O places a baseline of funding, though the 2020-2021 budget is over that baseline, shifts that funding elsewhere and work in the meantime and work to override Measure O in order to divest from the police department and invest in the aforementioned services. Also demand that you work to prohibit the use of tear gas and lethal munitions against protesters, to drop all charges against protesters and curfew violators, and to, in the meantime, additionally cease all sweeps of our houseless community. Such measures will do a lot to open lines of communication between community members and the Santa Rosa Police Department, which is the stated intention of the Community Empowerment Plan, and put faith in the City Council to follow through on these demands. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is James, and I'm calling to speak on agenda item 3.2. I'm calling today to demand the defunding of the Santa Rosa Police Department. We must decrease their budget and invest that money into essential services for our community. We could spend that money on housing programs, mental health programs, increase the Department of Public Health's budget. We need public safety officials who can respond and de-escalate situations of crisis. Additionally, we need to ensure everyone has access to food, healthcare, housing, and basic human rights. And that starts with decreasing the budget of the Santa Rosa Police Department. The Community Empowerment Plan is far too inadequate to be our city's only plan. It's a slow crawl in the right direction, but it doesn't address the concerns or demands from our community. We cannot afford to wait around and discuss while the police continue to discriminate and brutalize Black people, Hispanic people, or any other persons of color in Santa Rosa. Defunding is the first step. We cannot increase the budget of the Santa Rosa Police Department. We must decrease it. Invest in your community instead of brutalizing and criminalizing them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bailey Russell. I would like to comment on agenda item 3.2. I am a longtime citizen of Santa Rosa and am in full support of defunding the police and Black Lives Matter. I support allocating funds towards housing, mental health, and other community-based projects to ensure a safer community for all. Thank you.
My name is Aurelie Teo, and I'm calling in regards to council meeting on 6:30 for agenda item 3.2. I demand that the SRPD budget be redistributed among the other departments in need, more specifically the Housing and Community Department. It is completely hypocritical for Mayor Tom Schwedhelm to say that his top problems to take care of in Santa Rosa are homelessness, and then turn around and cut housing and community budgets by 87%, while his cop buddies run around with a department budget of $62 million. If anyone on Santa Rosa City Council has any common sense, y'all will realize that your place is to serve the people and have our voices heard. Y'all are out here saying that you care about making positive changes to the community when it took years to build a meager playground on the corner of a murder scene and let that monster walk free and even be promoted. Also, I have said this once, but I will say it again. I demand for Mayor Tom Schwedhelm to step down from his position to give the opportunity to a person of color in the community. Test the rape kits in police custody and defund and abolish the police. Every single officer is complicit behind the blue wall of silence, so just file for unemployment before those results come out. Your job is to serve the people and not to use your positions as power. Thank you for your time.
We're Satans. We live on Sebastopol Road for 40 years. It used to be country over here. Now it's crime central. It's homeless corridor. We want the city council to not defund the police. We have family members at our police. We support the police and the sheriff wholeheartedly. We want you to reinstate the drug court and hire more host workers. We try to call them. The phone either disconnects or doesn't work at all. It's like a worthless program. We want the city council to give direction to the city attorney to get in touch in court to end the Venucci injunction and to allow assistant city attorney defending the city in this case to include citizens' testimony, videos, pictures, and other information that will depict the negative consequences the injunction has had on us. It's horrible over here. The Joe Rodota Trail, oh my God. We're still finding needles in our yard, campers, garbage, homeless. We try and help them. They don't want help. It's ridiculous. We want something done about it. It's a shame what the city is evolving into. We need all of us to work together. This is not about hate, believe me, and don't try and tell us that we're hate people. That's just ridiculous. Please save your city and listen to the citizens, the tax-paying citizens. These people need drug treatment, mental health treatment, not a house. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dorothy Caligari, and I live in Santa Rosa, and I've lived here for approximately 50 years. And I am calling to oppose any defunding or reform of our law enforcement. And I would like to have that recorded as my opposition, and I wish to continue to protect and support our sheriff and Santa Rosa police officers. Thank you.
My name is Katrine Siafa. I am a Santa Rosa resident, and I wish to comment on agenda item 3.2, which is the Community Empowerment Plan for the upcoming City Council meeting on Tuesday, June 30th. I would like the City Council to address the following issues. First, what is your response to the actions of Santa Rosa police during the initial days of the Black Lives Matter rallies in Santa Rosa, specifically their use of tear gas and rubber bullets on citizens who were exercising their rights to peaceful protest, causing grave injury to several of them? Will you hold SRPD accountable? Second, what is your response to the gross distortion of facts presented by SRPD in a Nixle alert and public statement following the incident with the white Porsche Cayenne that drove into a crowd of peaceful protesters on Sonoma Avenue in Santa Rosa on Saturday, June 20th? Numerous eyewitnesses, as well as the video footage taken by protesters' body cams at the front of the march, clearly show the driver accelerating directly into the crowd and continuing to speed through as people scream and run in fear. It is shocking and appalling to me that SRPD is willing to discount numerous direct eyewitness accounts in favor of the driver's version of events publicly. This is the second time that a car has plowed into a peaceful protest in downtown Santa Rosa over the course of the last few weeks. The first time it took SRPD several days to act and apprehend the suspect. My understanding is that SRPD is now investigating the incident, yet there has been no follow-up public statement since the inflammatory Nixle alert was put out. I sincerely hope that SRPD will arrest the driver of the white Porsche who has clearly recklessly endangered lives of dozens of our community members, including children. I can't help but wonder how things had played out if the driver had been a person of color. I urge SRPD not to be selective in enforcing which citizens they will protect. I respectfully request a response from the City Council members on these issues and a close review of SRPD's actions. Please note that I am a voter and I will pay close attention to your actions going forward. Thank you for your time.
Hey, I'm Bruce Coates. I live here in Santa Rosa last 10 years, and I do not want to defund or reform or do anything to reduce the changes of our law enforcement. In fact, as a resident and member of CAN, I want law and order and want you to protect and support our sheriffs and Santa Rosa PD officers. So please make a note of that. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Field. I've lived in Santa Rosa for the last decade, going on 15 years. I've been a Sonoma County resident since 1987. I do not want any changes made to the way that our police department will be funded, is to be funded. Nothing that will detract from their budget. In fact, their budget needs to be increased. I would like to see more officers on the street. I would like to see enforcement of the laws that are presently on the books. I would like to see our drug court placed back into the forefront, and I would like for our prosecutor to be tough on crime. The homeless problem has to be addressed. These people that are breaking the laws under the guise of homelessness and being swept away without consequence are absolutely desecrating this once great city. Please, please, please fund our police officers, fund our sheriffs, allow them to safely work, allow them to safely protect our citizens, our wives, our husbands, our daughters, our schools, our children, and our guests. I implore you. Thank you for your time. Randy Field, Santa Rosa, California.
Lisa Landreth, member of Citizens for Action Now. My comments today are in regards to the forceful request of some of our local activist groups to defund the police. I want to say loud and clear that I'm against cutting any budget or defunding our Santa Rosa Police or the Sonoma County Sheriff. I completed the SRPD Civilian Police Academy. It was a real eye-opener. I was also educated on all of the extensive training that was included for mental health awareness, sensitivity training, de-escalation, and best practices on how to interface with social workers and mental health when dealing with an afflicted person. I completed a 9-hour ride-along on a busy Friday night in our downtown area. We had a full board of prioritized calls all night long. 2 calls were for mental health. One was a young man brandishing a knife at his family's home. The second was a 60-something-year-old woman who was unconscious with half of her body in the street and half on the sidewalk at 4 a.m. I got to see firsthand the coordinated efforts of mental health responders, paramedics, and law enforcement. Both individuals were treated with patience, kindness, and dignity, though they were abusive and belligerent. The team managed to treat those folks very well and maintain the objective of public safety. Please do not defund or cut our police services.
Hello, I'm a member of CAN, and I've lived in Santa Rosa for over 10 years, and I do not want you to defund, reform, or do anything to reduce our changes in our law enforcement. In fact, as a resident and member of CAN, I want law and order, and I want you to protect and support our sheriffs and Santa Rosa Police Department officers. Please do that. We would appreciate it so much.
Hi, I am calling for agenda item 3.2. I am demanding that we defund the SRPD because I think that $5.7 million, which is 32% of the Santa Rosa budget, is an exorbitant when we only allocate $1.9 million towards homelessness, with which we have a serious problem. I also demand that we test all the untested rape kits in the SRPD, that the SRPD stop using unnecessary force during peaceful demonstrations, and also take anti-protest violence seriously. For instance, after the white Porsche tried to run over protesters just like a week ago, I called the police department and was met with a very rude officer who seemed much more concerned with the subsequent vandalization of the vehicle than the safety of the Santa Rosa citizens that it was threatening. I'd also demand that you ensure that none of your police officers have violent tendencies prior to hiring them, and also ensure that none of your current officers have violent tendencies. For instance, my friend's mother was murdered by a man named Dalton Carlson, who later applied to become an SRPD officer and was told that they would hire him once he received his GED, despite the murder's publication in the Press Democrat, and that is unacceptable. You should not have murderers on your police force. I also demand that you use an implicit bias test on all potential SRPD hires and current officers in order to gauge their subconscious racist tendencies. And also, I demand justice for Andy Lopez, even though that's not necessarily required or related to the SRPD as much as it is the sheriff. But I think that Officer Gelhaus should be fired and imprisoned for murdering an innocent 13-year-old. Goodbye. Hi, I am calling for agenda item 3.2. I am demanding that we defund the SRPD because I think that $5.7 million, which is 32% of the
Hello, my name is Diane Derriman. I've lived in Santa Rosa for the past 10 years. I've wanted to live here ever since I was a little kid, and now I'm ready to move to another state. Do not defend the police. We need the police here. Do you have any idea how many people in my neighborhood are buying handguns to protect themselves? We want the police. If there's blood shed in Sonoma County, it's on you. You waste so much money on the homeless, the vagrants, the drug addicts. Why don't you put it where it can do some good? Housing first is a waste of time. Drug addicts will continue to do what they do. I grew up in a drug-addicted family. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm calling about the defunding the police department. I've never heard anything so ludicrous. I've been in the area since 1969 from a family of 9 brothers and sisters, and I can't imagine what this place will look like without any policemen or defunding them. It's totally ridiculous. It just can't happen. I'll end up moving out of the city state if I have to. I got to protect my family. And right now I got people shooting skyrockets at the night that the police comes over and check on. And if we don't have somebody keeping an eye on things around here, they'll just burn my house down. So this needs to be stopped. This isn't okay. We need our police department. We need to support our police department. So you need to figure something out.
My name is Cassandra Cox, and I live in Santa Rosa. Agenda item 3.2 is what I'm commenting on. We need to defund the police and reinvest in our communities predominantly made up of people of color who have been hurt and disenfranchised by white supremacy rooted in our culture. We need to fix what we and the people before us have done. We need to invest in education, healthcare, housing, instead of investing in an institution that has been proven to perpetuate the racist cycle of police brutality and mass incarceration. We need to serve and protect our community. And because of your gross incompetence and, I'll be honest, your abhorrent abuses of power and war crimes against the people in your own community, we cannot trust you or our police. You've proven that to us. The police have proven they will not hold themselves accountable, and you aren't holding the police accountable either. The police, SRPD can't afford to test rape kits, but can afford militarized weaponry against their own community, tear gas, less than lethal rounds, shot point blank at people's faces, like Marcus Rivera Martinez, who we are still seeking justice for. But they can afford six-figure salaries. Since I mentioned the rape kits also, let me just ask SRPD to put down the tear gas and actually do their jobs and get those rape kits tested. Speaking of doing their jobs, also while you're at it, charge the woman in the white Porsche who drove through a crowd of peaceful protesters. Thanks. Our schools can't even afford basic supplies like paper or afford universal lunches for students living in poverty, but our police are armed to militant standards. They're soldiers. And who against? The community? We need to invest in alternative and compassionate methods for keeping our community safe by reallocating funds from SRPD into our communities of color. Take care of the people. Invest in the people and the community. We do not need to live in a militarized police state that represses people. Also, to City Manager Sean McGlenn, you should be ashamed of the curfew you set. We know it was a thinly veiled attempt in silencing people you were supposed to listen to and targeted people of color especially. That is disgusting. We demand that all protesters arrested in Santa Rosa and all people arrested for breaking curfew be released and their charges be dropped. We need you to not only apologize for everything you've done, but do what the people are telling you. We need you to listen. We need you to have some compassion, have some care about humanity. We will no longer let our government institutions kill and oppress people of color. They deserve protection too, and defunding SRPD and reinvesting into their communities is a good step towards equality. Bye.
Dwayne DeWitt, comment on the public empowerment plan of the city. Community empowerment is something that could have been enacted 6 full years ago after the recommendations of the Open Government Task Force were brought forward. Now is the time to implement all of those recommendations and get it started. Actions speak louder than words. For over 6 years, essentially nothing's been done. All of those recommendations have been ignored, especially by the long-standing city council members. The newer ones, they may not have been as well informed. But the ones who've been on there for 6 years and longer, they understand that the city's actions do not empower the community. They actually work against direct democracy, trying to participate in our representative governments. If you actually are seeking true, authentic community engagement and true empowerment, now is the time to act upon the Open Government Task Force recommendations, which cost the taxpayers over $100,000 in the past putting that together. You have all of the tapes from the previous meetings. You have all the information you need. You just need the political will and some spine to step up, backbone to take care of what the community needs in the face of these difficult times. Thank you.
Jack Osborne, 3.2. Reading that this agenda item, it seems to be consist of something that is kind of racist in a way, in that it only requests meetings or meetings with leaders of the Hispanic and the black community. And I kind of object to that. You look at the whole thing, and it seems to be all based on an Australian thing by Graham, and it to get more public participation in things. It's a very simple change. It's just eliminate all the adjectives as to leaders, and it might be acceptable to say that you only want to talk with leaders of or leaders of Hispanic or black communities. Is kind of strange to me. But you do as you wish, and you don't always have to bow over to communities that might want to change things. Thank you very much, Jack.
Hello, my name is Katie Moore. I am a resident of Santa Rosa for 34 years. I am requesting that you do not defund or do anything to reduce or change our law enforcement funding. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. I'm a member of Citizens for Action Now. I want law and order, and I'm looking for you to protect and support our sheriff and SRPD officers. Thank you.
Hi, I am Susie McBride, and I have lived in Santa Rosa for about 26 years now. I do not want you to defund, reform, or do anything to reduce or change our law enforcement. In fact, as a resident and member of CAN, I want law and I want order, and I want you to protect and support our sheriff and Santa Rosa Police Department officers. Thank you.
Mayor Schwedhelm, that is the end of our voice message public comments.
Okay, thank you for that. We are going to take a break before we hear the last set of public comments. We'll reconvene at 7:30. Reconvene at 7:30. Madam City Clerk, are you ready to go again?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll reconvene the June 30th Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Could we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd?
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Olivares?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Okay, we're still continuing receiving public comment on item 3.2.
Yes, I will now read email comments and e-comments submitted for item 3.2. Comment received from Anna Woods. Please rebalance the budget with less police funding and more social services funding. If you need to know why, get educated. Comment received from Will Hall. I am a therapist. Every time a family asks me about crisis services when a son or daughter is in a distressed state and wants to call 911, I have to warn them that it could be fatal for their child if the police comes. I have to coach them to de-escalate the police. It is wrong for police to respond to mental health crises. Police have absolutely no role to play in mental health. As a therapist, I strongly support defunding the police and shift more resources to the real help communities need. Thank you. Comment received from Gwen Gunheim. Creating a plan to empower the community when the people of the city are expressing themselves in every way possible. We want policy change. Community empowerment requires careful listening, you, the community. I echo the folks demanding action in the streets and the more than 200 comments from last city council meeting calling for the defunding of police in Santa Rosa. The misinterpretation of defund to reform and in fact increasing the SRPD budget signals council members are unfit to listen, interpret, and make chants on behalf of the people. And if that is true, we promise to unseat you. We are calling on you, Chris Rogers, Jack Tibbetts, and Richard Dowd to do the right thing. As direct beneficiaries of police pensions, we demand that Ernesto Oliveras and Tom Schwedhelm recuse themselves from voting or commenting on any matters regarding the SRPD, specifically the budget. Reallocating funds to community services and housing is a public health emergency. Watching the way the city neglects folks suffering from mental health issues, drug use, and living without housing should be considered inhumane. These are health and safety concerns, not crimes. Watching the sweeps under 101 last week, arresting vulnerable people and the amount of resources it took to fix a problem the city perpetuated, if not designed, made me shake with rage. Please do not spend my money on causing harm in our community. Please understand you are in relationship with all of the citizens of Santa Rosa. We are way past a community empowerment plan. Please don't forget you work for us. Comment received from Morgan Wren. Last week, we heard 6 hours of comments regarding SRPD. Almost every single comment called on the city to defund the police, to take all of the money that supports the police department and invest it into our community to strengthen our city and prevent crime from the root. Our elected officials responded by saying that what they were hearing wasn't a call to defund the police, but a call to reform the police. Our city council is tone deaf at best and is directly opposing the will of their constituents at best. You've been elected to represent, and I acknowledge that this is a step towards attempting to better represent your constituents. I ask if you will listen. Weeks of protest and hours of comments didn't seem to be heard. So I ask, what will be different about this empowerment plan? What power is being explicitly given to the community? This needs to be spelled out. The city's response to protest has been to terrorize unconstitutionally arrested citizens and to attempt to ignore violence against protesters. Does this plan pledge to defund the police? It needs to. Well, you can hide behind Measure O to guarantee funding until 2025. That is only 4 years from now. Measure O may be repealed. If not, we now have 4 years in which we can prepare actual social services, educational expansion, community care programs, etc., so that when Measure O expires, we can move tens of millions of dollars into these programs rather than the police. In the meantime, does this community empowerment plan pledge to fight the police union to force them to settle lawsuits with their pension money rather than charging the taxpayers that the police are brutalizing? It needs to. Does this plan pledge to drop charges against people expressing their First Amendment rights? It needs to. Does this plan pledge to give citizens oversight of all use of force cases? It needs to. Does this plan grant citizens the ability to review all use of force cases and complaints against police officers so that we can build a database of conduct? It needs to. Does this plan for police to stop over-policing communities of color? It needs to. In fact, it should call to take all proactive policing off the streets. Respond to actual crime. Don't pull people over to intimidate and hope you get a warrant because a vehicle looks run down. Don't cruise poor neighborhoods doing the same. And our dependence on a police force that brutalizes rather than healing our community now. Comment received from Jacqueline Rocha. Thank you for inviting me to share my grief and anger over racial injustice and the state of policing. I am indeed angry. I am angry that so many of our tax dollars goes towards a police force that has utterly failed to protect protesters in this city. The accounts by protesters of mistreatment from police and police failure to adequately respond to other threats, including a man brandishing a weapon and 2 vehicular assaults, is frankly terrifying. I fear that the description released by police of the latest incident during the 24-hour peaceful protest will invite further violence against protesters. It is only a matter of chance that someone was not seriously injured or killed by that driver. I am angry that over my years in Sonoma County, I have seen police mock my friends who were seeking help. I have seen police violently single out my brown friend, surround him, push him to the ground, and hold him there, all because we were kids loitering on a school campus. Because of my experiences and those of my loved ones, I was not comfortable making a police report when I was drugged at a bar a few years ago. I won't go on about all the ways police have failed me because I want to be brief. I grieve for Andy Lopez and so many others. I grieve for the trust and feeling of safety that I once drew from government and policing. That trust eroded slowly over the years, and these past weeks have drained the last remainders away. I offer all this so that you may understand why I support divesting from the police. I have been mistreated by police, but just as importantly, I have never been helped by them. So I ask again that the City Council do everything they can to divest from police and invest in our community. Comment received from Sophia Weil. I strongly urge you to repeal Measure O. Measure O was passed a few years ago. Our nation has since changed. Many have reconsidered their past actions, and I do not support our tax dollars going to the police department. Perhaps you could have the community vote on Measure O again, as I know many have also changed their minds. This petition to defund the SRPD has over 18,000 supporters. I want to make sure you are hearing this, so I will repeat myself. Over 18,000 people demand that you defund the Santa Rosa Police Department and reallocate funds into education, mental health services, and available housing and other programs that support the safety and well-being of our at-risk and low-income neighbors and people of color. I especially urge you to reallocate funding into solving our homeless crisis in Santa Rosa, as it is absolutely horrendous. The Santa Rosa Police Department does not deserve money that supports their unlawful use of tear gas and rubber bullets. They have unnecessarily injured our peaceful neighbors. Tear gas wasn't allowed to be used in war and was prohibited by the Geneva Protocol of 1925. Additionally, the Geneva Guidelines on Less Lethal Weapons and Related Equipment in Law Enforcement state that kinetic impact projectiles should generally only be used in direct fire against the lower body of a violent individual when a substantial risk exists of immediate serious injury to either a law enforcement official or a member of the public. The SRPD has set off tear gas and fired rubber bullets at peaceful protesters' faces who were not a threat to these militarized officers. I encourage you, Mayor Schwedhelm, you, Vice Mayor Fleming, you, Mr. Sawyer, you, Mr. Rogers, you, Mr. Oliveras, you, Mr. Tibbetts, you, Mr. Dowd, to think about how unethical Marquise Martinez's case is. How are the people allowed to abuse their power and endanger our peaceful neighbors with zero consequences? Santa Rosa Police Department puts our community in danger when they are given funding for these weapons. The least you could do is repeal Measure O and further fund the police and further defund the police instead of solely reforming them. Think logically about who truly needs the money more than others in order to survive in today's climate and system of white supremacy. Comment received from Nicholas Haig, Iraq. Defund does not mean reform. Dick, Jack, Ernesto, Victoria, John, Tom, Chris. Say it with me. Defund does not mean reform. And defund sure as heck does not mean increase the police budget. If you are actually listening to our feedback, then why does it feel like we're talking to a brick wall or shouting into a void? Your constituents are trying to tell you something very important. We are telling you through every channel we have at our disposal that the police system does not deserve our money. We, the people of Santa Rosa, reject proposed expansion to police budgets. And to the two of you who are receiving police pensions and continuing to vote on these matters, that is considered crooked behavior. That is unethical behavior, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. Comment received from Melanie Allers. I am a constituent of Santa Rosa. I am demanding that we drastically lower SRPD's budget, especially as it comes to Measure O, and we reinvest this money in community services and social programs. Many of your constituents agree. Please see the following petition, www.Tom-Schwedhelm-the-Santa-Rosa-Police-Department. Police violence has happened in our community. Andy Lopez did not deserve to die at the hands of Sonoma County Sheriff. Santa Rosa should lead this county in defunding the police and reinvesting in our community. That is what Santa Rosa needs. Housing support, mental health access, youth programs, education, and so many more things. We are already a community that is resilient and relies on each other. We have seen that in the 2017 and 2019 fires. We simply need the funding that these programs and our community's network of support deserve. This is the community I hope to raise my future children in. Comment received from Natalie Anderson. As a lifelong resident of Santa Rosa, I would like to thank the community for their outspokenness in this historic time of crisis overlapping crisis. I would also like to thank the council for following its constituency's lead. First, the Independent Office of Law Enforcement Review and Oversight, IOLERO, should be given more power. In one of their reports reviewing excessive use of force in the jail, they acknowledged that no protocol had been broken. This means we must review how our protocol failed to avoid such a use of force. Secondly, given the authority of police, we need to make sure officers have proper intentions and aren't fueled by the authority of the position. We must rigorously evaluate our officers, including their psychological state and their social media presence. If you wish to build transparency and community trust, how about addressing the blue wall of silence? If the issue is a few bad apples, Rod has a pervasive way of spreading its corruption. If our police officers are protecting illegal activity just because it's a fellow cop perpetrator, the fine line of law between a police force and a gang is absent. Alongside Roman, I urge the council to look into cahoots and consider local implementation. If those in crisis can get proactive help rather than jail time or a fine, it's better for taxpayers, the individual, and the community as a whole. Please consider following San Francisco's initiative to deploy social workers and mental health professionals to non-criminal calls rather than police. Comment received from Haley Johnson. As a community member living in the city of Santa Rosa, there are a few things I would like to see changed in order to make our community better. I would like to see more of our city funding be allocated towards reimagining of public safety. Based on SRPD's use of tear gas and rubber bullets against peaceful protesters, their number one goal is not community safety. I would like to see funding directed towards unarmed mediation and intervention teams that can respond to calls instead of police. Cure Violence Global is one such team in place in many cities across the U.S. and worldwide. They are trained violence interrupters and outreach workers who prevent shootings by identifying and mediating potentially lethal conflicts in their community. They could be a model for Santa Rosa moving forward as we reimagine public safety here. Thank you for your time. Comment received from Remy Newman. I am in full support of defunding Santa Rosa City Police. What would that look like? For U.S. Representative AOC, it would look like our nice white suburban neighborhoods, a place where schools and important social services are a priority. This is not hard to imagine. Some of us already live there. The fact that families of color have to teach their children to be wary of police officers should tell you all you need to know. My son is half Mexican, and I have told him if he is ever in a situation where an officer to comply, never talk back, never make a joke, that he must take it very, very seriously. I am not teaching him to fear anyone else, only our officers who are meant to protect and serve. Those words mean nothing now to many communities in this country. And that ends email and e-comment submitted on item 3.2. And I believe we may have some more attendees who want to provide live public comment.
Yes, as long as we don't have any, if they've already spoken, if there's some new hands up, I'm seeing 2 hands. Let's go ahead and hear those comments.
Okay, Mayor. All right, the next public comment will be from John, followed by M. John, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can, thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen?
Yes, I do, thank you.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Yeah, hi, my name's John Walthall. I am a Santa Rosa resident, live over in near the Taylor Mountain area in Mr. Sawyer's district. Thank you for your time. I just wanted to speak to provide my support for the police officers and the people that work to keep the city safe and that come out and respond to violent and lawlessness. I'm totally on board with the police officers. Now, I'm kind of glad I got in late. So I got to hear a lot of other folks speak, and I got to hear their testimony read in. And certainly there's a lot of room to grow in this country for everyone. Certainly the things that have driven the protesters to the streets are valid and deserve to be addressed. But at the same time, our police officers do a fine job. I've encountered many of them and found them to be civil and to be there to help serve And one thing I've learned speaking to them is they've kind of got their hands tied on what they can do. And I would like to voice opinion that we should certainly, use your judgment on how to correctly administer the budget for this city. However, keeping a strong police force and keeping them budgeted to the point where they are capable and efficient at protecting and serving our citizens is very important. Anyway, I think that's all I have to say. I just wanted to add my vote to continue to support the police officers, but also to continue to learn and grow just like the rest of this country needs to do. And I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, John. The next public comment will be from M, followed by Sal. M, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Can you see a timer on your screen?
Yep.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Emma Linford. There's a lot of points with the last caller I do not agree with, but there are some I do. So the police do have their hands tied, and this is exactly what the people have been saying is defund the police. We cannot expect all of these many hats to be worn by men and women with such little training. We can't expect them to be social workers. We can't expect them to deal with mental health crises. We can't expect them to be medics sometimes. We can't expect them to be compassionate with homeless. We can't expect all of this from them. I'm sorry. I have questions for people, like they teach you in school. You don't just say, okay, I'm listening to you. When you go home to your wife, do you say, oh, okay, yeah, I'm listening, honey. And then do you just go on your phone and scroll through whatever fucking Facebook? No, you look someone in the eyes and you show them you're listening. That's what they taught us in fucking preschool. Okay. So what are you doing, city council members? What are you doing to show us that you're listening? Not just holding this blase through Zoom thing where are you on your phone? I don't know. I can't see you. I don't know what you're doing. You could be looking at the screen and totally checked out. What are you doing to show us you're listening? So far, Chris Rogers is the only one I've known who's actually gone out into the community and answered questions and interacted with the public and been like, look, let me explain this to you. Here, let me help you. Let me educate you so that I can empower you to enact change. I don't know. You guys are all a different generation than me. I don't know if you realize how difficult it is right now. Not only is there the Black Lives Matter, there's also COVID going on top of a literal pandemic of white supremacy. So you can be like, yeah, the protesters have some points, but the police are great too. Okay, but there is a pandemic of white supremacy that has infiltrated the police. What are you saying about that? And I lost my train of thought. Thank you so much. So there's a lot going on. My neighbor has 2 children. She's a single mom. She literally just sold her car because she doesn't have funds to pay her fucking rent and her PG&E bill. Do you realize how much stress and pressure people of this community are under? You are public servants. What are you doing to actually serve the public? Where is your compassion? Where is your empathy? Where is your conscience? You sit back there and you do nothing. We need help. The government cannot continue to function this way. This is not a democracy any longer. You are not serving the people. The majority of the people do not support these decisions. Please show us you're listening.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Sal. Sal, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen?
I do, thank you.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Sal Alvarez, and I'm a resident of Sebastopol, and I have been a resident of Sonoma County for the last 2 years, happily. I came here for a job in Sonoma County. I did not believe. First of all, I want to thank the city council member and this listening to your time and your passion, and your commitment to this. The only thing I just have to say is I urge the city council members to seize on this moment and create a movement and not just let it pass as a moment. Obviously, the way that the system is working right now with police is not working. The system is broken all the way through. There's a culture that's been created in the police that really either ignores or in cases condones racism, sexism, violence. I mean, I could not believe that was in downtown Santa Rosa, which I would not expect to be a very politically, a place, to see police officers flying down downtown Santa Rosa streets in full SWAT gear, and seeing military tank level vehicles for a peaceful protest was absolutely ridiculous and a waste of taxpayer money. When we say defund, we literally mean defund. This is unacceptable. The police do not deserve a $62 million budget. And I'm sure that there are tons of people in Sonoma County that agree with me. So don't let this moment pass. You talk about reform and incremental change, but we all know how that works. The moment will pass, people will stop caring, people will stop doing protests, and city council will get to go back to not caring about this, and things will just go back to normal. And they cannot go back to normal because normal is killing people. So let's do something about it. Thank you. You'll be back.
Thank you. The next public comment is from RF. RF, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay, sounds good. Clock's running.
All right, please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Sure, yeah, thank you. My name's Randy, longtime Santa Rosa resident, longer time Sonoma County resident. Very happily moved back into Santa Rosa well over a decade ago, choosing to move my family here. Left scratching my head at this point, trying to decide if that was a good decision or not. A lot of considerations between my wife and I about taking our children and moving out of the area for a lot of reasons. Number one, including the political climate. Presently, it seems very hostile, not just with what we're seeing with the protests down on the street, the vandalism, the terrorism that's taken place down there. Obviously, the scope of what's been taking place is far outside of what our current police officers are capable of taking care of with the funding that they do have. I am not in support of defunding the police. I'm in support of continuing their funding. I'm in support of continuing their presence within the schools. Much unlike the last two callers, I understand that there are generational differences that exist. I have two teenagers. We talk about this on a daily basis and have since mid-March. I would like to see Sonoma County return to the place that I once knew it as, and that I love, that my family loves, and that my outside and extended family loves to come visit. It hasn't been that way the last few years with the increased presence of homeless people. Obviously, we hover right around 3,000 unhoused people in the course of any one of the years that since we've been mapping that out, since going back to 2015, we've had a lot of money that's been spent trying to take care of those people, yet the numbers do not change. Why is that? I think that some firm plans need to be enacted, put together, number one, and enacted, number two, in order that we take care of that. It's a huge issue. I'm over in West Santa Rosa. I never used to see the volume of people in the parks urinating, defecating, catching the park across the street from my house on fire at least twice. Drug use, prostitution. I mean, why is this in my face when it has never been like that before? Some changes have definitely been made within our county, and I think that we're attracting a lot more people than we're actually helping anymore. I really encourage the city council to take a look at these issues, look at what's best, get back to taking care of the people that live here, love this place, and pay taxes in addition to or against you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Diana. Diana, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Hello.
Hi, Diana. Do you see a timer on your screen?
No.
Okay, well, there is an audio timer and a visual on the Zoom platform. So please identify yourself for public record and your time begins now.
Okay, my name is Diana and I moved to this county in 1993 with 4 biracial sons. And I grew up in Berkeley in the Bay Area and I never heard the word nigger. I never heard white kids calling black children, you know, my friends at school, niggers. I never saw them choked, hurt, wear swastikas. I never saw them just behave like a gang. And when I moved up here in 1993, a few months later, the police were stopping my 10-year-old little boy, asking him to raise his shirt. And so obviously there's a climate of racial bias because we were biracial and they were hunting down Norteños and Sureños, Mexican gangs. But you know what happens when you mix brown and black blood together, or white and black? You look brown and Mexican. So that's what happened to us. Our whole family got marginalized, victimized, criminalized. All my children have been, except my daughter, because of course she's so beautiful and smart, nobody mess with her. They've gotten hurt. And I want to mention one thing about an earlier caller that is so scary to me, that they said they never, ever in their umpteen years saw abuse or anything. Now that is plain right a lie, or, which is more scarier, that they're in such a bubble that they are not a part of reality. That is extremely scary. Our county is divided by race, and it's a lie. We are not divided by a racial divide here. I have seen more white children beaten, more white families abused than I have black. You know why? Because what? We're 90% white. So while you guys are trying to make this a big racial crap, it's not. You're beating your own children. You're wiping out your own race. You're wiping out the white people in Sonoma County, because Sonoma County is 90% white. So to hear her say that, she is lying or just completely disconnected, and I can't believe it. So after 3 generations of my husband suffered racism, called nigger at El Molino West County High School. My sons were experiencing racism, called nigger at El Molino High School. When they went there in 1995, the Confederate flag was still in the lunchroom. There's a Confederate fort, my goodness, on Grenville Road. It is so apparent. Either you people are deliberately lying or you refuse to listen to the truth, and it's going to bite you in your ass, because when you put a dog in the corner, there's only one way to go. Am I done? So my fear is that you're just not listening.
That concludes your time.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands, we'll end the public comment of item 3.2 and bring it back to council. Council, do we have any questions for staff? Let me get us back, sorry. Mr. Rogers, we'll start with you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So first, I wanted to sort of respond back and ask, there were a number of different comments that indicated that the chief had said that we had untested rape kits from the discussion. What he actually said in the study session was that he would check and he'd get back to council. Given that he is on, I'm hoping that he will respond back to that allegation and inform the public on where we actually sit on that issue at the moment.
Hello, Council, Mayor Schwedhelm, City Council, Rainer Navarro, Chief of Police. I did check into the question that Vice Mayor Fleming asked last week. The police department does not have a backlog in sexual assaults. We participate in a rapid DNA testing program, and we have done so for several years. So we are up to date as far as sending any sexual assault kits out to the Department of Justice.
So to be really clear, because a lot of folks heard something different during the study session, Santa Rosa does not have any untested rape kits on sexual assaults.
That is correct. We send them out to through this DNA testing program, and if needed, we have private labs that are available if there's an issue.
Great, thank you, Chief. And if there was ever a shortfall, would you make sure to talk to the council to prioritize funding to ensure that did not actually happen?
Yes, I will. And we have never denied an exam due to cost.
Great. Thank you so much, Chief. And then I did hear a couple of other comments that I wanted to highlight and make sure that we correct. I did hear loud and clear right off the bat that we should be including Indigenous folks as well. And I wanted to echo that sentiment and make sure that we were as inclusive as possible. And then I also heard a need to translate into multiple languages. I know that has been our practice in the past, and I'd like to also echo that sentiment and make sure that folks feel comfortable participating in their language of choice, because I do think that this is extremely personal, and that the words folks choose to use should be their own and not just in English. So I wanted to include that. Finally, obviously, there's been the vast majority of comments have come about the Defund the Police movement, and I would hope that the subcommittee will be discussing Measure O and will be having that public conversation with folks. We're in a bit of an awkward situation sitting at the council level, because we hear you loud and clear that that's what folks are asking for now. And the last time the public was asked, they overwhelmingly supported Measure O. So there needs to be a discussion about it. There may need to be another ballot measure to check in with the public on it again as well. And in the meantime, I hope folks did catch in the budget hearing that we did start to look at our priority 3 nonviolent calls to be addressed through social workers or more adequate services that are properly trained. And so I'm looking forward to those discussions as well. And we'll continue to meet with folks and talk to folks as we work through this. This, as I said last time, is not a one and done. It's not one policy issue. It is an ongoing systemic change that we are committed to. And I hope people feel welcome calling, emailing, and participating.
Mayor, if I may just provide a point of clarification on the language item. We didn't
outline that specifically in the plan, but it is remains our practice that we will have sessions in English and in Spanish. That is, sometimes it will be in Spanish with English translations and sometimes in English with Spanish translations. And then we have identified means by which we can have translation services for Indigenous languages. We have identified that and some resources to address those language needs from our last emergency as well. So that will be part of the plan.
Really appreciate that. Thank you, Raisa.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Tibbetts, you have a question.
Mr. Tibbetts, please unmute your microphone.
Thanks. I'm sure that'll help. I just wanted to get clear on the process. So we are listening tonight, and the Public Safety Subcommittee, I assume, is going to take some of these ideas. I assume also some of the concepts from 8 Can't Wait, deliberate on those and bring it back to council. Am I correct in my assumption?
That's right. I'm sorry, Mayor. Yeah, would you like to answer that?
Well, yes, the published agenda, 8 Can't Wait, is an agenda topic for tomorrow.
And then I can further confirm for you, we took copious notes tonight, and some of the items that were brought up are specifically going to be addressed within areas of the plan, such as policies and practices. We do have a space to have that discussed within Goal 2, Goal 1, and Goal 2. Including, tear gas, 8 Can't Wait, 8 to abolition. And then another thing that we heard during the evening is the number of establishing committees or boards or forums of and by the citizens, and that is part of Goal 2 as well. And then lastly, specifically, I have to say again, this is not and will not be the city's only plan. This is only the first step. And there are, it would be difficult to create a comprehensive plan without having had the rest of this feedback as well.
Okay, thank you both.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate hearing from so many folks in the community. One of the things that I believe makes a good listener is somebody who is willing to say that they got something wrong. And it's clear from so many comments that one of the things that I got wrong in the last meeting was interpreting a lot of the emails that I received asking for diversion of funding from police in the defund request to mean that some people wanted us to rearrange funding within the police. And I wanted to take this opportunity to let you know that I do understand what you're saying, and that I hope that you continue to let me know when I do get things wrong, and that I have an open ear to that. And to that end, I wanted to offer this insight is that going into these public safety subcommittee meetings, I want to have an open mind and an open perspective so that we get this right, and that this is not just rounds and rounds of listening without meaningful policy followed up by action and checking on things. And that until we can resolve, if it is the will of the people and the will of the council, and those are a lot of wills that I can't control myself to address Measure O, then one of the ways that we can meet some of the goals is to rearrange funding toward mental health services and social services within the police department. And so that's where I was going with it, but I hear you loud and clear that I misinterpreted what you said, and I apologize for that.
Council, any additional comments or feedback regarding this item? Mr. Dowd.
One of the things that I heard loud and clear from the community members who spoke this afternoon and evening is I want us to be sure that we turn these meetings and committee meetings, community meetings, etc., into a game plan and then turn it into some actions. It's not going to be a smooth and easy road, but we need to start doing things to improve our systems. And I think that there's some other ways to look about dealing with homeless and mental issues and drug addiction, those kinds of things. And we may look outside the police department for either commercial entities or nonprofit entities that can provide services to the city for issues like those that I mentioned. So, but I do want to see, I'm glad we're doing what we are doing now with the strategy that you have now set up, Mayor Schwedhelm, but I also want to see it turn into actions.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. Any other comments?
Mayor Schwedhelm, I do want to admit an error on our part too. We had, when we met in person, always requested Spanish language translation at council meetings when we knew that there would be a broad interest, and we failed to do so on this meeting. So it's something that we have noted for future council meetings, especially when this item comes up, that we will try to do better. Not try to do better, we have to do better about providing translation services for this council meeting, especially around these items. So that was also noted, and I apologize for our error in that oversight tonight.
Thank you. And could you confirm tomorrow's Public Safety Subcommittee? I believe that one, we will have translators there?
Yes, we will.
Great. Thank you for that. Okay. You know, and I would just like to comment the amount of feedback. I do appreciate everyone taking time to give us that feedback. And I know some speakers had mentioned other reading material. I am totally, I don't want to say an open book, but looking at a number of different articles and books have been forwarded to me that I am now exploring for my own growth and see what things might work in different communities. Again, I'm very interested in that Cahoots program in Eugene, Oregon. And so looking at how might we bring something here, reaching out to that organization. And for me, because I do really want to make and emphasize our effort to get this right. And that's that question about how much is too much input. Well, I'm still learning things, learn a few new things today, and I'm looking forward to learning some things tomorrow. And as we continue in this dialogue, because I think as we heard Ms. De La Rosa talk about, there's going to be that feedback loop. Are we going to get it perfect the very first time? No, but my whole goal is continue to make forward progress with this, continue to listen, and continue to make the appropriate adjustments. So with that, Riza, did you have any other specific feedback that you needed from council?
No, I didn't. I was most interested in making sure that we captured the feedback from the community, and we do have that, excuse me, broadly. And with that feedback, we've already started sort of identifying other areas where we can pull in existing projects and programs and partnerships, including the Neighborhood Revitalization Program, Housing Community Services, Public Art, the Mayor's Open Government Task Force. So we'll begin working on quickly to get some of these other programs, groups, and partnerships in place.
Great. Thank you so much. With that, I believe then that is all for item 3.2 on tonight's agenda. Madam Secretary, well, everyone's still here. We still have all 7 of us. We already did a roll call. Madam City Attorney, could you report out on our closed session earlier this afternoon?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session and considered 2 items of litigation, item 2.1 and 2.2. Both of those actions concerned injuries that were suffered by individuals during the protests earlier this month. The council gave 2 items of direction. Council gave unanimous approval for the city's engagement of an independent investigator to investigate and report publicly on these incidences. And then second, the council also gave direction to staff regarding potential for an agreement regarding police practices relative to the protests and demonstrations, pending resolution of those 2 matters. And that is the report out. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no proclamations, staff briefings. We have a couple of staff briefings. Madam City Clerk, could you do you have any public comments on item 7?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Now's the time to hear public comment on item 7.1 and 7.2. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand for public comment on item 7.1 or 7.2. Okay, the first public comment will be from Merlin. Merlin, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen? You have 3 minutes. All right, please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
You have scattered the unhoused population downtown and elsewhere in direct contradiction to CDC guidelines, putting them all at risk, arresting many of them along with protesters, yet again mentioning you're putting people at severe risk of infection. This is unacceptable. You need to call your dogs off. They're putting people at risk. At least the people that they partner with, the CHP and others, aren't wearing masks still. You need to take this pandemic seriously again, still, despite the fact that businesses are telling you that they'd like to continue making profits, please. Well, you're letting them profit off of our health. Cases are continuing to rise and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. Yet you want to open up the downtown and charge people for parking and kick anyone out who needs that space to live their basic lives without harassment by your violent fascist thugs with weapons. You are in direct violation of people's basic human rights, and you are not providing them the support that they need to survive during this pandemic, let alone during the normal conditions that are caused by your own ineptitude and your prioritization of business and profit. Everything about your response is completely inadequate. Again, we heard tonight that you are unwilling to take action on anything. We need to take action, you say, but which one of you suggested any action tonight? Which one of you proposed one single concrete action tonight? Not one of you. And I suspect that's going to be the exact same thing for this item. Not one of you brought up one thing to vote on tonight in an emergency fashion, which you're allowed to do, or to bring up in the next meeting, which would certainly fit your requirements for public notification. Not one of you mentioned one concrete action that you could take. And I bet it's going to keep going. Completely performative. Fuck you.
Thank you. The next public comment is from Rachel. Rachel, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please confirm you are speaking on item 7.1 or 7.2, fire recovery and rebuild, or COVID-19 response update.
So I just have a question before I continue to make sure that I'm on the correct item, which is in regards to 7.1 and 7.2. Can there be a quick summary so I can give a more thoughtful response and avoid anything I'm not supposed to be talking about?
So the items that are being heard now are coming up are 7.1 fire recovery and rebuild update and 7.2 COVID-19 response update. These are standing items on the agenda. No action will be taken except for possible direction to staff.
Thank you. So for COVID response, one of the things that I find extremely troubling is actually how we've addressed the homeless population. I was witness to a police officer stopping a gentleman and asking if he had committed any crimes. I have never experienced this in my life, and apparently it is a fairly regular thing. Instead of trying to do anything to address the issue, all the officers did was tell the gentleman that he would be booked, processed, and released. Now consider that for a moment and realize when they say that, they're adding exposed risk for literally no reason. When you look at telling somebody you're going to release them within 2 hours, there's something they can do out in the field. The other portion of that is when I talked to the people who were also witness to this, they were, first-time homeless and more concerned about food than anything else. I know it came up several times, but to see these people moved, which I did go to check in on this gentleman, it's really disheartening because this isn't really an actual item. And it's, when we talk about moving people, that isn't shelter in place. And we still require that when they're moving through the community, they're going to have to get new items. Where do you think they're going to get new items? And who do you think they're going to come in contact with? It is unconscionable to just say that we'll sweep them away, because one of the reasons this gentleman and his partner did not go into any shelter is because they close at 8 p.m. and their job is at nighttime. They can't actually make it to the shelter to meet their needs to actually continue to try for self-betterment. And this isn't an irregular occurrence. And when we talk about that safety, we have to protect everyone who lives in the city, not just people with money. And I say that as somebody who is privileged in that way. I thank you for your time. And really quickly, it's as far as the betterment for fires, I really hope that we continue to talk to people who were most dramatically affected and understand that a lot of those residents left, the ones that couldn't afford to stay, and some of those are within the homeless population. And I want to let you know that that's part of the issue from prior agenda items. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The next public comment is from Jasmine. Jasmine, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please confirm you're speaking on item 7.1 or 7.2.
Yes. Hi.
Great. Thank you. Do you see a timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Janish, and I was just calling. It is a little bit not quite on the coronavirus topic, but it was kind of more of a reflection of it. I was wondering how we are going to try to work on our school systems in response to these kinds of issues. Fire season is becoming a yearly problem, and schools are missing weeks of school. Should we consider starting to try to structure that time in and accept that we're going to miss a week or two of school every fall because there's going to be high smoke or displacement evacuations every single year, because this is becoming a yearly issue. And I know from working with kids how difficult it is to keep them 6 feet apart. So I know that we've been discussing a lot on the state level about how we're going to address schooling, but this is also something that I was wondering if it was going to be addressed tonight. I don't know if I missed it. I'm sorry if I did. And then it also kind of ties back into some of the issues that we spoke about earlier regarding tolerance and the different Black Lives Matters issues that we've been seeing a lot lately. And I'm just wondering, while we're talking about budgets and how we're responding to things, I also wonder if we're really addressing how we're going to start structuring our school days around natural disasters that are becoming more severe due to climate change and the current political and pandemic issues that we're facing right now. That was really all I wanted to say. I know I have some time left. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment is from Samra. Samra, I've unmuted your microphone. Please identify yourself for public record and confirm that you are speaking on item 7.1 or 7.2.
I would like to speak on item 7.2, specifically about the police response to the homeless population during this virus, this pandemic. So, as has been brought up earlier, the police have been basically shoveling the homeless from place to place to place, really aggressively as well. As my friend witnessed, they would either just act so aggressively towards these poor, impoverished, homeless people, and then move them from place to place because I don't know why, because perhaps it's not visually appealing to keep them there. This isn't a good means to approach a virus. Why would you treat these people or allow these people to be treated this way? And I feel like this proves that we need social workers instead of police to handle this issue because they literally are not qualified in dealing with social issues. And reform won't work. And an independent auditor isn't a preventative measure. And along with the going on about the virus, they uplifted Santa Rosa uplifted the measures on the quarantine. They don't enforce the wearing of masks. And instead they encourage more people to go out and have fun or hang out with their friends or in various public spots where so many people are gathered together and acting like it is a right to not wear a mask. And opening all these businesses and easing all these restrictions only, creates more of a breeding ground for the virus and more apathy toward the fact that the coronavirus disproportionately affects communities of colors, aka poor communities. And the longer this virus lasts, the more strained they become for funds. I recall one of my friends went to go dine at a restaurant and the busboys were not wearing gloves, as in the restaurant did not give the busboys gloves to wear. And I'm just okay, wow. They touch the plates which hold the food and they do it all without gloves. And I don't feel like this is being taken seriously. And the police aren't taking it seriously. As you heard, they did not wear face masks, especially when they're going out and acting all aggressive towards the peaceful protesters. I believe you really need to evaluate your response to this virus and how it affects the poor and vulnerable and the Black and other minorities within your Santa Rosa community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Citizens for Action Now. Citizens for Action Now, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please confirm you're speaking on item 7.1 or 7.2.
Hi, I'm speaking in regards to 7.2.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose. There's a timer on your screen and your time begins now.
Yep, this is Brenda calling in regards to 7.2 on behalf of Citizens for Action Now. And I just want to thank City Council and the Mayor for taking the recent actions that you have in removing the street addicts and the mentally ill off of the street so they can get into some housing that is not on the street. We appreciate that. It's one step closer to getting them into getting some treatment for some very serious addiction and mental health issues. So we appreciate the actions. We acknowledge it. We know you're behind the scenes working a lot on trying to make some tough decisions on behalf of the city. So thank you so much for the efforts recently. We would like to see that the next step would be looking at models like Kodak in Rhode Island. Mayor Tom, we talked about that in the past. It's something we'd love to have you guys take a look at again, research it. And it's basically a program where people that have chronic addiction issues that are most often in chronic homeless situations, they are taken off the streets and they're put into a facility, provided treatment options. And then following that facility stay, they are continue to be followed and they have access to continued medications and treatment. So it doesn't just end when they leave. So we support continuing to have people being taken off the streets, put into facilities, provided treatment and services. And we really appreciate the recent efforts that we've seen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Charlotte, followed by Diana. Diana, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you are speaking on item 7.1 or 7.2?
This is Charlotte, but yes, I'm speaking on those items.
Thank you, Charlotte. Okay, there's a timer on your screen. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Borg again. My family lost our home in the Tubbs fire. I'd like to emphasize to the council that the intersecting issues of COVID and fire season, and just ask what the city is prepared to do if we experience another catastrophic fire in the area, which we inevitably will, and people need evacuation centers to shelter in should their homes be at risk or even destroyed. I'd especially like to emphasize the question of how we are going to support underserved communities, such as homeless communities, specifically when this does inevitably happen again. I'd also like to address, well, I don't really understand the rationale behind clearing people out from under the 101 beyond aesthetics for those trying to resume business downtown. Specifically, I'd like to ask why they needed to be kicked out. I mean, it's harmful not only in terms of their individual and collective stability, but it also is harmful in terms of increasing the possibility of those individuals' exposure to the virus. I'd like to ask the city council in general how we're going to support our houseless neighbors moving forward. That's all I've got. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Diana, followed by Harmony. Diana, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Please confirm you're speaking on items 7.1 or 7.2.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I'm not sure. I think this is 7.2. Really shortly, there's a homeless man here in town. His name is Daniel. He was displaced during the Kincaid fires. It was him and his wife and a dog and a camper. And his wife is so destitute and just so medically, unable to handle it and a lot of other issues. She died. And then the police came and took his camper away. And so now he's living on the streets for a while. He got a little van, him and his dog. And I beg you, I beg you, if you don't hear anything else tonight, please listen to the people that are on the streets who are sick, ill, and dying. And I don't know what kind of people would call in and talk bad about them and put them away because they do drugs, because everybody in their house is doing drugs. If you're going to take away people on the streets doing drugs, take away everybody out of their homes doing drugs. So let's get off that track. Let's get on how you really help people. I'm going to give you 3 clear, straight ideas. One, at least, like I did for the homeless man around the corner. I took my own truck. I emptied the garbage out of the city here, because that will help that garbage, the feces and everything else everybody hates. I took it out in my truck and brought it to the dump with my money, and I make $607 a month. Okay. Second, provide sanitary bathrooms that are clean daily, twicely. I don't know, get a machine and hose them down every time somebody comes out. Simple thing to do. 1 in every few blocks, and also a shower. 3 things: the dump, the bathroom, and the shower. If you keep moving them around, we're all going to get sick. And we, the people, ground zero here, that are trying to protect each other, you really need to step up your game. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Harmony. Harmony, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you're speaking on item 7.1 or 7.2?
Yes.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name's Harmony. I would just like to bring up that during this COVID-19 crisis, the homeless and the poor are the most at risk in the situation. We can't help the homeless situation in our county if we perpetuate poverty. People are out of work due to COVID, but we're still required to pay rent and bills. Poor people in high density housing are put more at risk by, such as apartments, we're put more at risk by being forced to stay in high populated housing. The same housing places, such as Burbank housing, have neglected to enforce social distancing and have actively written people up during COVID, which makes me think that since they cannot evict during the pandemic, they are building cases against people until they can. And I'm wondering where the voice for the poor is in the low income communities is during this crisis. Personally, I'm a former foster youth. I was born and raised in Santa Rosa, and I grew up in displacement. I'm constantly at a risk of homelessness, and I have no voice or safety net if I cannot pay rent, and rent has never been brought up in any of these issues. I just want to say, for Citizens for Action Now, the homeless are not all criminals, drug addicts, or mentally ill. I really implore you to reacquaint yourselves with people who are different than you. Talk to some foster youth, understand that poverty isn't a choice and it's not a crime. The system's built to keep poor people poor, and I wonder where your compassion is. And for those who are evangelicals, I want to remind you that Jesus said, love your neighbors as yourself. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. There are no additional hands being raised. We did not receive any voice message public comments on staff briefings, and nor did we receive an email or e-comment public comments on item 7.
All right, thank you. Mr. McGlynn, do we have a report on item 7.1 or 7.2?
We do not have a report this evening on 7.1 or 7.
Item 8, city manager's report. Do you have a report for us today?
Yes. On Thursday, July 2nd, the NAACP will hold a Marching for Justice rally in March. NAACP President Reuben Scott has invited the City Council to join him and other members of the NAACP in the march, which will start at 4:30 at City Hall and end at Courthouse Square. Prior to the march, the NAACP will hold a rally in Courthouse Square. The following is the agenda for the rally and the march. 12 to 1 p.m., a welcome yoga and meditation and prayer. 1 to 2 p.m., listening circles. We're all invited to come listen. 2 to 4 p.m., speeches, socializing activities for youth. 4 o'clock, the walk to City Hall. and 4:30, the march to Courthouse Square. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, do you have a report for us?
I do not have any report tonight.
All right, item 9. Do we have any statements of abstention from council members? Seeing none. On item 10, mayors and council members reports. I'll just go around and see if anyone has a report. Start with you, Mr. Rogers. Seeing no. Mr. Sawyer?
No report. Thank you.
Mr. Oliveras?
No report.
Mr. Dowd?
No report.
Mr. Tibbetts?
No report.
And Vice Mayor Fleming?
No report.
And I also do not have a report. Item 11, the minutes from the April 14th City Council meeting. Did anyone have any corrections, adjustments, or any additions to those meeting minutes? Seeing none, we will then accept them as submitted. We have no consent items. And now why don't we'll go on to item 13, public comment on non-agenda matters. Madam City Clerk, do we have any items or speakers for item 13?
Thank you, Mayor. Now's the time where we will hear item 13, non-agenda items, or public comment on non-agenda matters. We will hear the first 10 public comments on item 13. There will be a second period under item 17 to take the remaining speakers on non-agenda matters. If you're participating in Zoom, please raise your hand. Dial *9 to raise your hand if you're dialing in and participating by phone. Okay, thank you. The first public comment will be from Rahman, followed by Cool Guy. Rahman, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm, unmute your microphone?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you, Rahman. Can you confirm you see the timer on your screen?
Yep.
Great. Can you please identify yourself for public record? And their time starts now.
Hi, I'm Rahman. I just wanted to address the testing of the rape kits that Chris Rogers attempted to clarify earlier. Yes, Chief Navarro spoke about not having the data on hand when Vice Mayor Fleming initially asked about them. But I just want you to clarify even further what happened right after that. I just want to
is that in many jurisdictions,
quote what happened after
that. Untested and are shelved. Do we do this in-house, or it's sensitive to the needs of mental health professionals?
But basically, he basically said he doesn't think that they have enough funding to address the amount of sexual assault allegations that come through the police department. So I just wanted to clarify that's the information we were given going into this issue. Item 3.2 was pretty much him saying that he didn't think he had enough funding to address this issue of sexual assault. So whether there was a backlog of rape test kits or not, that's the information we were given. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Rahman. The next public comment will be from Cool Guy, followed by resident with the phone number ending in 6886. Cool guy, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please confirm or unmute your microphone. Can you confirm your mic is working?
Yes, hello, and I also see a timer on the screen.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
I just want to quickly address the public comments from the group Citizens from Action Now. A lot of the people were talking about the homeless people around them in a super dehumanizing way and focusing on their fear and the optics and their property value rather than the safety of these people who are literally still people and they deserve respect and safe care. If you really care about the community and cleaning up this homeless problem, then I think that you should look at how many of your members who called in about 3.2 wanted to increase the police budget. But I want to point out to them that some of the money is coming from the housing and community services, which is getting cut more and more. It's less than $1 million on the proposed budget. And don't you think it would be better to advocate for an increase in that section, which is specifically meant to reach out to these people and provide the services that people like Brenda were mentioning in the last section? The police budget has been increasing, and you've seen the amount of houseless people also increase in that time. I think that should show you that it's not working to keep pouring money into it, and it's really worth approaching in a different way. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from resident with the phone number ending in 6886, followed by Charlotte. Resident 6886, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Thank you. My name is Angel. I am a longtime resident of Santa Rosa, and I would just like to say that you guys are constantly showing us that you don't care about your citizens. We have people attacking us with vehicles on more than one occasion. We've asked for your help. You do not help. You guys are constantly complaining about the homeless problem that you're not doing anything about, and you guys are constantly pushing people from one side to the other. And I agree with the callers from earlier saying that you're just constantly moving them around, which is putting everyone at risk for the virus. And then on top of that, not all homeless people are drug addicts. Some people are single parents who can't seem to get it together because it's hard. You know, people have hardships. We've had natural disasters that have enabled a lot of people. We have coronavirus. Nobody's able to work. A lot of people are at risk for homeless. When you guys are sitting on the curb with all your stuff because you can't work, then will you consider yourself a drug addict? I just want to say, you guys are not listening to the people. If you were, you would be doing more. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Charlotte, followed by Merlin. Charlotte, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you confirm you see the timer on your screen?
I do.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hey, everybody, it's me again. I have a few things I'd like to address from the meeting today. I'd like to highlight, well, actually, this is for the meeting tomorrow. I'd like to highlight the lack of clarity about tomorrow's meeting agenda items. The description of each agenda item is somehow both very short and very unclear about the specific content of the actual meeting. I'd like to ask the council how we can be expected to prepare comprehensive comments on these items if we aren't able to understand exactly what the agenda items entail. I'd also like to repeat my comment from earlier. It is a component of Measure O that City Council can vote with a 6 of 7 majority approval to pass a police budget below mandatory minimum levels. It's suspect that the council has not yet addressed this ability that they have. And then finally, it's just a reflection on the comments received today in the public comment sections. The people coming out in opposition to the effort to defund the police are people who seem to be closely related to the police department. This group, Citizens for Action Now, uses dehumanizing language around our houseless neighbors and is working to minimize the discrimination that people of color face in this nation, and more specifically to our concerns in our community. To echo a previous speaker, the housing and community services funding is 0.1% of the city's current budget. Perhaps that group should direct their energy toward increasing that area of the budget rather than policing, which doesn't really seem to have anything to do with their concerns. I'd like to invite the City Council to reflect on those demographics of people asking for change versus the ones opposing it. This change and shift towards defunding and demilitarizing our community, or our police and demilitarizing our community, is our future. Be a part of it or step down. I yield my time.
Thank you, Charlotte. The next public comment will be from Merlin, followed by Rachel. Merlin, I've unmuted your microphone. Please confirm you see the timer on your screen.
I do. Can you hear?
Yes, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
I'd like to add to what other people have said about CAN. Citizens for Action Now is a fascist organization, serious fascist organization. Yes, their proximity to the police is very concerning. They've had meetings with the police to get the wink and the nod for violently attacking homeless people in parks. Listen to their rhetoric. Watch out for yourselves. Be aware. Pay attention. This is for the City Council and for the people listening. They have used outright fascist symbolism. They have talked about homeless people. They've compared homeless people to rats with pictures of rats caught dead in traps. They have threatened to send homeless people to Odin. That is an outright fascist symbolism. Fascists use Norse mythology, and Odin in particular, as a white supremacist father figure and punitive bringer of justice. Be aware, protect yourselves, organize, because these people are very organized. They bring hundreds of people to public meetings. We need to be ready for them. We need to be organized ourselves. We need to be practicing defense in our awareness and our methods of securing ourselves and keeping safe and alerting each other to danger. Call on each other, because we damn well know the other fascists with guns and badges are not going to look out for us. We damn well know that the City Council is not going to look out for us when fascists are on the move. We have black shirts in our community, and the City Council is going to do nothing about it. The police, of course, are going to do nothing about it. Historically, they have enabled such groups. Citizens for Action Now is a fascist organization. Watch out for yourselves. Be aware. Organize. Call each other. Have each other's backs. Good night.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Rachel, followed by Samra. Rachel, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you confirm you see the timer on your screen?
I do see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, again, this is Rachel Berry. I wanted to first make comment on some of the comments from you folks. Ms. Fleming, I appreciate that you acknowledge where you can go wrong. I do want to see more about direct actions, and that is not to minimize your apology, and I just want to see the actions driven behind it. And to our mayor, I'm glad that I hear that you are reading articles and interested in the COODS program. If I can make a call to action for everyone to look at reading material, because one of the things that I'm concerned about as a parent of a kindergartner in the school system is our addressing of comprehensive education that I haven't seen any of the schools put out yet. I don't know how much you guys have an influence with Santa Rosa City Schools or Rincon Valley School District. And I know that this may be outside of your purview, but your voice does matter, as does mine and everyone else's here. So I do ask that you provide your voice in holding our schools also accountable to having comprehensive education, which includes writing perspectives from history that aren't from just people that are white. I was unaware of the history, and I did grow up through Santa Rosa City Schools, Proctor Terrace, Santa Rosa Middle School, and Santa Rosa High School. And at Santa Rosa Middle School, because I am half Chinese, I did actually experience racism within the schools themselves. So I can vouch for that personally and feel that education is something that we need to better address to make sure we're taking care of our youth. And it's not something that I know is currently part of the budget for Santa Rosa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Samra. Samra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello, this is Samra.
Hi. Thank you. There's a timer on your screen. And please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Samra. And again, I'd like to call attention to the fact that the council was moving again to get an auditor, but let me remind you what happened to the last auditor. We haven't had one for 2 years. And, oh, right, you fired him because he criticized your response to homelessness. I could only wonder why he did that. It's really a mystery. And responses from the independent auditor were generally along the lines of, yeah, we saw all this happening, but whenever we criticize these, there were multiple accounts of police brutality, allegations, and the auditor had little to no power to do anything about it or bring about change. And let me state that an auditor, like hiring an independent auditor, is not a preventative measure. It's not going to stop police brutality. And I'd also like to call attention to the fact that whenever somebody sues a police force for brutality or something along those lines, like what's going to happen soon for, I believe, the assaults of the police on peaceful protesters, the money doesn't come out of the police budget. It comes out of the cities. So then again, you have to continuously cut other programs because of the actions of the police, and that is no motivator for them to act in an ethical manner. So reconsider that, reconsider the fact that you're hiring an auditor, and legitimately reconsider restructuring police. I've noticed, as people have called out, many, I'm just going to assume white people because who else would it be, stating that, we should not defund the police. I like them how they are. But I seriously doubt that they have they're basing it off of their personal good interactions with the police, but that doesn't outweigh the fact that this is a fundamentally flawed system. So this legitimately needs a change in how they structure the police, how they structure law enforcement. Let me inform everyone that when we say abolish the police, this isn't get rid of cops, get rid of law enforcement, have a lawless wasteland. Instead, divide law enforcement into branches run by trained professionals that don't exactly have to execute things in a violent manner every single time and can be tailored to individual events. This isn't a bad thing. In fact, it would help our community as a whole, not just Black and brown people, but white people too. I don't get why people are not behind this because they're white. It makes no sense. Everyone is affected in one way or another, regardless of your race. I really want the council to reconsider how law enforcement is structured and who law enforcement reports to, and then act from there.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Lily, followed by Alicia. This is for item 13 on non-agenda matters. Lily, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, thank you. There's a timer on the screen for 3 minutes. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Lily, and a few people have touched on this earlier, but the quote-unquote relocating of homeless people and what that means for the community with in terms of the coronavirus and the spread of it. I just want to point out that there was a confirmed case of someone with COVID-19 at the main adult detention facility June 2nd, the night of the mass arrests of protesters. And I just want to bring it up again that the name of that person was not released, who was confirmed. Nothing was done about that. And I just don't feel like the council or the police department has the community's safety in mind. And that's my full comment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next comment will be from Alicia, followed by Jasmine. Alicia, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Yes.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record. If you so choose, there's a timer on the screen. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Alicia. I apologize if this is a little discombobulated, but I wanted to keep it up to date and respond to what has been said and hasn't been said. I'm trying to give all of City Council the benefit of the doubt, as well as the police, because I know that you are not bad people. But right now, I do not believe you are doing what you can. I am a community member that continues to learn and grow and actually listen to my community members. In the last month, I have learned more about others and more importantly about myself than I ever have, and it's truly exhausting. However, I have so far to go and I feel the crushing weight of that as a teacher in our community. I hope you feel the weight of this current climate to reevaluate your own ideas and practices. You are currently in a position of power, which is not easy, but it is what we want you to do to best represent us. I want to speak to what Randy, a gentleman earlier, had said and respond that the homelessness issue is not new. It is certainly more people now, but it is not a new issue. We have a problem with hiding and shooing away homeless so that the average person does not have to see them, but that does not mean that they do not exist. So instead of asking for more police to get these people out of your neighborhood, you should be asking what needs to be done to address these problems, such as substance abuse and mental health care. I would also like to say that when the homeless get dispersed, they end up in the poorest neighborhoods. I live near the fairgrounds, and when the Joe Rodota Trail was broken up, South Park was lined with homeless individuals with nowhere else to go. I would also like to point out what a perfect example my neighborhood is for our community. I live in what you would call a nice house in a nice neighborhood that literally buds up to what you would call a bad neighborhood with gang members. And I'd like to point out that all that separates us is a fence. Many are quick to judge others and forget that we are not better than them. Personally, my life could have ended up so differently with the slightest of unfortunate situations. Homeless are not criminals. We've been led to believe. So many of them were once living on the edge, as you may have experienced yourself, and ended up with the short end of the stick. Drug abuse within these communities are not issues, they are symptoms of issues. Community members who oppose to funding of the police, in what ways can we help the homeless, the impoverished, the marginalized, those with disabilities, those with mental illnesses? Moving a problem on to the next is not a solution, it's a cop-out. Santa Rosa City Council and my fellow Santa Rosa community members, I want you to do better. If you are not outraged by the amount of homeless in this county, you need to get your head out of your butts and reevaluate your privileged mindset. This is not a them issue, it's an everyone issue. I respect others' opinions, but we can really look into ourselves and do so much better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Jasmine. Jasmine, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Yes, hello.
Hi. There's a timer on your screen. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Janish again, and I was just hoping to touch on some of the broader issues, because police brutality isn't a standalone issue. It starts from a lot of issues, and I feel like one of those issues is the way we educate our children. I've spoken to, in preparing myself for today, I've spoken to people who went to a variety of high schools across the county, across the state, and then also in a few different states. And throughout it all, most of my fellow graduates don't remember receiving much, if at all, any information on certain movements, including the civil rights movement. We touched on it, but I don't think any of us, like I knew a few people who didn't even know who Malcolm X was. My teacher never touched on the Trail of Tears. And so I feel like we need to look at the money that we're considering spending on the police department and consider it an investment. And I would like everyone listening to consider if that is the investment we would like to make, or if we would like to consider the next generation or the students who are going through school right now a better investment and work to educate them as well, to help one of the many facets that contributes to ignorance, xenophobia, and essentially throughout it all, police brutality, which is an issue that many people have brought up. And then in addition, I also feel like, as someone who has split time between Sonoma County and the Bay Area, I feel like this isn't just a local issue with our homeless problem. It's a very widespread issue, and I feel like we have the opportunity, considering all that we have been through rebuilding the fires, to set a precedent for other counties around the state to show that we are able to care for those most vulnerable in our community and really lift them up, rather than dispersing them whenever they try to set up communities that can help strengthen their bonds with others and prevent them from being further dehumanized by their current state of affairs. So I cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, that is the first 10 public comments on non-agenda matters.
So I want to check with my colleagues on council. Are you okay if I go out of order and continue on public comment to 17? And then we'll come back to the other items. If I can see a thumbs up for who's okay if we change the order of the agenda. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, I'm a 4, 5. Okay, let's continue on to item 17 and we'll continue public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. The next public comment on non-agenda matters will be from Jennifer. Jennifer, I enabled your speaking permissions. Can you confirm you see the timer on your screen? Please unmute your microphone, Jennifer.
Okay, there I am. Thank you.
Perfect. Jennifer, do you see the timer on your screen?
Hang on.
If you don't, just know that there is an audio indicator when your time
I see it now. Sorry.
Okay, terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Jennifer Laporta from Safe Technology for Santa Rosa. I want to thank you all for scheduling a study session for 5G for July 21st. We would like our subject matter experts to present. They are all published scientists, physicians, or legal experts. They are not connected in any way to the telecom industry and have legitimate credentials. We have heard from telecom-linked experts like Hammett at every meeting. Telecom has had a rep there to answer questions in prior study sessions, and we should be able to as well. We need to know what time on the 21st that we can make our presentation, because we are bringing in national experts from different time zones. We request time for 4 or 5 subject matter experts to present. Their time will be 8 minutes presentation and 7-minute questions from council members for each one, a total of 60 to 75 minutes. We have sat through many meetings, including 3 study sessions, presented only 3 minutes of testimony, and then listened for hours to the city's presentation. And your industry-linked subject matter expert has taken as long as he wants to refute our scientifically documented testimony. That is disrespectful and profoundly unfair. We reserve the right to have our subject matter experts answer any remarks that Telecom or Hammett or City Council propose at any point in the meeting. We will cover the following topics. 1, request from the mayor for health effects of EMS. 2, background on the FCC case 18-133 currently in the Ninth Circuit. And 3, legal issues, including the liability. We don't want the city to be holding the bag for the liability because that's the way they've set it up, people. 4, what we want in the Santa Rosa ordinance. A, please consider the issue of liability insurance for radiation pollution as defined by the major reinsurance companies. B, please ensure that random sound and emission testing are included with penalties for non-compliance, including elimination of permits. C, please consider our environment. High fire danger has already dropped property values. Our homes will be worth 20% less if we have wireless antennas sprinkled through our town. D, please take care of children and the elderly and allow adequate setbacks from schools, residential, senior centers, parks, walking trails, public spaces. E, last, please require proposed design drawings in the permit applications. Hey, we want Santa Rosa to be a destination for visitors and a safe and beautiful green city for residents. Wired is the answer. Fiber optics will use way less energy and be faster and more secure and reliable. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Joe. Joe, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Joe. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and there is a 3-minute timer on your screen.
Okay. My name is Joe Jones. I am a Santa Rosa resident. I have been here for about 17 years now. This COVID-19 has definitely shifted my whole career, and that's okay. It is what it is, can prepare for it. I have definitely seen a lot of things change in the city. The homelessness underneath the freeway, my opinion, we should not move them. Why? Because if they are infected, we move them, and we should be testing anyone that goes in or out of that area. We should definitely be testing a lot more people that are homeless before we move them. The protests, I feel that there is a lack of communication between civilians and cops. Growing up, definitely don't like the cops. Stay away from them. Are they going to protect me? No, I am African American. And living in, I'm 35 and I'm teaching my 10-year-old, there's things you don't do in front of a cop. I feel they should be teaching this in schools. In 3rd grade, things not to do to cops. Because what I see a lot of problems happening and a lot of these unfortunate events that happen is that we're not compliant. And helping understanding that cops have families, we have families, everyone has families. We should all be helping each other. And there are a few, I would say, police officers that feel they live above the law and like to do things they're not supposed to do. That makes us all suffer. So I definitely feel there should be more outreach and like after school programs or anything teaching our youth how to communicate with cops when having to be interacted. We could definitely do that on a local level. People that are out of work right now, I feel we should have way more food programs on getting people that do not have enough food to be able to have a lot more food outreach. And that's all I needed to say. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. The next public comment will be from Diana. Diana, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please confirm you can see the timer on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Diana, we can hear you. There is a 3-minute timer on the screen.
Okay. I can't see it, but that's okay. I just want to say to the previous speaker that I think was that really nice man named Joe. I was a teacher for 14 years, and if we have to teach our children how to behave in front of cops, isn't that kind of the opposite what we've been teaching as teachers, that we are the leaders and we are the examples and that you follow what we do? And if we have to be afraid of the police, I just want to say, go to YouTube, police brutality, explicit police brutality, dog attack, and you will see why that is not correct. The police have a responsibility to our youth to be as mentors and to be as teachers and providers and safety and protection and all that stuff they're supposed to be that we know they're not. And also, I had another comment about if we are in a pandemic and we are going to probably have more, natural disasters and things. And I take care of my mother's in late stages of dementia. And during the last fire, there was nowhere to take her. So that's a real concern for people with severe disabilities or mental disabilities that in a time of crisis, there's nowhere to take our most vulnerable, most special people. So that should be a concern of how that, should be on agenda also one day. So I yield my time. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Diana. Okay, seeing no additional hands raised, Mayor, are we okay to move on to the voice message public comments?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine, and I'm a Santa Rosa resident. I heard about how Chief Navarro responded to a question about the $60 million budget regarding testing of rape kits. And he said that he wasn't aware of how those were exactly being handled. And with such a large budget, there's absolutely no excuse not to test every rape kit. It's very concerning that this isn't a priority. Why even do rape tests? This is not community protection. And I would really like this to be addressed in the meeting tomorrow. Thank you.
Test the fucking rape kits.
Hello, this comment is from Terry Shore, Greenbelt Alliance, item 13, public comment on non-agenda matters related to a luxury resort that threatens the city of Santa Rosa urban growth boundary. At this very challenging time, Greenbelt Alliance is sorry to need to request action from the City Council on an urgent land use issue that undermines your voter-approved urban growth boundary. The County of Sonoma is pushing forward with a proposed luxury resort hotel and event center on the very edge of the Santa Rosa urban growth boundary, located at 3890 Old Redwood Highway. It is also in the voter-approved Windsor-Larkfield Santa Rosa County Community Separator. The luxury resort, known as Solstice Sonoma, previously Buzzards Gulch, will increase urbanization and density of land use outside of the urban growth boundary. The new development seeks 23,000 square feet of new construction with up to 10,000 visitors per year. Greenbelt Alliance urges the City Council as a whole or as individual council members to contact the county to deny or delay the luxury resort slated for a vote at 1:45 p.m. Thursday, July 9th at the county's Board of zoning adjustments meeting, or at the least, the county should consult the city council and discuss on a future agenda. The express purpose of the UGB is to encourage residential, commercial, and industrial growth in areas already served by urban services and protect open space surrounding the city. The proposed project violates several core policies of the city's UGB and adjacent community separator. The luxury resort project may also impact the city of Santa Rosa's ability to approve new housing and other projects in the Round Barn and Fountain Grove area due to cumulative additional environmental impacts generated by the resort. I've sent several attachments showing the opposition to this project by Greenbelt Alliance, Sierra Club, Sonoma County Conservation Action, Unite Here, and many other groups, as well as the public notice with the details. We hope that you will take the time to.
Hi, this is Alex Crone. I'm leading a comment for agenda item number 13. I've been made aware that there will be yet another study session on the topic of small cells, tentatively scheduled for July 21st. This will be the fourth study session on the matter, and there still has been no action taken by the city staff to implement any of the direction given by the city council to protect residential areas. I'm afraid the city council is still under the impression that they have no ability to control the placement of small cells on wooden PG&E poles. Let me be clear. The city has all the authority to control the placement on PG&E poles with an effective ordinance. The details and language of what a legal and effective ordinance can have has been shared with staff and council. And as far as I understand, the city attorney is interpreting the PG&E pole situation this way because there is no specific language in city's telecommunications code that addresses small cell. This needs to change, and it needed to change over 2 years ago before this project even started. So what will be the objective of this next study session? I am making a request on behalf of the citizens of Santa Rosa opposed to close proximity cell towers. And our request is to allow us to provide pre-approved experts. We would like to provide an expert in the legal matters and an expert in the health and science of the subject of RF radiation. The city allowed a telecom representative at the last study session to present and ask questions to, and I think it is only fair that you give the people of Santa Rosa the same opportunity. There are several reasons allowing the proliferation of small cells is a bad idea. Let me give you 4 right now. Number 1, the environmental impact of this technology, which is terribly inefficient, will leave a devastating carbon footprint, something I've reached out to the Sonoma County Conservation Action about. Number 2, when we are dealing with a mental health and homeless epidemic in this city, saturating our streets with a proven neurotoxin is a really bad idea. What is the one environmental pollutant that has gone up at a similar rate to mental health problems in the past decade? Think about that. Number 3, property values will go down, decreasing revenue for the city. Do you want to keep Santa Rosa a nice and healthy place to live, or allow it to turn into an H-hole where cell towers metastasize outside of bedroom windows and cause metastasis of the people sleeping behind the walls? And finally, number 4, there is a socioeconomic disparities. We have already seen low-income neighborhoods and minorities making soft targets for close proximity cell towers to be placed in densely populated areas. Does anyone wonder why Proctor Terrace, Hidden Valley, and Bennett Valley neighborhoods were successful at preventing an application to be successful, while Sebastopol Road, Leo Drive, and Roseland, Piner Road, West 3rd, and West College Avenue were not? Small cell deployment left unchecked will lead to discriminatory harm to the people of Santa Rosa, as it has already done. Thank you for your consideration. I hope you allow us to provide feedback and.
Hi, my name is Dr. Monica Meekay, that's M-E-E-K-A-Y, and I'm calling regarding agenda item number 13. That's number 13. I'm simply against any small cell towers in residential areas of Santa Rosa and against city cell towers in schools. I think the city council needs to protect the public and the people of Santa Rosa against radiation. I don't think there should be, close proximity of cell towers in our neighborhoods. And we live here. Both my husband and I have dental practices that we work at in the city of Santa Rosa as well. And our 2 children do go to school in Santa Rosa County as well. And we are against 4 or 5G RF radiation being put up in the city, the cell towers being put up in the city. The city is blatantly ignoring non-industry funded scientific data that proves these small cells are linked to cancers and other detrimental health risks. It is the job of the city to make sure that we are not guinea pigs and we, don't have a public health crisis due to these cell towers. We would like for, our opinion to be taken and, and to help to prevent any risk to our city and the people of our city against the radiation that these cell towers would cause. Thank you very much.
Hello, Santa Rosa City Council, City Manager, and staff. My name is Sydney Cox, and I'm calling for agenda number 13. First of all, I want to thank you for scheduling the upcoming study session on July 21st regarding the telecom towers and the small cell installations. Santa Rosa needs a comprehensive and well-drafted telecom ordinance, not only for Santa Rosa and the residents, schools, and businesses that are here, but also to serve as a model for surrounding towns. We look to you to hold the line on the build out and protect citizens. The FCC has set rulings that seem to create an our hands are tied mentality, which is not accurate. There is much you can do to manage the placement of wireless telecom facilities. At the December 10th study session, there were dozens of speakers asking for activity on this issue. Likewise, with the February meeting, I know that things take time, but this has now become urgent. There are many templates of ordinances from other cities in California and throughout the country that are good models. I believe they have been made available to you. On their site of the Physicians for Safe Technology, they have examples of wireless ordinances that you could look at. Also, the town of Fairfax, Mill Valley, Petaluma, San Rafael, they all have ordinances. For instance, Fairfax has one that they've adopted prohibiting small cells in residential zones and requiring 15 feet separations between them. Anyway, there's lots that can be done. We would be so appreciative if you would do this and move things along as fast as you can. Thank you for your time on this, and I really appreciate you listening. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you for scheduling a study session for 5G for July 21st. Safe Technology for Santa Rosa would like our subject matter experts, or SMEs, to present. They are all published scientists, physicians, or legal experts. They are not connected in any way to the telecom industry, and they have legitimate scientific and legal credentials. We have heard from telecom-linked, quote-unquote, experts like Hammett at every meeting. Telecom has had a rep there to answer questions in prior study sessions, and we should be able to as well. We need to know what time on 7/21 that we can make our presentation, because we are bringing in national experts from different time zones. We request time for 4 or 5 SMEs to present. Their time will be 8-minute presentation and 7-minute questions from council members for each SME, a total of 60 to 75 minutes. We have sat through many meetings, including 3 study sessions, presented only 3 minutes of testimony, and then listened for hours to the city's presentation, and your industry-linked SME has taken as long as you want to refute our scientifically documented testimony. That is disrespectful and profoundly unfair. We reserve the right to have our SMEs answer any remarks that telecom SMEs or Hammett reps propose at any point in the meeting. We will cover the following topics. 1, requests from mayor.
health effects of EFS. 2, background on FCC 18-133, currently in the Ninth Circuit Court. 3, legal issues. 4, what we want in the Santa Rosa ordinance. Please consider carefully the issue of liability insurance for radiation pollution as defined by the major reinsurance companies. Please ensure that random sound and emission testing are included with penalties for non-compliance, including elimination of permits. 3, please consider our environment. High fire danger has already dropped property values. Our homes will be worth 20% less if we have wireless antennas sprinkled through our town. Please take care of children and the elderly and allow adequate setbacks from schools, residential areas, senior centers, parks, walking trails, public spaces. And please require proposed design drawings in the permit application. We want Santa Rosa to be a destination for visitors and a safe, beautiful city for residents. Jennifer Laporta, Safe Tech for Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Joanna Mike, and I'm calling regarding agenda item number 13. I'm calling because I would like to let you guys know that I'm against putting close proximity cell towers in our residential neighborhoods in Santa Rosa, and I'm against blanketing the city with 4 and 5G RF radiation. I would like the city to develop an ordinance that protects our community and our families against this type of radio frequency microwave radiation. The city is blatantly ignoring non-industry funded scientific data that proves these small cells are linked to cancers and other detrimental health risks. We cannot put our own city and community at risk for public health crisis and use our townspeople as guinea pigs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tom Laporta. I'm a retired nurse and electronics technician, and I'm commenting on agenda item 13. First of all, I'd like to thank the council for allowing the people to provide their own experts to talk with you on the study session on July 21st. What I'm really calling for, though, is I'd really like to see some progress on updating the telecom ordinance. This thing is long overdue, and, you know, the FCC isn't going to help us out here. You know, countries like Italy, France, Israel, Russia, even China have set RF exposure limits 100 to 10,000 times less than the USA. Things are just not getting taken care of in this country. Somebody's got to do it. Many California cities have their own ordinances. I'd love to see Santa Rosa with one. Yeah, and then there's fiber to the premises. That's a whole nother thing, I guess, but, you know, it's the most efficient broadband that exists. It's lower power than having all these high power antennas all over the place. Yeah, anyway, that's it. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Diana Mike, Esquire. I'm calling about agenda item 13. I would just like the council to know I'm against the small cell towers in residential areas of Santa Rosa. And I would like the city council to do its job in protecting the public by creating an ordinance to prevent this type of blanketed radiation. I'm against any close proximity of cell towers in my neighborhood, and I'm against blanketing the city with 4 or 5G radiation. I would like the city to develop an ordinance that protects me and my family against this assault. Radio frequency microwave radiation is a proven carcinogen and a neurotoxin, and the FCC guidelines are not protective. The city is blatantly ignoring non-industry funded scientific data that proves these small cells are linked to cancers and other detrimental health risks. It is embarrassing for the city to use their own constituents as guinea pigs in what will inevitably be a public health crisis. This type of ignorance is the exact same method utilized by the tobacco companies in the last century. It is also sad to see that Santa Rosa is not willing to be on the right side of science and medicine, and that they are not being more aggressive to protect their public. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Mike, and I'm contacting you about agenda item 13. I am against placing close proximity cell towers in Santa Rosa neighborhoods. As someone who recently moved to the city and was hopeful that Santa Rosa was the type of community that cared about the safety of the people, it is becoming clear that the longer the city council is taking to create an ordinance to prevent the placement of these small cell towers in our community, the longer they are jeopardizing the health of our community. Radio frequency is proven carcinogen and to have blackened radiation in our city. Excuse me, and so close to our homes does not protect the health of our valuable population. It is admirable to see that other cities such as Sonoma, Mill Valley, and Fairfax have put their community first. I hope the Santa Rosa City Council and city managers decide to do the same. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Brenda Gilchrist, Santa Rosa resident, and I am calling in regards to just general non-agenda public comment. Wanted to let everyone know on City Council that and Mayor and City Manager that I support our law enforcement. We want law and order in town. We do not want to defund the police. On behalf of the members of Citizens for Action Now, we're citizens and taxpayers and businesses that live here, care about our community. We do not want to see our police defunded, reduced, or changed. We like law enforcement. We like law and order. We expect to see more law enforcement and law and order in town or in our county. We appreciate any efforts to support our law enforcement, and we appreciate the Santa Rosa PD and our sheriff. And we encourage you to not vote for any policy changes that negatively impact the Santa Rosa PD and or our sheriff. Thank you for listening, and I appreciate the time.
Hi, this is Kim Schroeder. This is for agenda item number 13. And I want to say thank you to our local police department and want to express how much we appreciate all they do to protect us and risking their lives every day. I also took comfort in having an officer at my kids' middle and high schools throughout. They're wonderful mentors, and the friendly face was much appreciated. Secondly, I understand there will be a 4th study session on small cells with a high volume of people and speakers at the last 3 study sessions opposing small cells, which included attorneys and doctors. In addition to the high volume of non-agenda public comments at city council meetings opposing small cells in their neighborhoods and schools, and in addition to the numerous emails from constituents who couldn't attend the meetings opposing small cells, and considering the numerous requests opposing small cells at the goal-setting meeting in February, including online comments. It is my hope that this 4th study session will include a draft telecommunications ordinance to protect our neighborhoods and schools. At the end of the 3rd study session on December 10th, Mayor Schwedhelm and council charged the city staff to find out how you can establish more local control and discretion and cut out the residential zones. The city has all of the authority to create an ordinance that includes small cells and accomplishes this, but the city staff continues to mislead council, giving the impression they have no control over PG&E poles. The past 2+ years, there has been an outcry from residents opposing small cells based on proven science and actual harm from the wireless facilities, as well as decreased property values, the aesthetics, massive carbon footprint, and fire hazards. We didn't elect the city manager. We elected you, the city council, to protect the citizens and represent us. Please use your power. A study session is most effective if it is a level playing field, which would allow the people of Santa Rosa to provide pre-approved legal and health experts with sufficient time for Q&A, as is done for the city speakers, such as Hammett Medicine, who, by the way, has a conflict of interest with the telecoms. Camet Medicine, incidentally, was in charge of the cell tower at a school in Ripon, California. That cell tower was finally removed after 4 students and 3 teachers were diagnosed with cancer within a 3-year period. Today, there are cell towers at Montgomery High, Maria Carrillo, Lincoln Elementary, and one right near Proctor Terrace, all in the right-of-way. These could have been prevented by an ordinance. Children are even more vulnerable. This is an urgent matter. Please step up and do the right thing. Thank you.
Dwayne DeWitt for public comment on items not on the agenda. Today, again, my request is for our elected officials to reopen our city hall and our taxpayer-financed government for the participation of the taxpayers during public meetings. You, elected officials, could still stay at home and Zoom. The public is actually being hindered due to the prior restraint that you're using, saying that people must comment the day before the meeting's held and then not being able to comment upon what is spoken about at the time when they hear perhaps new and important information. Essentially, our government is hiding from us. It should not be that way. The State Department of Motor Vehicles is reopened. The stores and gas stations, many things are open for the public to participate. We understand that you and some city employees are concerned about health. With that in mind, just open up the city hall with the social distancing, the screening, people wearing masks, sitting 6 feet apart, and watching you folks on the Zoom screen, and then speaking into the microphones as the item is being heard, so we can have up-to-date and accurate input upon these issues that are affecting us. Essentially, you're making decisions before the public hearings are even being held. That's what's happening with the zoning administrator, and that's what your own actions have been showing, that you folks are making a mockery of the entire public hearing process. Zooming in is not necessarily the best approach because it's virtual exclusion on many other people who cannot participate in that manner. Once again, please reopen our government for us, the taxpayers, to participate in direct democracy to try to influence our representative government. Thank you.
Hi, this is for agenda item number 13, and this is Martha Glazer. I'm calling to thank you for scheduling a study session to prepare to update the long overdue city's telecom ordinance. This is needed to better protect and serve our community's interests. It appears that the City Council members have been generous with your time in meeting with representatives from Verizon, AT&T, and other lawyers and engineers provided by telecom. We particularly ask you to allow the published scientists, physicians, legal experts invited by Safe Technology for Santa Rosa to answer any questions the council members will have in the course of the study session. We hope you'll make as much time to hear what the technology experts have, the safer technology experts have to say about property value, fire, health, and safety. Additionally, consider the excessive use of electrical emissions used in radio frequency radiation and wireless technology transmission facilities do use excessive electrical emissions, which runs at odds with our collective environmental goals to counter climate change. This is in contrast with wired and fiber optics to premises, which would be much better environmentally in working out how to go forward in the face of our climate emergency, along with all of the other health and safety emergencies that we are all dealing with. Thank you very much.
Mayor, we're going to move on to the email public comments and e-comments.
Mayor, I have two comments that were submitted. First comment submitted by Eris Weaver. Assembly Bill 3153, currently before the California Senate Government and Housing Committee, chaired by Mike McGuire, would allow housing developers to replace some of their required car parking spaces with bike parking or car sharing spaces. Currently, the lack of secure bike parking in multi-unit residential buildings is an obstacle that prevents many residents from taking advantage of the bicycle, a healthy, low-cost, low-impact means of transportation and recreation. Parking a bike outside on a daily basis is not feasible in many Santa Rosa neighborhoods due to theft and vandalism. Many apartment dwellers do not have room inside their homes to store a bike. Indeed, I have received phone calls from some residents whose complexes expressly forbid them from storing their bike inside, yet offer no outdoor bike parking. The lack of secure bike parking especially impacts residents who do not own a car. It makes bicycling challenging for people who use utility bicycles for work or to carry their children to school. These factors all prevent Californians from using a bike regardless of whether there is a strong cycle network and adequate parking at their destinations. Additionally, parking requirements drive up the cost of building housing and effectively subsidize motor vehicle use at a time when public resources and regulations should support alternatives to the automobile. AB 3153 simultaneously helps California achieve its affordable housing goals and its sustainable transportation goals and deserves your support. The Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition supports AB 3153, and we urge the City of Santa Rosa to pass a resolution supporting the bill. Comment received from Anita La Follette. The sweeps which were permitted upon those without a home at the underground crossings of 101 were not appropriate. First, the CDC told you it would not be good to sweep for the COVID-19. The virus will spread. And the injunction tells you not to sweep without somewhere for those people to go to, which there is none. And the injunction also tells you to keep personal things, but I am told it was all thrown into the garbage, women's clothing and all, crunched up and thrown away. The city is breaking its own rules, and so how do you expect we should keep the rules when you do not? Also, the process to send this email is not available on the website. People who wish to put in comments are stymied. Thank you. And that concludes email comments submitted.
All right, thank you. So that was item 17. We'll now get back on the agenda. Next item was 14, report items, of which there are none. We have no public hearings, no written communication. We just completed item 17. Having no other agenda items on this agenda, I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you all for your attendance.